ruined city square of Shandu lies beneath a grim sky on September 3rd, 2021, the day the familiar world ceased to exist. Amid the debris-covered streets stand the twisted wrecks of destroyed vehicles. Among them, a yellow taxi shattered beyond recognition. Trapped inside the metal coffin, wedged between the seats and piles of rubble, a young man lies motionless in a state of complete exhaustion. A student ID from the university lies discarded on the filthy floor, revealing the owner's name, Wang Jie, a freshman from the Faculty of History. A moment later, his eyelids begin to twitch, and he slowly opens his eyes, returning from unconsciousness to this terrifying new world. Staring into the cracked mirror, the young man struggles to comprehend what is happening and panics, wondering if this endless nightmare is nothing more than a terrible dream. Suddenly turning toward a strange noise, he freezes in shock as something utterly inhuman and horrifying enters his field of vision. Right before him stands a monstrous creation of the apocalypse with blazing red eyes, leaving no doubt that the world has been consumed by some unknown infection. Looking into the reflection of the side mirror, where the silhouettes of other walking corpses loom in the distance, the young man realizes with a grim smirk that fate has once again thrown him face to face with zombies. Completely unable to understand how he ended up inside this wrecked car, or why everything around him feels so wrong, Wang Jie desperately searches for a way out of the deadly trap. Covering his face in confusion, the young man tries to recall fragments of the past and suspects that the zombie apocalypse unfolding around him might just be some cruel prank. Finally, abandoning the foolish idea that this is all a joke, he accepts reality and realizes that in a disaster like this, no one even thought to leave him a gun. Suddenly noticing something unusual on the back seat, Wang Jie sharply turns around, hoping to find at least something capable of saving his life. Right behind him inside the vehicle rests a long black case, concealing something that suspiciously resembles a cold weapon. Pulling a heavy blade from the sheath, the young man examines the steel in astonishment, unable to believe his luck in finding a real artifact at the center of the apocalypse. Studying the shape of the cold metal, he desperately tries to remember under what strange circumstances he might have seen this sword before. Without warning, the silence is shattered by a harsh scraping sound, and Wang Jie freezes, glancing toward the source of the ominous noise that clearly promises nothing good. Bursting into motion, he desperately leaps over the obstacle while terrifying sounds of pursuit echo behind him. Hiding behind a massive stone outcrop, the young man listens to the rattling of old assault rifles and realizes the enemies are already closing in. Amid the smoke-covered ruins and abandoned vehicles, the sinister silhouettes of those very pursuers slowly emerge, turning this day into a living nightmare. With a savage roar, a horrifying creature born from mankind's darkest nightmares bursts from the void, its empty eye sockets glowing with otherworldly fire in anticipation of easy prey. With one precise strike, the monster's head is blown apart, splattering black sludge everywhere and finally ending its miserable existence. Over the deafening roar of endless gunfire, the stern commander demands an immediate status report while his squad struggles to hold back the creatures attacking from every direction. Trying to shout over the chaos and panic, the female fighter delivers grim news about the retreat and begs the leader to hold the line just a little longer. Gripping his rifle tightly, the young man reports in horror that their magazines are running empty. Realizing that without ammunition, their chances of surviving until dawn are rapidly falling to zero. Clenching his teeth in rage and helplessness, the commander curses the horde of monsters that appeared out of nowhere and turned an ordinary mission into a bloody massacre. Watching the chaos unfold from the sidelines, Wang Jie remains eerily calm while explosions and desperate screams echo all around him. Analyzing the military's tactics, he sincerely cannot understand why experienced soldiers are using such outdated equipment and a losing strategy against the zombies. Watching the endless tide of undead overwhelm their positions, it becomes obvious that without a major increase in firepower, the squad will be completely wiped out. Faced with a grave moral dilemma, the young man seriously wonders whether risking his own life to save doomed strangers is truly worth it. With one final click, the assault rifle in the soldier's hands releases nothing but a puff of smoke, confirming that not a single bullet remains in the magazine. Desperately shouting that they are out of ammunition, the terrified soldier freezes before his leader as total chaos erupts around them. Furiously gritting his teeth and locking his burning gaze onto the enemy, the commander shouts the name Xia Ran, preparing to give what may be his final order in this battle. Against the backdrop of ruined skyscrapers and the advancing horde of monsters, the young woman firmly announces that the evacuation of the civilians has finally been completed. Tearing his throat raw with a furious scream, the leader orders everyone into close combat and commands them to draw their knives so they can take as many of these monsters down with them as possible. Charging into a suicidal assault armed with nothing but blades, the small squad collides head-on with the endless wave of undead. Letting out screams filled with terror, the loyal fighters are caught in the monster's deadly grip as the creatures instantly tear apart their formation and leave no chance of survival. Shuddering from the recoil and clenching her teeth, Jia Ran fires her pistol with the last of her strength, desperately trying to push the creatures away from her comrades. Her eyes widening from unbearable shock and helpless despair, the young woman stands frozen in horror as she watches her world finally descend into a bloody nightmare. Towering over the bodies of the fallen defenders, sinister figures with burning crimson eyes fill the entire battlefield, marking the complete triumph of chaos. Staring through tears at the pistol trembling in her hands, Jiran realizes in horror that there is only one bullet left in the magazine, and it was clearly never meant for the enemy. Standing completely alone in the middle of the lifeless street, the girl's fragile figure looks tiny against the horrifying shadows closing in on her from every side. Letting out a soul-chilling roar, the grotesque creature with blazing eyes makes its final lunge, ready to sink its jaws into its prey once and for all. Mentally saying goodbye to her parents and desperately refusing to become one of those monsters, Jiran slowly raises the gun to her temple and squeezes her eyes shut. Suddenly, a series of gunshots violently tears through the dead silence of the abandoned district, making the monsters hesitate for a brief moment. With a deafening crash, bullets shatter the windshield of a yellow bus into countless glittering fragments, blocking the advancing horde's path. Frozen in shock and still clutching the weapon in her trembling hand, Jiren stares at the massive shadow that appeared right before her, its empty eyes silently studying her. Spotting a stranger in the very heart of the danger zone, the girl panics, wondering why he still has not run away, and whether it is pure madness to dive into this hell just to save her. Surrounded on all sides by horrifying creatures with glowing eyes, the fragile Xia Ran finds herself trapped at the center of a deadly ambush, where the air itself reeks of danger. Desperately trying to shout to someone unseen, she strains her voice in a frantic plea to hurry before the monsters close the distance. With a gaze dulled by shock, Sharon suddenly notices a strange distortion in the air, sensing that the rules of this bloody game are about to change forever. With a sharp and devastating slash from an invisible blade, an unknown force suddenly cuts through the dense ranks of attackers, turning the bloodthirsty zombies into piles of ash. Slamming his heel heavily against the ground, the savior dramatically completes his maneuver, making the earth itself tremble from the sheer force of his arrival. Wielding his blade at impossible speeds, the young man tears straight through the horde of undead, turning the chaotic slaughter into an elegant dance of steel. Completely speechless from witnessing such overwhelming skill, the rescued girl can only blink silently, trying to comprehend what kind of superhuman just pulled her from the jaws of death. Blinding flashes from the swings of the sword tear through the battlefield, transforming the entire area into a zone of total destruction where the monsters stand no chance of survival. Shaken to the core by what she sees, the girl frantically realizes that even elite special forces soldiers struggle to handle 3 of those creatures at once, while this guy is clearly operating on an entirely different level. The unbelievable speed of his attacks leaves her frozen in silent awe as the stranger single-handedly tears through the horde of zombies. Staring at the stern profile of the mysterious warrior, she desperately tries to figure out who hides behind that icy calm and where such terrifying power came from. The girl's confused yet fascinated gaze remains fixed on her savior as the dust from the recent massacre slowly settles onto the ground. Casting a cold glance across the aftermath of the slaughter, Wang Jie calmly notes the grim fact that among the pile of bodies, only one soul survived. Barely paying attention to the lifeless fighter lying nearby, he maintains an icy composure, as though battles like this are nothing more than routine to him. Briefly muttering a dry thank you in response to someone's silent gratitude, the hero tightens his grip on the sword's handle, ready for another round of this madness. Spinning in a lightning-fast pirouette, the swordsman sends the steel whistling through the air beneath the stunned gaze of the girl, who can barely keep track of his movements. The sharp blade pierces straight through the chest of yet another monster wearing a crazed grin, while Jiran struggles to process the scale of the chaos unfolding before her. Wrapped in a sinister aura and terrifying darkness, the monster with glowing white eyes and razor-sharp teeth looks as though it crawled straight out of the worst nightmare imaginable. Bursting into action in an instant, the young man delivers a crushing kick directly into the creature's chest, making it convulse from the sheer force of the blow. Gracefully suspended in midair above his stunned opponent, the young man prepares to finish the fight while the helpless creature reaches toward him with skeletal claws. Coldly and confidently tightening his grip on the hilt of his blade, Wang Jie makes it clear with that single motion alone that the battle's outcome has already been decided and mercy will not be shown. Against the backdrop of fallen enemies and flashing bursts of battle, the stern swordsman with the icy gaze looks like a true boss, completely in control of the situation. Overwhelmed by the power of her savior, Xiaoran stands rooted to the ground, unable to say a single word as she watches her entire understanding of the world collapse before her eyes. Towering above the defeated giant in the center of the ruined metropolis, the swordsman looks absolutely unstoppable as the remains of the enemy crumble into dust at his feet. Maintaining absolute icy calm, he merely remarks in disappointment that all those supposedly terrifying monsters turned out to be nothing more than useless trash. Completely stunned, the poor girl struggles to process what she just heard, because what had been a deadly nightmare for her was little more than a minor inconvenience to him. Leaving the shocked girl behind, the young man with the mysterious past calmly heads toward the exit of the combat zone without even glancing back. Activating a hidden communication channel through a high-tech device, he formally introduces himself as Wang Jie, an elite cleaner from the World Evolution Association. Standing among the ruins, he reports the completion of the emergency rescue mission to headquarters and requests further instructions along with the support needed to clear the sector. Hearing the cold official tone in his voice and realizing that she had just been saved by a real professional from a secret organization, the girl falls into a daze from emotional overload. Against the backdrop of the deserted road littered with debris and the bodies of defeated enemies, the two survivors stand in silence as the rescued girl timidly begins to thank him. Suddenly, the atmosphere grows tense because of a strange question about the support he requested, and cold sweat appears on the girl's face along with visible confusion. Amid the ruined barricades, the self-confident young man casually remarks that saving people is just another ordinary day for him, leaving his companion completely stunned. Suddenly changing her tone and no longer seeming like a helpless victim, the girl firmly declares her connection to law enforcement, her eyes flashing before her savior. Without hesitation, she pulls out her identification, revealing that she is not an ordinary civilian, but Captain Xiaoran from the Central Police Department of Shandu City. Carefully examining the document, the young man immediately notices something strange because the name is displayed on a military ID that looks suspiciously familiar. A realization suddenly surfaces in Wang Jie's mind. Identification cards like this disappeared from circulation ages ago, forcing him to take another long look at the girl beside him. Giving her an assessing glance, he notices that she is wearing an outdated police uniform that looks like a genuine antique by modern standards. Studying the pile of defeated corpses scattered across the asphalt, the swordsman concludes that they were nothing more than the weakest type of zombies known as wanderers, creatures typical of the earliest stage of the apocalypse. Abruptly dropping his casual tone for a serious one, the young man catches Xiaoran off guard by suddenly asking for the current date, leaving her confused by the strange shift in his behavior. Completely unaware of the hidden meaning behind the question, the girl calmly answers that it is September 3rd, 2021, delivering a devastating mental blow to him. The young man freezes in shock as the realization hits him. He has been sent 10 years into the past, back to the very beginning of the apocalypse. Through a flood of memories, images flash before his eyes of that catastrophic day when 12 alien meteorites known as the Destroyers crashed into different parts of the planet. Because the human body proved terrifyingly incapable of adapting to the new environment, millions of people fell into a deep sleep only to awaken as bloodthirsty monsters. Along with the chaos, extraterrestrial technologies arrived on Earth as well, creating special evolution zones filled with crystals, one of which once allowed the hero to ascend to an entirely new level of power. Standing at the center of a blinding green flash, the young man bitterly realizes that becoming an evolver only slightly strengthened his body for fighting monsters. Abruptly cutting off the flow of his dark thoughts, he suddenly freezes after realizing something important and deeply unsettling. Staring ahead with a heavy gaze, the hero reveals his greatest trump card, a unique ability that sends him 10 years back into the past immediately after his death. Clenching his fists until his bones crack, he feels the power of his future self, far stronger and more battle-hardened, flowing through his veins. Examining his palms, now glowing with faint traces of energy, the young man frantically tries to decide what his very first move should be. Suddenly interrupting his thoughts, the girl emotionally points toward the sky, urging him to look at the terrifying phenomenon unfolding above them. Watching the heavens turn a poisonous shade of green, she says in shock that not even beyond the Arctic Circle has she ever seen an aurora this horrifying. Darkly observing the phenomenon, the young man instantly recognizes the terrifying celestial event as the evolution zone itself. Wrapped in ghostly light, the megacity is about to become the landing site of one of the first 7 global zones, which is destined to descend directly onto the northern district of Shandu City. Mesmerized by the sight above, the girl comments on the unbelievable beauty of the glowing sky, while the young man addresses her, trying to confirm whether she truly is Captain Xiaoran. Slightly caught off guard by how informed the stranger seems, the girl confirms that she is indeed a second-year cadet of the National Military Academy. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the young man formally introduces himself in return as Wang Jie, an ordinary second-year history student from Shandu University. Squinting skeptically, the girl struggles to believe that an ordinary humanities student could possess such incredible swordsmanship skills. Filled with suspicion, Xiaoran insists on immediately checking his student ID, as her instincts refuse to believe combat historians actually exist. Remaining completely unfazed, Wang Jie points toward the pile of wreckage, explaining that his student ID is currently waiting for better days somewhere inside it. Puffing out her cheeks in mild irritation, the girl sarcastically remarks that this guy is obviously hiding something and refuses to show her the truth. Standing beside the emotionless swordsman, she tries to connect the dots, because ordinary second-year students rarely drive expensive vehicles, carry weapons, and act this suspicious. Suddenly pointing her finger straight at him, she confidently declares that she has figured him out while he attempts to explain that a student ID is not the most important thing in the world. Beaming with excitement over her own theory, Xiaoran enthusiastically concludes that the man before her must be an undercover agent from the highest military command carrying out a secret mission. Staring at the card in complete disbelief, the poor girl practically falls into a daze from just how drastically her grand expectations clash with reality. Looking at the card being handed to her with utter confusion, the girl struggles to process the fact that he really is an ordinary student, even though everything about him screams something far more heroic. Decisively putting the identification away, the swordsman calmly states that it is time to stop wasting precious time on pointless conversation. Standing among the wreckage of some futuristic machinery, the young man matter-of-factly reminds his companion that they should get moving fast since they already have transportation available. Swiftly jumping into the driver's seat of the armored SUV, the shameless rogue waves goodbye and thanks her for the vehicle, leaving the captain completely dumbfounded. Furious at such unbelievable audacity, the girl grabs onto him while shouting that the SUV actually belongs to her and that he is not driving off so easily. Coldly staring at her, the swordsman informs the captain that he intends to head toward the extremely dangerous northern zone, while also advising her to return to the shelter as quickly as possible. With visible anxiety in her eyes, the girl mentally retraces his suspicious route, realizing that no ordinary student would willingly head straight into the very epicenter of the infection. Resigned to the fact that this mysterious guy is not going to reveal his cards, she pouts in offense, but still acknowledges his right to secrecy. Sharon proudly proclaims that as a representative of the armed forces, she is simply obliged to protect civilians and therefore will not leave him alone. With her nose amusingly in the air and her finger raised in an admonishing manner, the restless warrior categorically announces her decision to follow him closely. After waving goodbye, this unperturbed guy simply slams the armored door right in front of the stunned car owner. Pressing her face against the glass and waving her arms desperately, the poor girl screams at the top of her lungs, begging this self-taught car thief not to abandon her to her fate. Plunged into complete silence, the swordsman glances at the poor woman clinging to the glass, while she, with eyes wide with horror, realizes that the car is about to move. Falling into a real panic, Xiaoran begins to thrash her palms even more furiously, unable to believe that this suspicious guy is actually going to leave her. In a sharp and frighteningly calm voice, the guy asks her if she knows how to drive this machine, hinting that her driving skills are the only chance she has to avoid being eaten by zombies. Taking off at high speed, a heavy military truck rushes down the road, leaving behind only dust and the noise of a powerful engine. Having taken control, the captain's wife says out loud that she has long forgotten how to drive such old rattletraps, since modern military vehicles are designed completely differently. She glances sideways at the passenger and notes ironically that high-ranking officials like him are probably not supposed to be driving themselves. The guy casts a piercing and cold glance at his companion, from which tension literally hangs in the air. Noticing this attention, the girl instantly blushes and panics, thinking to herself why he is looking at her so intently. With each passing second, her embarrassment only grows, and she begins to sweat and mentally scream from awkwardness, not understanding what exactly the mysterious boss is trying to see in her. Sharply shouting in order to stop immediately, the guy makes his companion freeze in place from complete confusion as to what caused his reaction. With a deafening, ear-splitting screech of brakes, the armored car suddenly slows down, causing the wheels to lock and the car to go into a dangerous skid. Without wasting a second to think, Wang just steps out of the machine, while the frightened girl in the cabin watches his every move with silent questions, not understanding what he is planning. Coming right up to the driver's door, he literally hangs over the window and, catching her gaze, sternly and peremptorily commands her to move. Squinting suspiciously, the girl reminds him of his recent words about his complete inability to drive, to which he declares that he has already managed to figure everything out and master the controls. Blushing deeply from the realization of her own stupidity, the poor girl is terribly embarrassed because she naively believed that the guy couldn't take his eyes off her because he liked her. In a cold and extremely serious voice, he apologizes for the forced rush, hinting at a possible delay. Suddenly, the guy announces that they are hopelessly late for their own rebirth, leaving his companion completely bewildered by such strange and gloomy words. Before she could react to his statement, the girl screamed in fear as the swordsman grabbed the gear shift lever with all his might, preparing for a wild maneuver. With a piercing screech of tires, the heavy armored vehicle suddenly takes off, rushing forward along the empty highway. The cabin is in chaos, and the guy orders the girl to hold on tight while she panics and realizes that veterans with 30 years of experience would not risk driving this colossus. Taking a turn at breakneck speed, the armored monster races toward the unknown, while the driver promises to show his passenger a whole new world. With hands shaking from the tension, the girl hastily pushes golden cartridges into the magazine, while a premonition of an inevitable skirmish hangs around. Gasping for breath in the truck's cabin, Jaran regretfully reflects that if they had managed to break through earlier, they would have replenished their ammunition long ago. At full speed, the armored vehicle literally smears the terrifying mutant across the asphalt, leaving behind bloody splashes and mangled infrastructure. Suddenly realizing the scale of the impending threat, the girl screams in shock and her eyes widen with horror rising in her throat. Focusing on the road, the guy warns that they are approaching the most dangerous area, while she raises her gun, ready to shoot at anything that moves. Instantly adopting a fighting spirit and casting aside any unnecessary doubts, the girl clearly reports her readiness to follow her partner's orders. Trying to unravel the true motives of her taciturn companion, the heroine eagerly inquires about the precise purpose that drives him to the chaotic northern region. Staring into the void, Wang Jie cuts off any attempts to get closer, declaring that he has absolutely no one left for whom it would be worth risking his life in the exclusion zone. After the abrupt confession, silence reigns in the cabin, and the girl's face reflects a range of emotions, from sincere sympathy to confusion due to her own tactlessness. Desperate to lighten the mood, she begins to lamely explain how their simple reconnaissance mission turned into a frantic race for survival. Looking at the ominous emerald glow, Jaren recalls how it appeared a couple of hours after the zombies first appeared, causing the management to become suspicious. Analyzing the situation, the boy realizes that the heavenly light serves as a marker for the beginning of the formation of the evolution zone, and vows to himself to obtain the priceless evolution crystal. Without taking his eyes off the road and tightly gripping the steering wheel of the truck, the young man turns to his companion and in a tense voice asks how much time is left until the critical moment. The girl quickly glances at her smartphone screen and answers, and although the cellular connection has completely died, the device's internal clock is still working properly. Realizing that only a few moments remain, the boy becomes enraged by the lack of time, realizing that those who are late will forever be left behind in the evolutionary process. Abruptly and without further explanation, the guy announces an immediate change of route, clearly realizing that their original plan has just completely failed. Completely unaware of what was going on in his partner's head, Jaran froze with a silent question in his eyes, while questions swarmed in his head from the shock and suddenness of what he heard. Instantly moving from words to action, the driver turns the steering wheel with incredible force and determination, forcing the heavy vehicle to make a sharp maneuver. Leaving behind piles of metal and abandoned buses, their SUV, with a wild roar and screeching tires, flies into a drift, scattering debris across the highway. Clutching his seatbelt in horror and nearly speechless at what he saw, Jaran points ahead in panic, where something terrifying has appeared around the next corner. Gaining insane speed, the heavy armored vehicle rushes straight down the center of the dilapidated highway, where dozens of hungry dead have begun to accumulate ahead. Panicking, she lists all the risks and shouts to her partner that facing such a crowd will inevitably slow them down and turn them into easy targets. Keeping her composure, the captain confirms the presence of the weapon and wonders about the swordsman's further crazy plans. Finally realizing that this madman is really going to start a bloodbath right now, she understands that there is no turning back and they will have to break through by force. Amid the roar of gunfire and the whistle of hot lead, a powerful burst from a machine gun tears a crowd of zombies to pieces, turning the road into a bloody mess and clearing the way. Under heavy fire from a large caliber weapon, the bodies of the advancing monsters fly in all directions, creating a barrier of fury and lead around the vehicle. With an unperturbed expression, the true war pro tightly grips the handles of the machine gun mounted on the roof, pouring fire on everything in his path and not even blinking from the shots. A massive armored vehicle tears through the remains of the zombie apocalypse at full speed, leaving behind the remnants of those who dared to stand in the way of this steel beast. Watching how expertly the bullets cut down the dead, and the car does not even flinch from the collision, the girl admires the incredible strength of her companion. Giving clear commands in the midst of the chaos, the boy orders Captain Shia to let go of the steering wheel and press the throttle to the floor while he takes on the dirty work of clearing the road. Starving zombies are spread out right ahead, blocking the main path, so the only option for survival is this barely noticeable turn ahead. Completely oblivious to the beads of sweat and wild tension, the heroine behind the wheel of the armored car freezes in anticipation of the collision. Making a split-second decision, she slams the sole of her boot into the gas pedal with all her might, causing the engine to give out a deafening roar that heralds the start of a bloodbath. A heavy metal bumper crashes into the thick of the dead at enormous speed, turning their bodies into bloody shreds and literally cutting a clearing through this nightmare. After a sharp turn and scattering the remains of monsters to the sides, the truck flies out into the open space, leaving behind chaos and piles of defeated enemies. Crushing everything living and dead under its massive wheels, the armored monster rushes at full speed right over the heads of its enemies, soaring into the air on the bumps of the broken road. Gripping the steering wheel tightly with whitened fingers, the captain lets out a furious cry, putting into it all her will to win in the despair of a mad race for survival. The numbers frozen on the smartphone screen show the last moments before something inevitable, when every second seems endlessly long in anticipation of the finale. At the exact second the timer counted down, reality around seemed to freeze, preparing for the destructive event that was about to happen. A deafening explosion of emerald light tears through the night sky above the city, filling the entire area with a mystical glow and marking the beginning of a new terrifying era. Finding itself in the very epicenter of the radiance, the huge armored vehicle continues its journey through the ghostly emerald fog that envelops the city streets like a dense cocoon. Covered in blood and soot from the brutal breakthrough, the massive truck is literally drowning in an alien light that seeps through every crack. With a deafening roar, the car bounces off another rubble and lands hard on the broken asphalt, raising fountains of dust and debris around itself. Choking in a thick cloud of rising sand dust, the driver tries to recover from the impact, while the silence is broken only by coughing and the grinding of cooling metal. Barely able to stand on her feet after the nightmare she had experienced, the heroine takes a cautious step out of the cabin onto the sandy road, trying to comprehend what really happened. Stunned by what she saw, the girl wonders how a thriving metropolis could suddenly turn into a lifeless desert. Looking around in confusion, Jaren wonders why exactly they had to take such risks and what outcome this mad race through the hordes of the dead led to. Towering over his frozen companion, the guy with the sword behind his back only smiles mysteriously, as if he is the only one here who understands the true nature of the madness that is happening. In the middle of a modern metropolis, a gigantic ancient pyramid suddenly appears, complete with a statue of the Sphinx, shocking everyone with its unreal appearance. Trying to understand what is happening, the frightened girl demands an explanation from her companion, who urges her to remain calm and listen carefully. A terrifying system notification appears above their heads, announcing that this area has officially become an evolution zone, shrouding everything around them in digital codes. People walking down the street freeze in shock when the location's status as Egypt is confirmed right in front of them, even though they are still among the city's high-rise buildings. Hovering above the rooftops, a system message declares the Sphinx the protector of the zone, making it clear that the rules of the game in this new world have changed forever. Explaining the nature of the anomaly, the young man says that a mysterious voice in people's heads announced the isolation of the place from the rest of the world for the sake of testing the evolution crystal. Listening to the survival conditions, the girl learns ways to escape, defeat the guardian, break through to the crystal itself, or wait until the number of survivors reaches the required level. Calmly explaining the situation, Wang Jie confirms that fulfilling any of the stated conditions will allow one to leave the evolution zone. Otherwise, everyone will remain locked in forever. Remembering details from his past life, he realizes that knowing the rules gives him a huge chance to be the first to get the crystal. On the verge of hysteria, a man from the crowd shouts, curses, and demands to be released to his family, accusing the guy of lying and challenging him to deal with the zombies outside. A huge white bus covered in flesh-hungry monsters crashes into the area, knocking down everything in its path, raising columns of sand and dust. Watching the zombie-filled transport flying straight towards them, the heroes freeze, realizing that the real test of survival has begun much earlier than they expected. A creepy zombie with glowing eyes breaks through the windshield with its claws and bursts right into the bus, frightening the driver, who is frozen in terror, to death. With his last strength, he presses the brake pedal, trying to stop the out-of-control machine, while the monster's already preparing to deliver its fatal blow. Rushing at breakneck speed toward an invisible border, the bus hits a glowing green barrier that, like a digital grid, cuts off this world from external reality. With a deafening roar, the front of the vehicle crashes into the force field, instantly turning into a pile of twisted metal, shattering into pieces from the powerful impact. Frozen in the middle of the endless sands, the smoking skeleton of the bus finally comes to a stop at the very edge of the energy shield, marking the end of the journey. Listed on its side in the middle of the desert dunes, the mangled white transport stands frozen, waiting for help, while desperate cries for rescue can be heard from within. Turning sharply at the call, the girl calls out to her companion Wang Jie with alarm in her eyes, realizing that there is simply no time to hesitate in such a situation. Maintaining an icy calm, the swordsman agrees to the adventure on the condition that the rescue operation does not go beyond their actual combat capabilities. Leaving behind the billowing plumes of smoke from the accident, two lonely figures walk purposefully across the endless sands towards the mysterious ancient structures. Frozen in the shadow of colossal pyramids and futuristic buildings, the heroes find themselves right before the majestic face of the Sphinx, which guards the entrance to another reality. Suddenly blazing with an otherworldly light, the ancient sculpture's stone eyes come to life, filling with an ominous amber glow. Awakened from a centuries-long slumber, the giant creature peers intently at the intruders, whose appearance has clearly disturbed the peace of these mystical ruins. Trapped among twisted metal and debris, one passenger bleeds out of the bus's broken window as thick smoke from the crash billows around them. With a chilling scream, the terrifying creature with long black hair and scarlet eyes blazing with rage suddenly reveals its true monstrous nature. Frozen in the middle of the passage, this anthropomorphic monster in torn clothes grins at the survivors, turning the interior of the vehicle into a real trap. Trying to seize the initiative in this chaos, one of the girls shouts out an order to immediately engage in battle and attack the monster before it is too late. Trembling with uncontrollable fear, the frightened schoolgirls cover themselves with backpacks in panic as they recall their companion's rural origins. Clutching a heavy metal pipe in her hands, the girl resolutely prepares to defend herself, while her frightened friend hysterically demands that the monster be killed immediately. Taking off at incredible speed, the terrifying creature with glowing scarlet eyes makes a swift dash towards the survivors. Deafening everything around with their shrieks, the schoolgirls, terrified to death, cling to each other, realizing that death is breathing right in their faces. Demonstrating its inhuman strength, the monster easily intercepts the outstretched weapon and sinks its teeth into the cold metal, crumpling it like paper. Holding the pipe with her last strength, the brave heroine tries to hold back the monster's onslaught and calls on the others to help push the creature out so she can escape through the central door. Clutching a long pole with a death grip, the zombie tries to break into the carriage, while the schoolgirls hold back the onslaught, shouting orders to turn up the heat. With a chilling screech, the terrifying creature in rags furiously gnaws at the makeshift crossbar, trying to clear a path to the terrified passengers. Finding herself in the epicenter of a nightmare, the girl, her face twisted with horror, pushes her friend away from danger with all her might, hoping to save herself in this chaos. Having lost control of herself from fear, the blonde breaks into a piercing scream and decides to abandon everyone else to their fate, just to get out as quickly as possible. Frozen in a daze on the threshold of the carriage, the cowardly fugitive comes face to face with yet another living dead man who has blocked her only escape route. With her mouth wide open in a piercing scream, the terrified blonde bursts into tears and trembles all over as the reality around her finally turns into a nightmarish thriller. Sobbing convulsively and losing the last of her composure, the unfortunate girl steps back as the bony hand of the monster in the jacket reaches straight towards her. Gathering her last shreds of courage into a fist, the desperate schoolgirl delivers a crushing kick straight to the monster's jaw, ordering the monsters to follow him. Running as fast as she could through the sand dunes, the blonde quickly moved away from the carriage, while her friend only silently watched her go, realizing that she was now left alone with the danger. Baring its rotten teeth in a furious roar, the terrifying, long-haired, gray-faced creature digs its claws into the crossbar, clearly not intending to let its prey go so easily. Trapped in a deadly trap inside a bus, a student watches in horror as two terrifying zombies attack her classmates while she stands frozen in fear. Swallowing convulsively and not believing her eyes, the unfortunate girl realizes with horror that this whole nightmare is happening in reality, and now her life hangs by a thread. There is a deafening sound of breaking glass, and a hail of sharp shards falls on the girl when suddenly a guy flies through the bus window, smashing it with his body. With a powerful and swift leap, knocking down one of the terrifying mutants, a mysterious savior bursts into the bus, deciding to intervene in this crazy battle. Frozen in mute shock, the student stares at the zombie with wide eyes as a wild, blood-curdling roar of a monster ready for another attack is heard nearby. With a sharp and confident movement, the guy deals with the enemy right in the train car, while behind his back the red eyes of a lurking shadow flicker ominously. Completely unable to understand how an ordinary trip turned into a scene from a horror movie, the girl freezes in silent shock, trying to comprehend the scale of the disaster unfolding around her. Screaming sharply from the wave of horror that washed over her, she watches as the line between reality and nightmare blurs right before her eyes under flashes of bright light. Suddenly, a terrifying long-haired monster emerges from the void behind the swordsman, filling the space with a furious cry that makes the blood run cold. Relying on his honed reflexes, the boy makes a lightning-fast turn and meets the attack with a swing of his blade, turning the carriage into an arena for a duel to the death. Completely unperturbed and confident, the hero prepares for the next step, while the entire carriage froze in anticipation of the continuation of this crazy battle. With a lightning-fast and devastating swing of his blade, the swordsman cuts through space, leaving a bright flash and finally ending the lives of the monsters that dared to attack people. Surrounded by the bodies of fallen enemies, the boy freezes in the middle of the destroyed carriage, while the surviving passengers, with trepidation and horror, realize that the danger has passed. Shocked by the incredible power of their savior, the schoolgirls whisper among themselves, unable to believe their own luck and the fact that they managed to escape this hell alive. Looking at her mysterious protector with mixed feelings, the heroine begins to realize that this guy is her only chance to survive in a changed world. Looking at the face of the rescued girl, Wang Jie tries to find bits of memories in his memory because her features seem familiar, as if they had already met. Captain Sharon suddenly appears in the carriage, declares her duty to protect civilians, and orders them to follow her to a safer place. Their eyes widening in sudden realization, the frightened friends panicked and reported that there was one more person missing from their group who might be in a death trap. Suddenly darkened by an unpleasant premonition, the young man mentally curses the circumstances, realizing that his plans for a peaceful departure have just been shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, against the backdrop of majestic pyramids that have arisen in the middle of a modern city, a schoolgirl runs with all her might across the hot sand, desperately trying to save herself. Leaving behind a trail of footprints on the dusty road, the girl quickly runs away from something frightening, while the sounds of pursuit are literally on her heels. Barely catching her breath from the frantic pace of the chase, she clenches her jaws convulsively, while beads of cold sweat run down her face, and the awareness of the imminent danger can be read in her eyes. The next moment, a crushing, unknown force overtakes her and tramples her into the ground with incredible force, causing her body to go limp under the fatal blow. Splitting the surface and raising clouds of sand into the air, the massive stone slab slams shut, turning the place into a terrifying trap from which it is impossible to escape alive. Watching this horrific scene, the surviving girls burst into screams and clutch their heads in despair, mourning the instant and brutal death of their friend Zhao Ya. A colossal stone figure of the Sphinx with glowing red eyes suddenly appears above the roof of the bus, causing everyone inside to freeze in horror. Standing with his back to the bus aisle, a guy with a sword over his shoulder tensely clenches his fists, preparing for a seemingly hopeless fight. Descending towards the window, The eerie face of the ancient guardian with a furious grin and bottomless burning eye sockets hypnotizes its victims, leaving them no chance of salvation. With a deafening roar capable of rupturing eardrums, the Sphinx opens its mouth, demonstrating its intention to destroy the intruders. Panic and terror grip the students on the bus, who scream and cover their ears with their hands, realizing that this devastating sonic boom is only the beginning of their end. Calmly assessing the scale of the threat, the boy concludes that they are facing only a single guard and the simplest type of monster that can be dealt with. Falling into a real hysteria, one of the schoolgirls screams in horror that they are about to be crushed along with the unfortunate bus, turned into a pancake under the weight of the stone giant. Trying to take control of the situation, the swordsman gives the order not to panic, to immediately sit down in their seats and simply open their books, as if they were in a regular lesson. In response to this, the completely taken aback girl asks in bewilderment whether he is seriously forcing them to read at such a critical moment. As the argument inside reaches its peak, the roof of the bus rips open with a deafening screech, and a giant stone finger of the Sphinx plunges inside. Inside the half-empty bus, which seems like the last island of safety, passengers pretend to simply read books. Breaking through the roof of the vehicle with its giant claw, the terrifying creature with glowing scarlet eyes rips open the interior like a tin can, leaving no chance of escape. Right in front of people's faces appears a huge, furious eye of a monster, which studies its future victims with manic interest. Trapped under the giant's gaze, the heroes read their books with the utmost calm, completely ignoring the Sphinx. Observing this horrific scene from the roof of a neighboring building, bystanders bitterly reflect on the fact that any attempt to escape is doomed to failure. Immersed in a history textbook, the hero is momentarily distracted from reality, remembering his school years, until something inexplicable begins to happen around him. Instead of completely smashing the roof to pieces, the creature suddenly stops pressing and begins to slowly retract its claws, leaving behind twisted metal. The powerful Sphinx brazenly retreats from the scene of the attack, leaving behind only a leaky bus, shrouded in a cloud of settling dust, and the completely stunned people inside. Completely confused about what kind of strange open day just happened, the guys are stunned when the monster simply turned around and left. Slowly walking off into the sunset on its monstrous business, the Colossus ignores survivors and leaves witnesses wondering why the predator suddenly lost its appetite. Having closed the old history textbook, the swordsman is finally ready to return from his thoughts to the harsh reality and deal with the consequences of the uninvited guest's visit. Hidden behind the bus seats, the frightened passengers are still afraid to raise their heads until he allows them to stop pretending that reading books is now their main concern. Gradually recovering from the horror they experienced, the company begins to realize that the immediate threat has passed, although the surrounding atmosphere is still filled with tension. Beaming with delight and relief, the captain's wife does not hold back her emotions and showers them with compliments, sincerely admiring the fact that the monster actually decided to leave them alone. Trying to get answers from Wang Jie, the friend questions him about the monster's strange behavior, but receives assurances that another attack is not to be expected anytime soon. Trying to explain the logic of what is happening, the young man reminds his companions of the systemic survival notification that arose in their consciousness after entering the evolution zone. Reflecting on the strange phrase about understanding the character of God, the girls admit that due to the abundance of shocking details, they simply ignored this message. With a grin, the boy points out the obvious connection, declaring that their god is a statue of the Sphinx, and invites his friends to recall everything they know about the mythical creature. Having encountered a monster on their path, each person is forced to puzzle over its signature riddle about a creature that changes the number of legs throughout the day. Knowing the correct answer, Xiaoran explains that for failure in this impromptu quiz, the monster mercilessly eats any unfortunate person. Listening to the story of how the Sphinx self-destructed out of shame after the sage's correct guess, the friends come to the conclusion that true knowledge is the key to respect and security. While pondering the power of the intellect, the boy suddenly realizes something extremely important, interrupting his thoughts with a sharp exclamation. Looking at an old history book, he realizes that this knowledge belongs to everyone and could give people a chance to survive even in his absence. A sudden realization makes Wang Zhe's eyes widen as he finally puts all the pieces together and realizes who exactly is standing before him. Blushing timidly and stammering, the girl introduces herself as Zhu Yu Qing from Shangdu Second High School and sincerely thanks her savior for his timely help. Hiding his shock behind a slight smile, the hero realizes that before him stands one of the few evolved beings of the initial era, whose name will soon thunder throughout the world. Envisioning her future greatness, he sees a powerful storm empress, capable of controlling the weather and becoming a key leader in the coming apocalypse. Analyzing the situation, the guy realizes that her strength is due to obtaining the evolution crystal of the first batch and realizes that he has a chance to change his destiny. Noticing the change in Zhu Yuqing's appearance, the swordsman compliments her on her new uniform, noting that it looks much cooler than her old blue and white clothes. Trying to bring the conversation back to a serious note, Xiaoren interrupts the awkward moment and reminds them that they still need to deal with the Sphinx threat. Cutting off any hope of an easy way out, Wangzhe explains to his companion that the survival system will no longer help them once they decide to take the evolution crystal. Despite the onset of darkness and the lack of electricity on the roads, he insists on leaving the bus immediately, although the girls hope to wait there until morning. Warning of imminent danger due to the smell of blood and lack of resources, the guy shocks his friends with the announcement that they are already being hunted. Peering warily into the void, Wang Jie informs his companions about 5 suspicious individuals with binoculars who are clearly up to no good, watching them right now. With obvious concern and hope in her voice, the girl asks again if these people could simply watch from the sidelines without planning any real attack. Turning to her, the swordsman reminds her of the rules, where she must either obtain the crystal, eliminate the defender, or wait until the number of survivors is reduced to a minimum. Looking ahead, he explains that the deaths of players also bring the end closer, so if the guys don't have the courage to defend themselves or kill, then it's better to keep a low profile. Shocked by such a harsh truth of survival, the girls freeze in complete silence, realizing what a dangerous game they have truly gotten themselves into. Peering into the gathering darkness, the boy sternly warns that in the world of the zombie apocalypse, living people sometimes pose a far greater threat than the walking dead. Panicked and sobbing with fear, the 2 schoolgirls tightly clasp each other's hands and tearfully beg the hero not to abandon them, but to take them with him to a safe place. Slightly confused, the young man agrees to help them, although he notes ironically to himself that these girls behave so quietly and unnoticed that he almost forgot about them. From a bird's eye view, a terrifying picture opens up of a wasteland, strewn with the bodies of defeated monsters, among which a small group of survivors begins their perilous journey. Assessing the situation, the leader notes that the rising night wind and sand are now only to their advantage, as they will throw the zombies off the trail and allow them to slip away unnoticed. Heading deeper into the city, Xiaoren asks Wangzhe about their final destination, to which he confidently replies that they need to turn right toward a small supermarket. Carefully making their way through the danger zone, his companion suggests stopping at a nearby shopping center for supplies, but the guy puts an end to the idea, considering it too risky. Justifying his refusal, he explains that large stores are always full of both living people and zombies, which turns a trip there into a suicide mission. Maintaining an icy calm, the young man adds that the resources of the small store are quite sufficient for their group of 5 people, and the layout of the building there is more secure for defense. Showing a detailed diagram of the structure, he emphasizes the advantage of 2 separate exits for quick retreat and the presence of sturdy roller shutters instead of fragile display cases. Admiring the leader's tactical thinking, the girl notes his incredible coolness and ability to single-handedly deal with a couple of zombies at once. Gesturing vigorously, the companion excitedly interrupts her friend and tells her that at their first meeting, Wang Jie single-handedly scattered an entire crowd of 50 dead people. Stepping quietly across the sand-covered asphalt, the group continues its stealthy advance, trying not to make any unnecessary noise in this dead silence. Peering into the empty openings of abandoned buildings and sagging road signs, the boys reach the finish line of their cherished goal, surrounded by the gloomy scenery of a deserted city. Noticing the right store right ahead, the girl suggests picking up the pace, but the guy walking ahead suddenly slows down and orders everyone to freeze in place. Intensely analyzing the situation with the infected, he strictly orders his companions to stay behind and under no circumstances interfere in the upcoming mess. Slowly moving along the deserted street among silent buildings, the trio of heroes look around warily, expecting an attack from any dark corner. Listening intently to every rustle, the group's leader suddenly freezes when the sand crunches distinctly under his feet, betraying their presence to the hidden enemy. The viscous darkness of the gateway suddenly comes to life, revealing in a narrow opening the predatory grin of a monster that has been lurking in the shadows, awaiting its portion of fresh meat. A huge mutated creature with powerful claws and a hole in its face bursts into the light, ready to tear the intruders apart in an instant. The boy narrowed his eyes sharply and scanned every centimeter of space with his piercing gaze, trying to spot the lurking threat. Standing unwaveringly before the massive hull of the abandoned SUV, the swordsman conveys a cold readiness for the inevitable fight. Loudly and defiantly throwing down a scathing challenge to his opponent, he demands that they immediately stop their rat-like hide-and-seek and finally come out into the light for a decisive and fair fight, face to face. Suddenly, the hot ground beneath the heavy jeep begins to shake wildly, and the multi-ton colossus literally rears up under the wild pressure of something monstrous. Finally frozen in silent and chilling horror at this insane spectacle, the defenseless girls watch in shock as the unequal fight unfolds. With a wild roar, a colossal gray-skinned humanoid bursts out of the ground, throwing the heavy SUV high above itself with frightening ease. Instantly raising her pistol, the panic-stricken girl desperately screams at Wang Zhou to immediately flee from this inevitable death. With icy calm, the swordsman orders his companion to save her precious bullets, as against such a monster, an ordinary firearm is absolutely useless. With a deafening screech, the enormous jeep flies straight at the hero, while the terrifying creature above only adds acceleration to this deadly projectile. The guy suddenly goes into a low roll and miraculously avoids a collision with a car that passes just centimeters above his head, sending sparks flying from the asphalt. Looking around tensely among the wrecked cars, he warns that the noise of the fight could bring a horde of zombies running, so now is the time to keep your ears open. With a deafening roar and a wide-open mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, the terrifying gray mutant makes the air vibrate with rage. Staring intently at the enemy, the hero tries to figure out whether the monster has reached the rank of mutation, but realizes that it has not yet fully evolved. With a powerful leap, the huge creature lunges forward, raising its clawed paw to strike as the swordsman stands frozen before it. The monster crashes into a car standing in its path with inhuman force, sending up showers of sparks and literally driving metal into the ground, demonstrating its destructive power. Screaming their friend's name in panic, the frightened girls watch in horror as the nightmare unfolds, unable to do anything to help in this deadly battle. Braking sharply and striking sparks with the sole of his shoe on the asphalt, the guy tries to maintain his balance after a swift maneuver to avoid getting hit. Jumping onto the roof of a dented car and defiantly beckoning the monster with his finger, the hero, with a cold-blooded look, orders the creature to come closer, taking the full brunt of the blow. Grinning furiously and tensing every muscle of his massive mutated body, the gray giant prepares to make another crushing lunge towards his target. Taking advantage of the moment while the monster is crushing the hood of another car, the swordsman soars into a high jump right above the enemy's head. Emitting a terrible wheeze from its wide-open mouth, the monster displays rows of sharp fangs and a pulsating tongue, clearly not intending to give the guy a second to breathe. Landing in a fighting stance after his jump, Wang Jie notes that his opponent has missed again, while dust swirls around him from his sudden movements. Watching the duel with bated breath, the captain's wife understands that one precise blow from this monster, capable of smashing a car to pieces, will be her friend's last. Deftly dodging endless attacks amidst the city ruins, the guy waits for the right moment to counterattack, although the enemy's power makes even a pro like him sweat. Finding himself once again on the roof of a dented sedan in front of the lurking giant, he freezes in a tense confrontation. Staring into the thick of the battle with her eyes wide with horror, the girl panicked and realized that there was no room left around Wang Jie to maneuver or land safely. Taking advantage of the target's hopeless situation, the giant mutant descends from above with its entire colossal mass, completely blocking the hero's escape route. The huge gray creature rushes forward with a mad roar, while the boy calmly waits for the perfect moment to strike, showing no fear. Instantly assessing the situation, the swordsman focuses his attention on the enemy, and the next second, a blinding flash from the swift swing of the blade cuts through the air. With one sharp and precise movement, he rushes past the monster, leaving it standing in shock with a severed limb that falls heavily to the ground. Watching his speed from the sidelines, the shocked girl tries to understand why this cool fighter didn't finish everything sooner, since he is capable of crippling such monsters in an instant. Instead of finishing off the enemy, the guy freezes in place and begins to thoughtfully examine the weapon, which causes a real stupor in his companion. Letting out a deafening, eardrum-splitting scream, the terrifying creature lashes out with its huge, sharp claws in rage, finally losing its mind. At breakneck speed, this massive mutant lunges forward, literally cutting through the air with its powerful body and creating a whirlwind effect around itself that sweeps away all living things. Instantly calculating the trajectory of the dangerous approach, the swordsman smoothly draws his trusty blade, waiting for that single split second for the perfect counterattack. Like a brilliant flash of lightning, he makes an incredible lunge and flies through the gap in the enemy's defense, delivering a devastating and surgically precise blow. The disoriented beast freezes in place with a silent question in its ugly mouth until the bitter realization of defeat slowly begins to reach its primitive consciousness. The very next moment, the head of the terrifying mutant shatters into pieces from a filigree blow, painting everything in crimson tones and ending his miserable existence. The huge carcass of the gray monster collapses limply onto the dry ground, raising columns of dust while the swordsman stands motionless over the fallen enemy. Frozen in complete shock at what they saw, the girls couldn't believe their eyes because the most dangerous creature was eliminated so quickly. Suddenly, the boy feels strange vibrations and sees how mysterious, glowing threads of energy begin to flow directly from the remains of the monster into his own body. Having fully regained his strength and feeling an unprecedented surge of power, he realizes that this is how the evolution crystal works, turning victory into an upgrade of his abilities. Looking at his palm, the guy figures that with such a crazy speed of leveling up, he will be able to raise his rank from D to C in just a year while the girls are rushing to him. As he approaches, his companions admit with relief how much they were afraid for him and ask in bewilderment why he didn't finish off the monster from the very beginning. Smiling slightly, the young man explains that in this matter everything is far from clear-cut, so they should take a look with their own eyes at what remains of the defeated enemy. Seeing the horrific sight behind him, the girls freeze in complete shock, and those who are weaker in spirit cannot bear the nauseating sight of the torn corpse at all. Quietly asking her friend if she wasn't afraid to look, the girl hears in response that there's simply no point in being afraid, since it's much more important to study the enemy as quickly as possible. Looking into the face of his companion, the guy notes to himself that even the experienced Sharon has difficulty getting used to this, while Zuo Yu Qing holds on surprisingly steadfastly. Gently taking the stunned girl by the hand, he encourages her to cast aside her fear and promises that he will be there so that together they can sort out the madness that is happening. Crouching down next to the remains of the mutant, the hero calls them closer to draw attention to the strange details in the structure of the defeated creature. Pointing to the horrific growths protruding through the monster's flesh, he makes one wonder what this strange layer is, while the girl assumes that they are looking at ordinary bones. Clarifying his suspicions, the boy explains that it is an external bone structure, and the discovery shocks them, as such a radical mutation of the body occurred in just one day. Demonstrating the strength of the mutant's bone armor, the hero explains that it has not simply changed, but has become incredibly hard, virtually impenetrable to conventional attacks. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the girl notices with alarm that the density of the fabric is more reminiscent of metal than a living creature. Confirming her fears, the boy adds that the bullets were useless, and his sword could have shattered into pieces if he had tried to strike at full force at the protected areas. Recalling the details of a recent fight, he shares an important discovery: that strikes to the joints are still effective and can cause real damage to the monster. An agitated Jaran declares the need to urgently report these mutations to headquarters, to which she receives reasonable advice to first get out of this place alive. Standing over the fallen mutant, the boys realize that the calm will not last long, because his death will inevitably attract hordes of hungry zombies, which means they need to move. At this time, the entrance to the supermarket is full of living dead people, whose eerie appearance does not bode well for anyone who dares to disturb their gloomy vigil. The small flame of a single candle becomes the center of their tiny world, a reminder of how tenuous the line is between cozy light and the all-consuming darkness of the post-apocalypse. Looking over the supplies, the guy explains that they have 50 candles, each burning for an hour, so the minimum amount of time is allocated for dinner, so as not to waste a valuable resource. The serious-minded girl reminds us that we should eat everything perishable first and leave the canned goods and biscuits for emergencies. Confidently proclaiming her skills, Sharan notices the presence of a gas cylinder in a neighboring house, suggesting that her comrade take a break and entrust all the cooking to the female part of the team. Supporting her friend, her companion succinctly confirms that he really should take a breather while the two of them take care of the kitchen chores. Agreeing with the girl's arguments, the guy silently accepts their care, while the candle flame continues to flicker lonely in the background in the semi-darkness. After some time, the girls joyfully announce that dinner is ready, inviting everyone to the table, which is laden with dishes prepared in the best traditions of the zombie apocalypse. Pleasantly surprised by such abundance, the hero appreciates the efforts of his friends and admits that the food looks simply amazing, especially considering their current situation. Having barely tried the first bite, The guy freezes in shock as this incredible taste literally pierces him to the depths of his soul, making him forget about everything in the world. Noticing his strange reaction, the girl asks him if he didn't like the food, to which he quickly replies that the dish was simply top-notch and they hit the mark with the seasonings. Looking at the bright packaging, the young man realizes that the secret of the culinary masterpiece was hidden in this famous spice, which became a real salvation for their dinner. With a serious expression, he declares that in the near future, such rare black market goods will be more valuable than gold. Continuing to devour the food with gusto, the guy enthusiastically admits that he hasn't tasted anything so delicious for 10 years, enjoying the moment of peace. With genuine bewilderment in his voice, Xiaoran turns to Wang Jie, wondering why he relies only on vegetables instead of fortifying himself with meat. Without looking up from his plate, the guy cheerfully brushes off her concern and assures her that he simply adores greens, urging the others not to be shy and to eat the meat portions themselves. Lost in thought, the hero realizes that in the conditions of the apocalypse, getting hold of fresh vegetables or vitamins is a nearly impossible task, since everyone is fixated only on water and livestock. Watching the modest dinner, his companion realizes the scale of his nobility because he protected them and now pretends to be a lover of vegetables, just so that they get more meat. Deeply moved by his self-sacrifice, the girl can barely hold back her tears and enthusiastically exclaims what a kind person he turned out to be. Seeing Xiaoran's sudden hysteria, her friend is perplexed and tries to understand whether an ordinary lunch turned out to be delicious and caused her to burst into tears right during the meal. A single, dying candle illuminates the empty plates on the table, hinting that the modest meal has come to an end and it is time to prepare for a cold night in this gloomy place. Deciding to save his last resources, the guy puts out the fire and begins handing out the few blankets to the girls, flatly refusing to take anything for himself. Heading to the farthest and most uncomfortable corner of the room, Wang Jie invites the girls to lie down more closely to keep warm while he watches over them from the side. Having firmly blocked the way, the friends declare that it is not necessary to leave alone because they have accumulated too many questions that require immediate answers. Looking at the savior with undisguised curiosity, the girls ask him to reveal the truth about the nature of zombies and tell them where he got his incredible physical strength from. Slightly taken aback by the direct question, the guy stops in the middle of the room and realizes that there is no point in hiding the information anymore, since they are so serious. Looking at each other in shock, the friends ask in unison about evolution, as the word sounds too frightening and scientific for their current waking nightmare. Having settled comfortably on the floor with the others, the hero explains that it was evolutionary processes that made him and those huge monsters stronger than humans. With a look of intense concentration, Wang Jie begins to explain that zombie mutation follows different paths and is strictly divided into 5 main stages of development. Taking the girls through the details of the classification, he describes the top 3 monsters, from the common wanderers to the more dangerous mutants and the truly frightening terror rank creatures. Continuing to escalate the situation, he mentions the higher stages of evolution, the rank of disaster and the rank of catastrophe, warning that among them there are also unique individuals. Reassuring his friends at least with the fact that most of the infected are just wanderers, the hero says that this is a basic type of zombie that has remained at the initial level. Explaining the details of the mutation, he clarifies that over time, the monsters grow larger and acquire animal claws and fangs, becoming much faster and stronger than ordinary people. Recalling a recent skirmish, he adds that the zombie was a rare type of the rogue rank, whose presence causes ordinary creatures of the same level to flee in terror. Listening to him, the girls wonder if mere mortals have a chance of survival, to which the guy replies that the situation is difficult, but he has one good news in store. Painting the horizon in alarming blood-red tones, the setting sun seems to warn the heroes that the most dangerous part of their journey is just beginning. Making their way through the rubble, the small group tries to move as quietly as possible to avoid attracting the attention of those hiding in the shadows of the ruined city. Clutching homemade weapons in their hands, the girls look extremely focused and ready to fight off any threat that comes their way at any moment. Looking at their companion with hope, the frightened girlfriends ask him to quickly explain what the good news is that he just mentioned. In a completely serious tone, the guy declares that it is not only zombies that are subject to mutations, because people in this new world will also begin to evolve over time. Sitting opposite, the hero adds that mysterious crystals began to influence their bodies, helping them withstand loads that an ordinary person could not bear. Explaining the plan for the future, the guy firmly states that in order to survive, They need to use the power of crystals and begin training in real combat against zombies tomorrow. Frozen in complete stupor from what they heard, the girls look at him with wide eyes, unable to immediately comprehend the scale of the impending danger. Falling into a real panic and shedding tears, the schoolgirls flatly refuse to participate in the crazy undertaking, considering encounters with monsters too risky for themselves. Agreeing to the persuasion and allowing them to stay in a safe place, the guy notes to himself that he had not originally planned to take them with him on such a dangerous expedition. Watching from the shadows, a terrifying creature with glowing red eyes and a muscular body lurked behind a road sign, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. Towering over the rubble of a city amidst the sand dunes, the ferocious mutant displays incredible physical prowess, preparing to pose a serious challenge to any survivor. Having discovered another threat nearby, the guy orders his companions to stay behind, deciding to personally deal with this enemy, which is too huge for beginners. With a lightning-fast and precise blow from top to bottom, the hero cleaves the mutant's head, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Maintaining an icy calm after the brief skirmish, he slowly withdraws his massive, bloody blade from his enemy's fallen body. Absorbing energy from a defeated enemy, the hero notes with satisfaction that although this time the strength increased less than last time, the result is still worthy. Suddenly alert and with a piercing gaze directed somewhere to the side, the guy notices new movement among the ruins of the destroyed city. Noticing the slow and clearly weak wanderers nearby, he realizes that they are the ideal candidates to finally begin training his companions in the basics of survival and combat. Pointing to two weak opponents ahead, he instructs the girls to deal with them themselves, to which Sharan responds with a resolute agreement. Noticing the obvious hesitation and fear in his companion's posture, Wangja wonders if she is too frightened by the prospect of her first real battle. Reflecting on his guardianship, he realizes that, although fear is natural for an ordinary schoolgirl, he must force her to fight, because in the future, she is destined to become one of the leaders. Encouraging the girl, the swordsman explains that at dawn, due to the change in time of day, zombies become weaker and adapt more slowly, and also promises to come to the rescue. Gaining determination from his words, she finally pulls herself together and firmly promises to put in all her efforts in the upcoming battle. Realizing that her mentor will become a great leader in this apocalypse, she understands that she has no right to run away. Otherwise, she will lose the right to even just be near him. Loudly announcing the start of the attack, two ferocious zombies with glowing red eyes rush forward towards their targets, preparing to tear them to pieces. Providing a fierce resistance to the advancing monster, Sharan struggles to hold back its onslaught with his blade. At the decisive moment of the fight, the heroine makes a powerful lunge, using all her strength to push away and kill the enemy who has grabbed her. Having knocked her opponent to the ground and pinned him with her weight, the silver-haired girl raises her blade for the finishing blow, while the zombie below still tries to resist. Gathering all her willpower, Police Captain Xia Ran delivers a crushing blow from top to bottom, driving the blade deep into the mutant's head. Breathing heavily and closing her eyes from the stress she has experienced, the girl freezes over her defeated enemy, trying to comprehend her first victory in this new, cruel world. Radiating a terrifying aura and waving its bony arms, the monster with glowing eyes rushes headlong towards the girl, who tightly clutches her only weapon. Barely realizing the danger, she raises her spear as the zombie's sharp claws are inches from her face, creating a moment of deadly tension. Abruptly closing the distance, the enraged monster makes a powerful lunge forward, causing the air to vibrate with the speed of a furious attack aimed at a fragile target. With maximum concentration and casting aside unnecessary thoughts, the warrior casts a furious look from under her brows, preparing to deliver a single, precise blow. Piercing the monster's head with the sharp tip, the brave girl puts an end to the fight, while blood splashes in all directions to the sounds of the enemy's destruction. Clutching the bloody shaft tightly, the enraged heroine makes a powerful lunge forward, putting all her pent-up anger and despair into this decisive, deadly blow. Instantly piercing the monster's skull, the sharp spear puts a bloody end to the frantic battle, while the dark silhouette of the monster freezes forever in a terrible death contour. Breathing heavily among the city ruins, the shocked girl can barely stand upright as the realization of her first murder slowly washes over her in the ensuing silence. Looking down and feeling nausea rising in her throat, the young warrior tries to control the trembling in her hands as bitter tears and beads of sweat mix on her pale face. The swordsman suddenly appeared behind her and spoke words of support, causing the heroine, frozen in horror, to shudder and feel that she was no longer alone in this nightmare. Overcome with deep melancholy, The young warrior reflects aloud on the gravity of murder, since just yesterday these horrific zombies were ordinary people, just like herself. Gently placing his hand on the girl's head as a sign of approval, the companion praises her for her courage, trying to at least slightly ease her mental anguish. Maintaining a cool, level-headed demeanor, the seasoned swordsman offers harsh but vital advice to avoid showing excessive pity to her enemies if she wants to survive this hell. Spreading its golden light across the endless sand dunes, the long-awaited morning sun marks the beginning of a new day, bringing temporary peace to a shattered world. Preparing to continue their perilous journey, a group of survivors gathers their strength under the first rays of dawn to face the unknown and new challenges. Looking out over the horizon at dawn, Sharan suggests the group find a higher ground to better scout the situation and understand the scale of the threat around them. Confidently pointing his finger into the distance, the guy approves of this idea and chooses a suitable high-rise building, while his companions carefully watches every gesture. Towering over the desolate wasteland, a dilapidated gray building with gaping empty windows becomes their next target in this endless quest for survival. Standing inside the concrete frame, the girl wonders why this particular construction site was chosen and not the neighboring office building. Coolly explaining the survival strategy, the swordsman notes that hundreds of zombies would be waiting for them in the offices until his companion realizes she is unprepared for the harsh mindset of the apocalypse. Peering intently through the binoculars at the leader's direction, Jaran tries to discern something in the indicated direction as the scarlet sun continues to illuminate their anxious morning. Looking around the area through binoculars, the captain notices a familiar burnt skeleton among the sands, which turns out to be the very same bus they had ridden on earlier. The worried girl confirms the terrible guess, informing the others that their previous vehicle was deliberately burned and completely destroyed. Assessing the situation, the guy comes to the gloomy conclusion that someone malicious was looking for them, and, unable to find them, in a rage dealt with the bus, revealing his cruel nature. The companion notes with relief that they left the bus in time, following the leader's advice, but she is still tormented by the question of the identity of those who destroyed it. Pointing to the bustling activity among the city ruins and sand, the leader urges the girls to look carefully in the direction where some activity is unfolding. Watching what is happening with concentration, the guy concludes that the discovered group of people is trying to take possession of the valuable crystal by force. A blinding golden light flares above the top of an ancient pyramid, cutting through the morning sky and bathing everything around in an eerie glow. Stunned, the other survivors below freeze as they gaze at the mysterious glow that seems to emanate from that very crystal. Observing this phenomenon from the heights of the construction site, Wang Jie states with a serious expression that something important is about to happen, while Xiaoran continues to monitor the target through binoculars. Suddenly realizing the uniqueness of the situation, the boy freezes in shock as the evolution crystal symbol, which had never appeared before, now shines right in front of him. Charging into the thick of things at breakneck speed on his powerful bike, the crazy blonde screams at the top of his lungs the order to attack, clearly not intending to spare anyone. Amidst the ruins, an ancient statue of the Sphinx rises silently and majestically, seeming like mere decoration as a gang of marauders rushes past at full speed. Laughing at his own impudence, the gang leader bullies his subordinates and boasts that the gods are on their side, since the stone monster allowed them to pass unhindered. The motorcycles braked sharply with a deafening screech of metal, raising huge clouds of dust and smoke, filling the space around the ancient buildings with chaos and the noise of engines. Completely convinced of his invincibility, the madman already imagines how he will take over the entire world and become the sole ruler as soon as he gets his hands on the magic crystal. Disturbed by what she saw, the girl screams in horror that the crystal is about to fall into the hands of these vile villains, and something must be done urgently. An enraged fighter throws a bundle of dynamite sticks at the enemy with all his might, shouting a defiant challenge and hoping to finish off the monster with one powerful explosion. The massive stone head shudders from the direct hit as a terrifying explosion blooms in a blinding flash right on the cheekbone of this ancient giant. A huge chunk of the jaw shatters under the onslaught of fire, leaving only a smoking black wound in place of the stone face and revealing the sharp fangs of the monster. Letting out a deafening roar of unbearable pain, the giant creature opens its mouth wide as the remnants of magical energy and soot slowly slide down its body. Enveloped in a furious sandstorm, this animated sphinx begins to spin rapidly, creating an impenetrable storm of dust and ancient magic around itself. Noticing the real damage from the explosives, the guy in the cap excitedly urges his partner to throw even more detonators to finish off this stone creature. Through the clouds of soot, a deep, smoking crack is clearly visible on the fallen giant's face, while another charge of dynamite is already stuck to his neck, awaiting the command. A powerful flash of fire shatters the silence with a roar as the second explosion lands right on target, causing the entire area to shake from the destructive energy of the impact. Desperately pushing the gas on his motorcycle, the fighter rushes forward at full speed and loudly calls for his brother, trying to get away from the kill zone. An unexpected turn of events leaves them in a real shock as another monster suddenly rises from the sand, and now they will have to fight two monsters at once. Next to the motionless statue of the Sphinx, an identical stone mass slowly rises from the ground, causing the air to vibrate with ancient power. The realization of the terrible truth instantly changes the expression on the guy's face, who realizes in horror that all this time they were only fighting with a false bait. A deafening and mocking laughter erupts from the mouth of a true monster with blazing eyes as he towers over the tiny figures of his enemies. Raising his heavy rifle and gritting his teeth in furious despair, the soldier gives the order to open fire, realizing that there is no longer any escape route. A hail of bullets ricochets off the impenetrable scales of the stone beast with a metallic ringing, but these desperate attacks only further anger the awakened evil. With eyes wide open in terror, Jaren screams as he realizes that the strangers have a firearm that could completely change the course of the battle. Taking a deep breath, the strong fighter throws a hefty bundle of dynamite at the monster again, hoping that the second attempt will prove fatal. A deafening roar tears through space as a powerful explosion lands precisely on the Sphinx's stone jaw, reducing its ancient armor to dust and crumbs. Letting out a furious, deafening cry, the giant stone monster opens its mouth wide, while the remains of the recent explosion still burn on its head. Noticing that the explosives were causing real damage, the guy excitedly ordered his partner to throw in more detonators to finish off the enemy. Right on the neck of the monster, whose jaw is already pretty broken and smoking, a new portion of dynamite is attached dangerously close, ready to go off at any moment. A powerful flash of fire ripped through the air with a roar as another charge detonated directly on the giant's cheekbone, engulfing his head in destructive flames. Grinning brightly with triumph, the fighter shouts out the news of the success of their risky plan as the smoke from the latest explosion finally begins to clear. Enveloped in a furious sandstorm, the reanimated Sphinx begins to spin rapidly around its axis, creating an impenetrable and terrifying storm of dust and ancient magic. Abruptly stopping its rotation, the enormous stone giant freezes in a majestic pose, while the remnants of sand still lazily fall from its massive shoulders and sharp wings. The terrifying grin of a true monster with blazing eyes and razor-sharp teeth sends chills down your spine as the monster appears completely unharmed after all the attacks. The stunned fighter in the cap freezes in shock, realizing that their opponent possesses an immortal body against which conventional weapons are powerless. Panicked, the other man shouts in rage about the impossibility of victory and calls for immediate escape, throwing all forces into retreat. In terror, the adventurers rush away across the endless sands, screaming that they no longer need the crystal, if only to save their lives. A huge shadow of a monster with glowing eyes looms over the fugitives, while one of them makes a desperate leap to reach the motorcycle, accompanied by his own scream. Looking in horror at the unkillable monster, the guy falls into a stupor and frantically tries to figure out if there is even the slightest chance of killing this monster. Clutching the weapon in his hands and feeling his insides contract with fear, Xiaoran turns to his partner in desperation, not understanding what plan of action will help them survive this hell. Finding herself completely at a loss in the face of an unknown danger, the heroine freezes in a silent question, while hundreds of thoughts spin in her head about what they should do next. Cutting through the hot air and leaving behind only thick clouds of dust, someone rushes swiftly across the deserted area, creating a sense of an approaching denouement. Flying at breakneck speed on a powerful bike, the rider drifts spectacularly across the sand, clearly intending to intervene in the action and show what a true pro is capable of. Rushing into the thick of things, Wangjia rushes past the ruins with a stern gaze, while the others watch in shock at this crazy maneuver. Looking sideways with the clear intention of kicking someone's ass, the hero's whole demeanor shows that the jokes are over and the real heat is about to begin. Watching the approaching biker through binoculars, one of the guys calls him a suicide, but immediately recognizes him as the legendary bus savior. Maintaining an icy calm even in the midst of chaos, the swordsman confidently drives his motorcycle forward, never doubting for a second the path he has chosen or his strength. Rising above the endless sands against the sunset sky, An ancient stone pyramid holds its dark secrets, awaiting those who dare to challenge it. Twisting the throttle and casting a piercing glance towards the enemy, the swordsman braces himself for the decisive dash, while adrenaline makes his heart beat at a crazy pace. Baring its teeth and flashing its eyes, the giant stone monster exudes primal rage, ready at any moment to crush the intruder who dared to disturb the peace. Maneuvering among the sand dunes against the backdrop of a ruined city, the boy looks like a tiny dot against the massive cliffs, but his confident movements speak of a clear plan. By provocatively daring the monster with his finger, the hero demonstrates an extreme level of audacity that will either save them all or be his last joke in life. Narrowing his red glowing eyes in unheard-of insolence, the desert guard focuses his attention on the little man who is clearly asking for unpleasant consequences. A huge winged sphinx lands with a furious roar, causing the earth to shake and leaving no doubt that this will be a fight to the death. Watching the stranger's crazy act from the sidelines, the guy falls into a real hysteria, considering him a complete idiot who is voluntarily going to certain death. Despite the general chaos and panic, Xiaoran maintains unwavering faith in Wang Zhou, confident that since he has decided to take this step, everything will definitely end well. The Sphinx's huge clawed paw comes down with crushing force, trying to turn the insolent biker into a wet spot, accompanied by a menacing roar. Instantly reacting to the mortal threat, the guy snatches a massive blade from behind his back, which flashes brightly in his hands and prepares to take the brunt of the blow. With a deafening screech, metal crashes into stone, sending up sparks and a cloud of dust as the hero struggles to hold back the monster's onslaught in this epic clash. At breakneck speed, the bike soars into the air, flying over a huge chasm, while the swordsman tightly grips the handlebars and prepares for a hard landing. With a deafening roar, the wheels press into the dry ground, raising a whole cloud of dust and forcing the vehicle to work at the limit of its capabilities. After flying under the massive stone paws of the giant statue, Wang Jie rushes forward on his motorcycle, not even thinking about slowing down in this dangerous place. On top of a high, dilapidated wall, observers stood frozen in shock, unable to believe their eyes that anyone could survive such a jump. A furious scream erupts from within the stone monster, accompanied by a blinding golden glow as the ancient creature finally awakens. Suddenly, the space around is filled with powerful bursts of energy that swirl into vortices and foreshadow the appearance of something truly eerie. A whole flock of enraged predators with blazing red eyes materializes right out of the golden dust, ready to tear apart anyone who disturbs their peace. With a wild growl, a pack of stone beasts rushes on the trail, flashing a scarlet, furious gaze and leaving the fugitive no chance for a break in this mad chase. Turning around for a moment, the guy notices a giant winged monster behind him, towering over his minions and preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The girl watches in complete shock as this creature possesses the incredible speed of a locomotive and is capable of summoning endless hordes of servants. On the roof of a skyscraper, a group of people are engaged in a tense discussion, realizing that it is simply impossible to stand alone against so many clones and unique skills. Cutting through the sand dunes, a lone biker presses the gas with all his might, while behind him a ring of pursuing monsters closes in, eager to catch their prey as quickly as possible. Slamming on the brakes, the hero forces the motorcycle to literally dig into the sand, raising a thick curtain of dust around itself and stopping the mad race. With a sly grin, one of the observers is already celebrating the monster's victory, but a sudden cry from his partner with the binoculars makes him instantly stop. The girls watch the frozen bike in complete bewilderment, trying to understand why their experienced comrade decided to stop running at the most critical moment. At high speed, the bike leaves behind only long shadows and clouds of dust, while a pack of stone monsters tries to keep up in this crazy desert race. Sharply turning his steel horse, the guy with a stern look prepared for a frontal attack, because running away was no longer in his rules. A motorcycle speeds past the enraged beasts, making a dizzying leap against the backdrop of city ruins in the setting sun. In an instant, Wang Zhe's sharp sword cuts through the air, causing the stone heads of the monsters to fly apart in all directions amidst the deafening roar of battle. With complete shock on their faces, the onlookers wonder who this madman really is, who managed to single-handedly deal with the entire pack of monsters. The girls, amazed by the madness unfolding, discuss in shock their friend who managed to activate his superpower right during a wild bike race. Flashing blindingly amidst the ancient ruins, the top of the pyramid illuminated everything around with an unrealistically powerful golden glow that made the eyes hurt. Roaring furiously from the ancient power awakened within, the stone sphinx with burning eyes came to life, and began to crush everything in its path, releasing clots of pure energy. Visibly tense from the sudden flash of lightning right in front of his face, the guy tries to figure out what the hell is going on in this place. Towering ominously over someone's dark silhouette, the monster's huge yellow eyes from the shadows watch the hero closely as he tries to figure out who it is. Looking closely at what is happening, the swordsman clearly senses the approach of something truly dangerous and prepares for a decisive dash. Rushing forward with ferocious speed and glowing red eyes, this terrifying creature of sand and stone relentlessly pursues its target, giving no time to rest. Rapidly closing the distance at incredible speed, the giant monster flies across the desert, leaving behind only thick clouds of dust and the anticipation of an imminent battle. Clutching their heads in fear at the realization of an imminent catastrophe, the girls scream that the monster's speed has increased and their friend Wang Jie will definitely be in trouble now. Desperately maneuvering his bike through the endless sands, a young man tries to pick up an important object from the ground while the shadow of a monster looms right behind him. The young man, clutching the bundle of dynamite with a stern gaze, was clearly planning something truly crazy to stop the monster's pursuit. Puzzled, onlookers watch the hero's actions from the roof of the building, wondering why he grabbed the detonator, because this guy always acts contrary to any logic. Grinning slyly with its stone face, the sand monster doesn't even suspect that right now, under its nose, the fuse of a powerful explosive is burning down, ready to blow everything to smithereens. With a precise and calculated movement of his hand, the daredevil launched a bundle of explosives towards the ancient pyramid, hoping to solve the problem with the monster catching up with him in one fell swoop. The stone monster froze for a moment, its single scarlet eye gleaming ominously, as if it sensed something was wrong, a split second before everything around it turned into hell. With a deafening boom that spread across the entire area, a powerful explosion scattered sand and rocks, filling the horizon with bright flames and finally putting an end to this crazy chase across the desert. Blocked by piles of sand and rubble, the station entrance opens into the depths of an abandoned metro station, which has become the hero's last chance for salvation in this scorched desert. Wide-eyed in surprise, both teams shout out in unison as they realize that the entrance to the underground, which can shelter them from the monster's fury, has finally appeared before them. Taking a sharp turn and lifting the bike onto its rear wheel, the fearless rider goes into a spectacular skid, leaving his pursuer to swallow dust and sand in impotent rage. With a final cheeky remark, the motorcycle rider flies past the stunned Sphinx with obvious superiority, while it helplessly gapes its toothy mouth. Flying at breakneck speed into a dilapidated tunnel, the bike disappears in a cloud of sand under the cover of the station's concrete vaults, leaving the chase far behind. Breathing a sigh of relief that their friend is finally safe, the girls at the post begin to discuss the strange circumstances of their first meeting with Wang Jie. Looking seriously at her friend, Yuqing explains that due to the guy's hasty departure, it is best for them to just stay put and not get into any more trouble. Looking into the distance tensely, Sharon says that although they are glad that Wang Jie was saved, they need to urgently think about their next step, as danger still hangs over them. Pointing gloomily at the city's high-rises, she explains to her stunned friend that their location has been exposed, as someone has clearly been watching them through a telescope from the direction of those buildings. Biting his lip anxiously, the captain warns that the armed and ruthless group was most likely involved in the bus fire, so there is no point in expecting mercy from them. Reflecting on the motives of their pursuers, they decide that they were impressed by Wang Jie's abilities and now want to recruit him to help them obtain the evolution crystal. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the girl assumes that if she refuses, these people may resort to extreme measures and use her as hostage for blackmail. Realizing that they can no longer remain in place, the friends unanimously decide that they need to leave their current shelter as quickly as possible to avoid falling into enemy hands. Having made their decision, the girls plan to return to the supermarket as quickly as possible at maximum speed, considering this the safest option in this situation. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy runs quickly across the deserted area, clearly in a hurry to deliver the necessary news to someone more important. At full speed, he is forced to brake sharply, causing his heavy soles to strike bright sparks from the hot, rocky ground with a characteristic screeching sound. Trying to recover from a grueling cross-country run, he triumphantly reports that he has finally managed to track down the survivors of the bus incident. Clearly disbelieving what he's heard, the stern man with the scar on his face asks his henchman to repeat the story, while warming up his fist for the upcoming brawl. Confirming his words with complete confidence, the guy with binoculars around his neck, who had previously been watching the girls, declares that these are definitely the same targets, even if there are now two less of them. Calculating a risky multi-move strategy, the Grim leader decides to flip a coin to determine the fate of the group and avoid being crushed in pursuit of the crystal. Shouting a battle cry and calling his accomplices to immediate action, he gives the order to seize the two girls while they are still in sight. Looming ominously over the world, the old power pole stood frozen against the blazing sunset sky, heralding the imminent beginning of a dangerous night hunt. Defending themselves with all their might, the frightened girls clutch homemade weapons in their hands as a coin of fate, tossed into the air by someone, flies right above them. Frantically thinking about how to escape the pursuit, Xiaoran tells her friend to turn onto a narrow path, although she is deathly afraid of the hungry zombies swarming there. Remembering Wang Zhe's stern warning that in the coming apocalypse, living people are far more dangerous than the dead, the heroines suddenly freeze in place in the middle of a deserted road. Trapped between the silent walls of a narrow sand-filled alley, two lonely figures gaze fearfully out at the city's distant vista. The wide-open doors of an abandoned building beckon with their impenetrable darkness, promising temporary shelter or becoming the entrance to yet another deadly trap. Staring intently into the darkness and clutching her simple weapon tightly, the girl tries not to give in to panic as an ominous aura thickens around her. Hearing a sharp and frightening sound coming from the dark depths of the abandoned building, Xiaoran turns around in fear, expecting to see the worst there. Enraged that his prey had slipped away right from under his nose, the large biker screamed into the void at the top of his lungs, not understanding where the girls could have gone. Hiding around the corner of the building, the friends watched the helpless anger of their pursuers, who on their motorcycles turned out to be slower than the pedestrians. Holding her breath and peering intently into the narrow gap of the shelter, the captain tries not to move until the danger in the form of armed bandits has passed them completely. Sitting on his powerful bike, the leader orders his men to comb the entire area, reasonably believing that without transport, the girls could not have gone too far. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaoran explains to her frightened friend that they can't just sit still while the enemies begin an active search. Peering into the intricacies of the city streets, she suggests hiding in an alley, which seems like the perfect place to wait out the danger and remain unnoticed. Putting a finger to her lips in a gesture calling for absolute silence, the girl cautiously freezes in her hiding place, trying not to betray their presence with a single rustle. Trying not to make any unnecessary noise, the girls quickly cross the sand-covered road, where every step could give away their location to their pursuers on bikes. Looking around among the silent buildings and sand dunes, two small figures seem completely defenseless in this vast and empty, post-apocalyptic world. Crouched by the massive locked doors, Xiaoran listens tensely to the sounds outside as beads of cold sweat run down her face, pale with fear. Leaning against the heavy door with their entire bodies, the girlfriends desperately try to slip inside the building before the bandits notice their movement in the open space. The stern bandit leader reacts with obvious distrust and growing suspicion to some unexpected detail he noticed in an empty alley. While the captain's wife is tensely pondering her next step, her companion shakes her head in utter panic, desperately and loudly denying her involvement in the noise that is occurring. Suddenly, one of the pursuers, with a furious cry, points his finger in the direction of the fugitives and orders his armed accomplices to immediately surround and seize them. Turning sharply at the hostile shout, the frightened friends realize with horror that their temporary shelter has finally been discovered, and they are once again in mortal danger. Bursting into the subway at breakneck speed on a souped-up bike, the daring guy clearly intends to do something truly dangerous and cool. Frozen for a moment with an extremely serious and focused face, he tries to digest what he has seen, realizing that the situation around him is getting more and more tense with every second. Memories flash through my head of how the terrifying Winged Guardian evolves, becoming many times stronger and turning a simple mission into a real nightmare. Squinting sternly, the swordsman compares the danger levels and realizes that the enemy's current rank is capable of easily wiping out any experienced player. Tormented by strong doubts, he thinks about his companion and tries to figure out how exactly she magically managed to obtain this rare crystal. Suddenly realizing the strangeness of what is happening, the guy begins to seriously suspect that the root of all the problems in this area may not be in the girl at all, but in himself. Towering ominously above the hero's silhouette, a pair of giant, eerie eyes from the depths of the subconscious cause the red evolution crystal to pulsate with an unknown energy. Gradually coming to his senses, the swordsman realizes that the artifact not only absorbed the zombie's power, but for some reason began to perceive him as one of the living dead. The rider brakes sharply in the middle of an empty road, sending sparks flying from under his wheels, clearly preparing for a sharp turn in his perilous journey through a ruined world. Reflecting on the rules of survival, the hero tries to understand the motives behind the creation of an evolution zone where people are given superpowers to fight zombies, but guardians are set upon them. Stunned by the sudden realization, he realizes with horror that the mysterious second guardian, who gave the Sphinx incredible power, was hiding right inside the structure. While intensely considering a rescue plan, the guy decides to act strategically and first, at all costs, help his companions escape from this deadly trap. With surprise and some relief, he suddenly notices that this underground corridor, seemingly completely cut off from civilization, still receives electricity. Looking around, the swordsman sees that the huge hall is teeming with the living dead, leaving no doubt that there are indeed too many zombies in this area. The guy chuckled at his thoughts and clearly had some kind of risky game in mind, the outcome of which could radically change the balance of power in this damn zone. The enemy, concentrating on twirling a heavy metal coin in his fingers, tries to figure out how to make his next move. Opening his mouth in a thunderous scream, the bandit orders his subordinates to immediately take action and capture the fugitives at any cost. Grinning madly and anticipating easy prey, a group of aggressively minded guys rushes forward to catch two defenseless girls who happen to be in their way. A sudden and crushing blow knocks one of the attackers to the ground, causing his accomplices to freeze in shock at the unexpectedness of the maneuver. Raising his pistol decisively, Jaren declares himself captain of the war zone and orders them to stop immediately in an icy tone, threatening to open fire to kill. Shocked by the armed officer's sudden intervention, the pursuers stand hesitantly over the body of their unconscious partner. Looking over her shoulder with noticeable anxiety, the girl continues to keep the situation under her radar, although her face betrays the true level of tension at this critical moment. With a twisted grin, the bandit declares that military regalia does not frighten him, and he sees before him only two defenseless girls who will become his easy prey. Accompanied by furious cries, one of the pursuers opens fire, providing cover for his partners, who are already ready to rush into the attack. Finding herself under heavy fire, Xiaoran bravely shoots back at the advancing enemies and shouts at Yu Qing to flee immediately. Under the leader's furious cry, the gang of thugs launches a massive attack, filling the entire space and inexorably approaching the girls cornered in the corner. The dry and frightening click of the bolt is heard, accompanied only by a thin stream of smoke from the barrel of the pistol, which signals the most terrible thing in the heat of battle and the end of cartridges. In desperation, Yu Qing tells his companion that they are at a dead end, while Xiaoran frantically examines the useless weapon, realizing that they will have to rely on a miracle. With a malicious laugh filling the surrounding area, the bandit leader orders his men to attack, anticipating a brutal reprisal against the two trapped opponents. Amid the mocking laughter of the approaching bandits, the girl clutches a combat knife in her hand, preparing to defend her life and that of her companion in hand-to-hand combat, now that she has run out of ammunition. Staring intently, both girls freeze in silence as a bead of sweat rolls down Xiaoran's face, revealing the extreme level of danger in their current situation. The sudden, increasing roar of the engine makes the pursuers look around in confusion, while one of them tries to figure out who decided to break in on a motorcycle right from the rear. One of the bandits raises his head in horror, realizing that the main threat now comes not from the ground, but directly from the sky. A heavy motorcycle flies right over the heads of the stunned girls, its driver making a crazy jump from the roof of the building. With a deafening roar, the bike's front wheel slams the attacker's leader into the asphalt, instantly changing the balance of power in this unequal battle. A sudden, piercing scream resounds over the city, causing everything around to shake, heralding the start of a wild brawl from which nothing good can be expected. Turning around at the terrible noise, the bandit, perplexed, tries to figure out what kind of trash is happening up ahead, while his companion is frozen in complete shock. Carefully making their way through the sand heaps, an armed group of boys tries to hide from the sight of a savior who suddenly appears. In anticipation, the guy with the sword behind his back stands apart from the general hustle and bustle, closing his eyes, looking as pompous and calm as possible against the backdrop of all this crazy chaos. Loudly shouting out words of recognition, one of the guys points his finger at the mysterious hero, recognizing him as the same tough fighter who single-handedly brought down the monster. The girls, terrified to death, desperately try to warn their comrade about the impending ambush, shouting to him that the enemies are armed with firearms and are determined to take him prisoner. Looking around at the assembled crowd of dubious characters, Wang Jie asks in an icy tone who they even are and why the hell they decided to hunt him. Grinning insolently and playing with a machine gun, The boss of the city's northern district issues a harsh ultimatum, offering to either obediently work for him or die. Hiding his mockery behind an outward calm, the swordsman responds with a caustic proposal for cooperation, which instantly knocks the wind out from under the self-confident bandit. Becoming indescribably furious at the unheard-of insolence, the leader of the group asks again, not believing his ears, and is ready to pull the trigger to teach this upstart a lesson. Staring intently at his opponents, the guy tells the thugs that it is because of people like them that humanity cannot unite in the face of a global catastrophe. Laughing madly, the bandit mockingly retorts that in this new cruel world only scum survive, and all the good and decent people have long since been eliminated. Clenching his fists until his bones crunch, the swordsman argues that chaos only fuels evil, while the salvation of people lies solely in their unity against a common threat. Furious, Wangja delivers his final verdict, claiming that the continued existence of this gang will inevitably lead all of humanity to complete extinction. Noticing the frightening changes in the guy, the frightened mercenaries begin to panic and wonder about his possible infection, and scream frantically at the others to open fire immediately. Like a flash of lightning, the hero takes off, leaving behind only trembling air and rising dust where he stood just a moment ago. Looking around in complete confusion, the armed bandits panic and try to figure out where their opponent, who had just been standing right in front of them, has suddenly disappeared to. Cutting through space with invisible blows, the fighter turns into a deadly whirlwind that instantly knocks down several opponents at once. Frozen with a silent scream and eyes wide open in horror, one of the attackers does not even have time to realize how his life ends in a fountain of dark blood. The enraged gang leader screams at his men to open fire immediately, realizing that the situation has completely gotten out of his control. A deafening cannonade of gunfire shakes the street as the mercenaries furiously spray lead all around, wishing their mysterious enemy to die in a maddening hail of bullets. Superhuman speed allows the swordsman to cut through ranks of enemies in the blink of an eye, leaving only bloody streaks and the falling bodies of stunned attackers. Dripping with cold sweat from wild terror, the district boss panics and realizes that if this bloody carnival doesn't stop, this guy will single-handedly wipe out his entire gang. Watching the incredible speed of the battle from the sidelines, Xiaoran notes with growing alarm that their comrade has become much stronger and more dangerous than he ever was before. Suddenly, a heavy army boot lands with a deafening thud on the dry ground right next to them, instantly raising a thick cloud of dust. Noticing the mortal danger at the very last moment, one of the girls suddenly raises her head, and in her wide-open eyes one can read the furious awareness of the imminent threat. Grinning viciously and triumphantly, the armed bandit reaches out to his defenseless companion, rudely ordering them to obediently become his hostages for cover. Finding themselves trapped, the girls in utter despair realize that Wang Jie is too far away in the thick of the battle and simply physically won't be able to come to their aid in time. Standing tensely before the thugs, they prepared for the worst, while their ally behind them waited for the perfect moment to make a decisive maneuver. Suddenly, there was a deafening and sharp roar, after which the big man howled in unbearable pain as dark energy literally pierced his powerful shoulder. Instantly realizing the mortal danger, the second opponent jerked to the side, but the invisible projectile had already caught up with him, leaving a deep, bloody mark right on his neck. Helplessly slumped on his back in the middle of the empty road, the defeated enemy stared at the sky with a glassy gaze as the life rapidly left his body. The brazen guy with the wild hairdo, who had just pompously threatened everyone, didn't even have time to realize that his stupid show-off would right now end in the most fatal way. The next second, his head is blown off by a powerful shot, which instantly turns all his arrogance and self-confidence into a pile of bloody splatter and a cut-short life. Looking at the smoking barrel of the pistol with the utmost imperturbability, the guy asked the defeated enemy if he really thought that he only had a sword in his arsenal. Standing calmly over his bleeding enemy, the hero notes that he somehow miraculously managed not to go to the next world after the first aim shot. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the enemy, in despair, offers to toss a coin so that fate itself or a higher power can decide whether he is worthy of another chance at salvation. Smiling slightly intimidatingly at such a ridiculous proposal to test his luck, the hero finds this coin idea quite curious. Baring his teeth in his death throes, the wounded enemy begs for the last time to give him that ill-fated coin, hoping for a miracle that will definitely not happen. Instead of the promised game with fate, the swordsman only coldly throws out a phrase about the next attempt, putting a final and bloody end to the life of this unlucky bandit. With obvious relief on their faces, the girls joyfully call out to their savior, Wang Jie, while he discreetly inquires about their condition after this crazy and extremely dangerous skirmish. Standing over the bodies of their fallen enemies, the heroes discuss their critical shortage of ammunition and decide to quickly search the corpses in order to get out of here before nightfall. Peering into the dark opening, where the red eyes of the monsters have already lit up, the guy gloomily warns his companions that the zombies will soon adapt to sunlight. After a sudden and terrifying realization, Xiaoren realizes that those eerie sounds were made by zombies, and now their whole situation is becoming damn dangerous. The dying sunset, painting the sky in alarming orange tones, seems to hint that there is very little time left before the onset of complete darkness and chaos. Resolutely mounting his bike and checking his gear, the guy orders the others to immediately prepare for a retreat before the situation gets completely out of control. Asking Wangzhe for advice, the girls are seriously concerned about the proximity of the criminal gang members and are unsure whether they should take the risk or get out of there quickly. Reflecting gloomily on the monster's mutation, the group's leader explains that the creatures that escaped from the station have already adapted to the light and will soon become their main problem. Against the backdrop of a gloomy sunset and construction cranes, the surviving enemies panic as they realize their group has split up, and a giant clawed paw of a monster is already reaching out from the shadows. A sudden appearance of a horde of ferocious zombies with glowing red eyes makes the bandit curse everything in the world in horror, because there is no escape from this crowd. Filling the surrounding area with blood-curdling screams, the victims perish somewhere in the depths of abandoned buildings until the city finally plunges into bloody chaos. Behind the tightly closed metal garage doors, an ominous silence reigns for a moment, broken only by a barely perceptible grinding sound and a premonition of trouble. With a sharp raise of his hand and a loud bang lifting the heavy shutter, the leader opens the way to a bright light, beyond which either freedom or a new battle awaits him and his companions. Finally seeing their friends safe and sound, the schoolgirls literally explode with delight and relief, unable to contain their joyful cries after the long wait. Slightly taken aback by the sight of the entire arsenal behind the hero, one of the friends looks at the rifles with bewilderment while he casually explains their sudden return. Trying to maintain a calm demeanor, the guy in his usual manner calls the horrific massacre with the monsters a small skirmish, which only elicits skeptical looks from his companions. Wanting to recover quickly from the stress he's experienced, the fighter greedily opens a can of energy drink and empties it in huge gulps while walking. Looking at the heavy police pistols, Xiaoran sadly assumes that these weapons once belonged to the prison guards who were clearly in trouble. Sitting around the common table, the heroes come to the conclusion that the destruction of the enemies saved many innocent lives, although the problem with zombies still hangs over them like a dead weight. Staring gloomily into the void, the boy insists on radical measures, because any weakness in this new world could lead to consequences worse than any monster invasion. Having briefly confirmed her readiness, the captain accepts the brutal truth about the necessity of killing, realizing that morality is becoming an unaffordable luxury. Recalling her first encounter with the cleaner, she tries to piece together the facts of his rescue mission report to unravel the true connection between all the participants in the events. Waiting for a detailed story from their partner, the girls listen carefully to every word, hoping to finally fill in the gaps in the story. Looking at his friends with a slight grin, the guy casually threw out a phrase about how he was making quite good progress in the common cause. Demonstratively placing a can of lemonade on the table in front of the surprised girls, he declared in a serious tone that the Sphinx was their main and most dangerous enemy. Frowning in obvious concern, Yuqing responded by reminding the team of the monster's terrifying immortal body and its simply unrealistically gigantic size. Nodding slightly in agreement, the swordsman nevertheless gently insisted that focusing on this opponent's strength was definitely not worth it for the sake of their shared success. Pointing to the objects in front of him, he explained the plan of action and added that another Sphinx was waiting for them on the opposite side of this strange pyramid. Looking intently at the model, the girl explains that in order to obtain the evolution crystal, they will have to not only reach the pyramid, but also somehow shake off that enormous Sphinx. Squinting his eyes with a sly look, the guy asks his friends an intriguing question about what they think about this important detail of their plan. With great doubt, the girls discuss in confusion the strange Sphinx statue, which in theory should only have a false body, which seems extremely suspicious to them. Recalling past clashes, the hero recounts how, upon their first encounter with the monster, the bandits attempted to throw grenades at it, causing a series of powerful and blinding explosions. With obvious inspiration, he notes that the desperate attacks did have an effect, because the monster actually received noticeable wounds, which means it can really be defeated. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the guy asked the team a reasonable question about at what point exactly their powerful attacks suddenly stopped causing any damage to the monster. Interrupting him sharply, the girl confidently declares that all the problems began precisely when the Sand Sphinx appeared on the battlefield in all its glory. Carefully examining 2 tin cans on the table, the heroes come to the conclusion that the root of their main problem is hidden somewhere here in this strange similarity of objects. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Sharon wonders out loud whether this is the main body or whether the cunning monster has simply completely turned itself into sand. While twirling a can of drink in his hands, the swordsman suddenly comes up with the brilliant idea that they should start treating their enemies like ordinary tin containers. Comparing life force to a drink, the guy clearly explains that this energy flows into a vessel body, which periodically requires time for full recovery. Completely shocked by the daring plans she heard, the girl's eyes widen and she asks her friends in confusion if it's even possible for them to pull off such a stunt. Clutching both cans firmly in her hands, the friend realizes that to win, they need to simultaneously fight the Sphinx and destroy its hidden state behind it. Confidently confirming his guess, the brunette adds that due to the enemy's ability to regenerate, they don't have much time to finish him off quickly and completely. Leaning back in her chair in defeat, the poor thing complains about the mission's extreme difficulty, as the cursed pyramid is capable of further fueling their enemy's power. Suddenly inspired, the girl suggests simply bombing the pyramid to hell in order to deprive the Sphinx of its main source of magical nourishment. Sharply and firmly cutting off her impulse, the guy at the table orders her not to do this under any circumstances, which immediately creates a thick tension in the room. Looking at each other in confusion, the friends unanimously try to figure out the reason for such a strict ban, because the plan with the explosion seemed to them a completely logical and quick way out. With the utmost seriousness, the hero explains that inside this very pyramid lurks something far more terrible and dangerous than the Sphinx they fought. Panicked by this news, the girls jump up from their seats and scream in horror, wondering if they will really have to face any more monsters. Hearing the conversation, the schoolgirls choked on their water, staring into space with eyes completely white from shock. Keeping his cool, the boy explained that the monster wouldn't touch them if they didn't get into trouble, but if no one took the crystal, things would get much worse. Continuing to explain the strategy, he warns that something terrible will emerge with the Sphinx and cause a real massacre. The 2 girls looked at each other silently, and the only thing that hung in the air between them was understanding. The young man added with a steely squint that there were only 3 slots for crystals in this evolution zone, meaning competition was inevitable. Both schoolgirls instantly came out of their stupor and with bulging eyes began to pray in unison that he would definitely get this crystal. Turning to them, the instigators of the plan were clearly considering what they had heard and were in no particular hurry to respond. With an impenetrable expression on his face, the guy admitted that no one wanted to allow a massacre. He had a plan, but it would be extremely difficult to pull it off alone. Leaning forward with a serious expression, Jaron directly asks Wang Zhe what exactly he means by his frightening words. Proudly puffing out her chest, she declares that she too should be considered a fighting unit, because as a protector, she most likely does not back down in the face of danger. With a determined glint in her eyes, her friend asks to sign up as a volunteer, confident that she will be able to help her mentor and sister Jiaran as soon as she learns to fight. Having united, the girls firmly tell the guy that he shouldn't carry everything on his own, because without his protection, they won't last until the end anyway. With just 1 word of agreement, the boy finally accepted their support, and that short word weighed far more than any long speech. Standing between them, he suggested that they get the evolution crystal together, and both of them immediately agreed, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The call to open the evolution zone and let everyone leave this place together sounded out, and the echo of these words spread throughout the empty, spacious room. The tray is adorned with delicious triangular sandwiches and a bottle of water, suggesting that even the saviors of the world need a lunch break. While chewing at the table, the swordsman said in a businesslike manner that he had outlined the plan. They would act in 3 days, but for now they needed to prepare properly. With a cold squint, he added the main thing, that when the time comes, it is necessary to use the crystal's effect against this creature. Recalling his past life, he explained that his body was originally a power type, but after reincarnation, everything changed and a red crystal formed inside him. Thinking out loud, the guy admitted that it allowed him to become stronger, but against the Sphinx, what he used against the bandits was clearly not enough. Remembering the monster, the guy mentally stated that he needed a more powerful red crystal to fight this creature. Having finished chewing his food, the swordsman announced that he would go out first to kill zombies, and the rest could begin training after noon. But the crystal needed to be fully charged within 3 days. As soon as the guy headed for the exit, Yuqing jumped up and declared that she was going with him because she also urgently needed to find something important. Shiren followed her closely, shouting that she wasn't going to stay either, and the three of them moved deeper into the building. Meanwhile, the schoolgirl appeared dumbfoundedly with a tray in her hands and urged everyone to eat the salad while the vegetables had not yet spoiled. Turning around in the empty corridor, she asked in confusion where everyone had gone and discovered that there was no one around at all. On the first day, the guy, moving quickly with a weapon in his hands, repelled the attacks of several zombies at once, scattering them in all directions. On the second day, the girl held in her hands the heavy suitcase she had won in battle, and the captain's wife gave a satisfied thumbs up. On the third day, both warriors sat at the table and concentrated on writing something on a long sheet of paper, clearly preparing for the upcoming operation. Under the crescent moon at night, the heroes settled down to sleep right on the floor under blankets, gathering strength before the decisive day. Leaning against the shelves, Wang just sat on the floor with his eyes closed and arms crossed, lost in thought. Watching him from afar, the captain's wife silently watched him sit alone in the middle of the dark store. As she cleaned her weapon, she looked straight ahead and seriously, with determination in her turquoise eyes, clearly having made some important decision. Without turning around, the guy calmly asked her if she had any questions, while the girl, a small figure, stood at a distance in the twilight of the night. Looking straight at him, she admitted that she wanted to know who he was, because he clearly knew far more than everyone else put together. Staring at one point, the swordsman remained silent, and this silence was more eloquent than any words. Finally saying that it didn't matter who he was or how he knew all this, the girl quietly added that it was enough for her to trust the person she saw in front of her. Continuing the conversation, she clarified that even if he couldn't tell her, he just needed to fulfill his promise, to which he asked in surprise which one. With a decisive smile, she announced that everyone must leave this place together, and there was not a shadow of doubt in her voice. The guy smiled faintly at the corner of his lips and looked away, as if for the first time in a long time, he had allowed himself to relax, even for a second. Having briefly replied that he would fulfill his promise, Wang Zhe assured his companion, and it sounded almost like an oath. Spreading over the city in such a color as if the sky itself was warning of trouble, the dawn painted everything around in an alarming orange. The brute yelled at his men to get back before the zombies adapted to the morning light, and judging by his appearance, he knew what he was talking about. One of his subordinates cheerfully reported to the commander that with the disappearance of those bandits, the work had gone much faster, and this was the last wave. Standing on the rubble of a ruined city under a crimson sunset, a stern-looking man in military gear squinted and scanned the horizon for trouble. Noticing a lone figure in the distance among the ruins, he muttered under his breath that a loner was a good thing, as long as he wasn't part of a gang. One of the soldiers exchanged glances with the commander and gloomily muttered that this daredevil was clearly looking for death, since he even dared to appear here. The leader's face, stretched into an evil grin, said that meeting this loner did not bode well for him. Recognizing the stranger, the bearded man suddenly tensed up and breathed out just one word that sent goosebumps down the skin of his men. Having ordered them to rise higher for a better view, the bandit ignored someone's nervous question about resources, clearly preoccupied with much more important thoughts. Flying onto the sandy hill on his motorcycle, Wang Jie cut through the air with such speed that it seemed like he was never going to stop. He crashed full speed into a flock of flying monsters with red eyes, scattering them to the sides with a crunch of bones. With a monstrous roar, the giant sand lion, bristling with fur, rushes into the attack along with his pack, crushing everything in his path and leaving clouds of dust in his wake. Focusing his gaze, the swordsman draws his gleaming blade, ready to meet the approaching threat head-on. With incredible speed, he rushes through the enemy ranks, and with a single blow that sends blinding sparks flying, he annihilates a flock of sand creatures. Under the whistling blade, one of the monsters was blown to pieces, and clouds of white smoke engulfed the scene of the battle, along with everything that remained of it. Through a thick veil of smoke, a bundle of dynamite flies straight to its target, leaving behind only a swift streak in the air. With a deafening roar, the explosive detonates directly on the cheekbone of the giant stone sphinx, striking sparks and causing the monster to grin furiously at the unexpected attack. With a look of complete bewilderment on his face, one of the fighters shouts out that this move is a waste of valuable bombs, clearly not approving of such a tactic. Baring his teeth with such fury after being hit right in the face, the Sphinx made it clear to his attacker that he clearly had no intention of giving up. A hail of dynamite sticks flies towards the giant enemy, filling the space around his head with thick white smoke. A series of powerful explosions shakes the monster, engulfing its face in fiery flashes and causing its head to snap back from the force of the blows. The skeptical fighter continues to grumble, claiming that it's all just a waste of resources that won't work against such an enemy anyway. A sudden realization distorts his face into a grimace of horror as the true, shocking intent of this attack dawns on him. Racing his motorcycle straight towards the huge Sphinx, Wang Jie already knew that his real target was not the small creatures around him, but this stone monster behind them all. The giant roared as he took the blow, sending wisps of mist flying in all directions, and his snarling jaws only indicated that he was far from finished. Staring forward with his eerie red eyes, the Sphinx narrowed his gaze to two burning points, and there was not a drop of fear in that gaze, only a cold fury. Flying straight into the stone tower, Wang Jie's projectile caused such an explosion that fiery spray flew in all directions, illuminating the sky with an orange glow. Through the fog, the monster's face, bared in rage, was visible, and then came a sharp blow that sent shards of stone and sand raining down. Dodging the blow directly on his motorcycle, Wang Jie sped past the monster's carcass with such speed that the stones under his wheels flew up in a cloud of dust. Rising up into the sky on a huge stone spike along with his motorcycle, the swordsman hung in the air for a split second before crashing down. Seeing this maneuver, the bearded commander shouted that it was a trap, and it was too late to change anything. Pulling the weapon out of the stone at the very last moment, Wang Jie flipped in midair and landed looking as if this was exactly how it was supposed to be. Having pierced the monster's stone skin, the blade slid along its muzzle, while the Sphinx grinned with the look of a creature that is not at all impressed by such tricks. Flying right over the monster's head and landing right on its face, the guy kicked it with such force that a deafening crunch was heard. With his weapon thrust straight into the rock and using it as a fulcrum, Wang Jie shot forward with his entire body like a living rocket, not giving the monster a second to breathe. Gripping the hilt of his trusty sword tightly with both hands, the hero prepares to deliver the decisive blow, the cold steel gleaming predatorily. Dodging the enemy's attack with lightning speed, the boy leaves behind only a dusty trail as a creepy, toothy shadow materializes behind him. With a deafening roar that shakes the very air, the stone monster with flaming eyes opens its mouth wide, screaming in pain. Faced with the enraged giant, the fighter stands motionless right in front of its huge muzzle, riddled with deep cracks. Feeling the magical barrier rapidly crumble, the swordsman watches as life force begins to flow from the creature's wounds. Swiftly closing the distance, the ancient creature's clawed hand swings forward for a killing blow as the warrior tries to find an opening in the Titan's defenses. With a barely perceptible grin, the guy demonstrates complete composure, as if he still has one more trump card in reserve that can turn the tide of the battle. Abruptly snatching up a pistol instead of his usual blade, he points the barrel straight into the eye of the stunned monster, proving that in this game, the rules change on the fly. Suddenly unleashing a hail of powerful blows on the stone giant's face, the hero makes the monster shudder with pain and rage. Landing softly on the hot sand after the jump, the guy instantly regains his balance and prepares for the next maneuver in the crazy duel. Having calmly estimated the remaining time until the enemy's full recovery, the swordsman realizes that he has only 20 seconds. The sand titan claws at its head in excruciating pain, baring its sharp teeth as its empty eye sockets glow an ominous scarlet light from the damage it has sustained. Leaving behind endless dunes under the scorching sun, the desert conceals in its depths the true scale of the epic battle that unfolded here. Shouting out a question about where his enemy has hatched, the hero makes a dizzying leap right over the giant paw, completely in control of the situation. Cutting through the air with a swift swing of his sword, the boy rushes past the monster's head, leaving behind only a cloud of stone chips. Concentrating on counting down the last 15 seconds until the critical moment, the swordsman completely immerses himself in a battle trance. Roaring in rage at the wounds inflicted, the Sand Guardian unleashes its full might upon the ground, sending the warrior below flying from the shockwave. By plunging the thin blade precisely into a vulnerable spot on the Titan's limb, the fighter inflicts critical damage as black blood gushes from the fresh, deep wound. Falling rapidly from a great height straight into the embrace of the desert, the dark silhouette of the hero seems very tiny in comparison with the massive body of the Sphinx. Counting down the last 10 seconds, the warrior freezes in midair, preparing to use his finishing move against this ancient guardian. Gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, the boy concentrates all his remaining energy into the blade to deliver a single blow that can decide the outcome of the battle. Sinking his blade deep into the monster's back, the swordsman makes it shudder in unbearable pain, while a fountain of thick blood sprinkles the ancient rock. Having landed, the guy delivers another crushing blow, from which black splashes of magical substance fly in all directions. Letting out a roar of rage and despair, the stone giant opens its mouth wide as streams of life force slowly begin to flow from its damaged eye sockets. Gritting his teeth in frustration at his poor position, the fighter realizes the blade has not gone all the way in, and he will have to risk everything to complete this crazy mission. Having torn the weapon from the monster's body so quickly that splashes flew in all directions, Wang Jie was already rushing towards his target. As the counter ticked down to its last 5 seconds, the swordsman ran along the Sphinx's enormous body, continuing to strike. Rolling across the sand and jumping to his feet with 3 seconds left in the final, Wang Jie slashed the monster right across the throat. There was only 1 second left, and it was at that moment that the swordsman realized he had won, as the blade whistled past close to the Sphinx's head. A flash of blinding golden light illuminates the top of the pyramid, signaling a powerful release of energy at the moment of the decisive attack. The hero's sword slams hard into a magical barrier or the enemy's flesh, creating a bright spark and a powerful shockwave that spreads across the desert. Breathing out something very unpleasant through his teeth, Wang Jie realized that the situation had suddenly gotten out of control. Somewhere under the ceiling of an abandoned building, a deafening roar suddenly sounds, causing the massive beams of the ceiling to shake. After the shot, the creepy creature with a bloody mouth and a crazy look flies away. Clutching the smoking pistol in her hands, Xiaoran freezes, ready to pull the trigger again at any moment if the monster dares to move. Staring into the frightening emptiness of the corridor, the girl painfully tries to figure out whether that strange living pyramid has really started moving. Looking around among the debris, she slowly moves forward, trying not to make unnecessary noise and carefully listening for every suspicious rustle. Stepping quietly across the cold floor, her feet barely touch the surface so as not to give away her location and preserve the fragile chance for a sudden maneuver. Stopping abruptly in unexpected joy, she exclaims that she has finally discovered the very train that will become the path to salvation. The stunned boy can't believe his eyes when he realizes that the powerful attack simply ricocheted off its target. The majestic Sphinx rises silently against the backdrop of ancient masonry, frightening with the realization that the mystical pyramid has somehow miraculously been completely restored. Landing on the scorching sand, the swordsman barely maintains his balance and prepares for the next charge in this frantic battle for survival. His furious gaze betrays his thoughts about the terrible monster that is hiding inside the cursed structure and is clearly not going to give up without a fight. With his head bowed in deep thought, the young man frantically searches for a way to turn the tide of the battle while he still has the strength to fight. Enveloped in a powerful aura, the fighter squares his shoulders with determination and releases all his hidden energy to end this nightmare once and for all. The giant monster grins furiously as clouds of scorching steam and sparks of primal rage, ready to incinerate all living things, burst from its mouth. With a deafening roar, the stone guardian reveals its sharp fangs, causing the very earth to shake and the air to fill with an unbearable roar. The warrior's small figure seems completely defenseless against the backdrop of the monster that looms over him and prepares to deliver its final crushing blow. Frozen in utter shock, the observer does not take his eyes off the battlefield and is amazed at the reckless bravery of the hero who decided to fight the immortal god alone. The sand beast's clawed paw rushes straight at the boy, who remains motionless, as if calculating the perfect moment to strike back. Wang Jie, breaking into a scream, gives the command to his partner Yu Qing, realizing that this one chance will decide the fate of their long confrontation. Looming among the endless dunes, a huge winged beast prepares to attack as the decisive order to begin the operation immediately thunders through the air. Confidently clutching the control panel in her hands, the assistant prepares to activate the secret weapon. Rapidly gaining altitude with the whistle of its propellers, the combat drone rushes towards its target, carrying a powerful charge on board designed to destroy the enemy. Flying over the Sphinx's head, a small but deadly machine drops its payload right on target. A blinding flash of a detonation shatters the silence of the desert as the projectile strikes the Guardian's stone face, causing the centuries-old armor to shatter into pieces. Behind the wall, Yu Qing furiously shouts out a hit report, announcing that the target has been successfully attacked. A golden monster with glowing eyes grins in impotent rage as the hero mocks its growing anger. The black-haired warrior reveals the enemy's vulnerability, explaining that the Sphinx's damaged shell prevents the enemy from moving its true body. With a powerful slash from above, the boy slams the winged monster into the ground, leaving the monster no chance to dodge the furious attack. Throwing his fist up in joy and unable to contain his triumphant cry, the onlooker celebrates his long-awaited victory. Maintaining a frightening composure, the swordsman mockingly asks his enemy if he seriously expected to finish him off in such a primitive way. Dripping black blood, the Sphinx listens to the hero's impudent question about whether the monster has confused a real battle with some kind of quiz. Suddenly restored in the middle of the city's ruins, the giant creature stares down the tiny man below. Clutching his head in utter horror, the witness of the battle panics and realizes that even the complete destruction of the body could not stop this immortal something. Clutching the blade tightly, the boy acknowledges the enemy's increased power, but promises to show the Sphinx the full power of human intellect. A blinding flash of energy at the moment of a powerful blow illuminates the furious face of the Sphinx before counterattacking. Flashing a confident look, the guy decides to give the enemy a small hint, which clearly does not bode well for the monster in the coming minutes of the battle. Standing right before the monster, the swordsman declares that his true goal from the very beginning was not to kill, but merely to lure the Sphinx into this trap. Grinning mysteriously and listening to the measured ticking of an invisible timer, the hero makes his opponent nervous because every second brings the end closer. Falling heavily onto the sand and spreading his enormous wings, the ancient guardian of the pyramids becomes disoriented as the earth around him begins to shake. Squinting slyly, Wang Jie unleashes his final trump card, one that would surely make any enemy weak on their feet. A huge metal structure crashes through the spatial barrier and hovers directly above the battlefield. The Sphinx's eye widens in horror at the sight of death falling from above, as the monster realizes that its vaunted regeneration is powerless against such a crowbar. A heavy steel monolith falls with wild speed on the monster's head, demonstrating to everyone around the true power of human science and technology. Turning the enemy's golden armor into a pile of rubble, the multi-ton tower literally smashes the Sphinx into the sand, accompanied by splashes of black blood. Having finally put an end to the duel, the massive structure pins the monster to the ground, leaving it no chance of resurrection. Beaming with delight, Yu Qing joyfully exclaims the triumph of their plan, which took so many long and painful days to prepare. Hungry zombies begin to rush through the hole in the sand-filled building, turning the station area into a veritable hell on earth. Clinging to the ledges and trying to save themselves from certain death, they climb over the rubble right above the gaping mouth of the monster. Amid the roaring sounds of thunder and ominous flashes of red lightning in the dark sky, the majestic golden pyramid begins to vibrate. Watching calmly as hordes of zombies burst out, the guy simply states with satisfaction that everything is going even better than he originally planned. With a wild roar and a fountain of sparks, a heavy motorcycle flies in, breaking right in the middle of the chaos. Ignoring the commotion around them, Xiaoren orders Yu Qing to jump back immediately so they can continue their mission. Nodding resolutely and casting aside all doubts, the girl is completely ready for the next crazy stage of their dangerous adventure. At the top of the pyramid, a blinding light flashes, signaling the appearance of the main objective of the Crystal of Evolution's mission, for the sake of which all this mess was brewed. Without wasting a second, the hero slams the sole of his boot into the face of another zombie, literally smearing the dead man across the sand with the crunch of his jaws. Standing frozen with his sword at the ready against the backdrop of a stormy sky with scarlet lightning, the guy looks like a real reaper of death. Analyzing the situation, he notes the absence of mysterious double eyes and, with a degree of self-satisfaction, confirms that his calculations were 100% correct. Suddenly, he reveals the main secret of this special zone of evolution, which is guarded by two guardians at once. While the Sphinx mercilessly deals with all living things on the surface, the second guardian specializes in destroying exclusively the walking dead. Suddenly, the realization came that the red crystal, absorbing the zombie's power, had played a cruel joke on him and made the second guardian mistake him for one of the dead. Climbing the sheer walls of the pyramid, the hero is determined to obtain the artifact, as the zombies will not be able to prevent the guardian from taking his side in the confrontation. At the foot of a gigantic pyramid, hundreds of hungry zombies begin their mad ascent along the stone blocks following the swordsman. From behind the edge of the stone ledge, a creepy figure of a living dead man with glowing yellow eyes suddenly emerges, stretching a bony hand towards his prey. Grabbing the guy by the leg, one of the zombies tries to knock him to the ground and thwart his risky escape plan. Turning back to his pursuers with cold calm, the experienced swordsman realizes that he has not managed to escape the guard's attention and that a tough battle lies ahead. With a lightning-fast swing of his blade, he cuts off the limb of the advancing dead man, causing him to lose his advantage in this fight. Losing its balance on the steep stone steps, the zombie lets out a furious scream as the other creatures around it continue their journey upward. Ready to bear the steel behind his back, the boy throws down a daring challenge to his enemies, declaring his complete invulnerability in the face of any danger. Gripping the uneven surface of the stone block with his fingers, the fugitive tries with all his might to pull himself higher. Having collected his thoughts, Wang Jie tells himself to act immediately, because there is no time left for long reflections. Meanwhile, dozens of climbing dead bodies slowly but surely fill all the tiers of this ancient structure. Approaching a strange opening in the wall on the very top tier, the puzzled swordsman wonders out loud about the presence of a door in such an abandoned and god-forsaken place. Noticing something strange in the depths of a dark corridor, the hero suddenly freezes, trying to comprehend what new threat awaits him ahead. From the impenetrable darkness of the doorway, a creepy black silhouette with brightly glowing red eyes suddenly appears, silently watching the intruder. Coming face to face with the terrifying creature, the hero instantly realizes that before him stands the second guardian, an enemy of a completely different level. At that very moment, the boy feels a sharp weakness and realizes, with horror, that the mysterious power of the red crystal was suppressed by the enemy's powerful aura. The swordsman's body suddenly felt like lead, as if 1,000 kilograms of weight had fallen on his shoulders, forcing him to bend under an invisible pressure. Despite the unbearable pain and resistance of his own body, the hero refuses to give up because his main goal is to obtain the evolution crystal. Gathering the last of his will, the determined fighter casts a withering glance at the enemy, promising to endure this battle for the sake of saving everyone else. The onlooker left below panics as he sees the swordsman climb up with lightning speed, and the zombies also rush to the top of the pyramid. The surprised observer notices the strange behavior of the undead, as the zombies that have climbed up completely ignore him and obediently enter the dark opening in the wall. Dozens of dead people disappear one after another into the gloomy corridor, as if guided by someone's silent command or an irresistible instinct. A moment later, an ominous black smoke emerges from the entrance to the pyramid, and the frightened hero realizes that something terrible is happening. A terrible realization dawns on the swordsman. The second guardian is devouring zombies to accumulate energy and finally break free from the confines of his stone prison. Stunned by what is happening, he looks at the dark opening and begins to realize that this hole in the pyramid has a frightening attractive force. The ground beneath his feet begins to tremble, and the boy's mind is clouded by an alien will that persistently whispers to him the only desire to go inside. The hero's body begins to shake with a slight tremor as he tries to resist the invisible pressure that literally pushes him toward the darkness. Having taken the first heavy step, the swordsman finally loses control over his actions, obediently following the call that sounds in his head. The guy's gaze becomes empty and detached when he freezes right in front of the entrance, behind which the second guardian disappeared. Suddenly, his eyes flash a frightening yellow light, completely obeying the command that echoes in his mind. The bearded guy, completely stunned, almost swallows his tongue in fear when he sees the guy suddenly change course. In the sandy ruins where hungry zombies are already beginning to roam, the atmosphere around them is heating up to the limit due to an invisible threat. Turning sharply at the strange sound, the guy freezes in shock because the whole space around him is filled with a premonition of an imminent bloodbath. As if from the very depths of hell, ominous clots of dark energy burst forth from the cracks, instantly causing the heart to beat in a frantic rhythm of horror. Feeling something unknown awakening inside him, the guy clutches his head as his eyes flash with golden fire. Suddenly, loud screams rang out, causing him to flinch and turn around as someone was desperately calling for Wang Jie, interrupting his painful and gloomy thoughts. Alarmed girls appear above the stone cliff, begging him with all their might not to give up and to continue fighting. Overwhelmed by the support, he looks up with undisguised surprise, realizing that in this cruel world, someone still truly needs him. Tightly clasped hands become a symbol of new hope as his friends pull him out of the abyss, preventing him from slipping down. Finally safe on solid ground, the exhausted hero, along with his saviors, tries to realize that the worst is already behind him. Wildly delighted, the onlooker shouts at the top of his lungs to quickly take the crystal while luck is on their side. Watching the scene with undisguised relief, the two boys, against the backdrop of destroyed buildings, rejoice at Wang Jie's success. Blinding everything around with an incredibly powerful golden glow, the artifact in the center of the stone platform attracts the gaze of the trio of heroes, frozen in surprise. Bathed in a bright divine light, the friends stand shoulder to shoulder and gaze in fascination at the crystal hovering before them. Feeling a strange warmth penetrate his skin, the swordsman freezes in shock from the healing energy of this unrealistically cool glow. Staring into the void, the hero ponders the words that only 3 chosen ones are worthy of receiving the great power of the evolutionary crystal at this fateful moment. Resolutely reaching out his hand towards the blinding light, the boy prepares to touch the hovering artifact that pulses with pure energy right in front of his face. As soon as your fingers touch the smooth surface of the shining stone, the space around you begins to vibrate with the power accumulated within the ancient treasure. Clutching the magical crystal tightly in his fist, he feels a furious stream of golden flame pour into his body, forever changing the very essence of his human nature. Calmly closing his eyes in the midst of the raging firestorm, the reborn warrior freezes as the new power finally consumes him. Stunned by what is happening, the boy opens his eyes wide as the first sparks of mysterious energy begin to penetrate his consciousness and change his perception of reality. Finding himself in the center of a powerful energy cocoon, he freezes with delight, feeling how golden swirls of flame envelop his body, awakening dormant potential. Holding his breath in anticipation of the result, the hero realizes that the transformation process is complete, and now it is time to find out what gift the crystal has given him. Filled with incredible power, he finally reveals the essence of his new skill, the unique extraction ability, which allows him to take the powers of defeated guardians. Overwhelmed by the scale of his newfound power, the warrior realizes that the ability to appropriate any opponent's skill makes him a truly powerful player. Remembering his past life, the boy reflects on how difficult it is for other evolving beings to gain abilities. He squints, analyzing the high-level zones where several guardians live at once, and remembers the hidden bug abilities that are difficult to obtain. Clenching his fists in determination, the hero sets himself the ambitious goal of surviving at any cost and becoming an invincible evolutionist of the highest rank. Closing his eyes in concentration, the guy gives an internal command to start the process, after which the space around him begins to vibrate from the awakening energy. Standing frozen in the epicenter of the magical radiance, he begins the process of absorption while mysterious fiery spheres form, marking the beginning of the transformation. 2 glowing spheres of energy hover in front of the boy, confirming the start of the magical extraction. Projections appear before him, allowing him to extract abilities from 2 guardians at once. After closely examining the sphere containing the mysterious guardian, whose true form had remained hidden until now, Wangja's heart began to beat faster. Turning his gaze to the second sphere with the winged creature, the swordsman notes to himself that this opponent looks rather ordinary compared to the first. Deciding to start with the easier option, he reaches out to the sphere and activates the ability extraction skill. The fearsome sand hunter can activate the double clone ability to surround the enemy. With a slight grin, the guy admits that he clearly underestimated the cat's abilities because her magical skills turned out to be really cool. Resolutely reaching out his hand to the glowing sphere containing the monster, the hero commands that the extraction begin immediately, as he must quickly obtain the valuable resource. With a blinding flash of pure energy, a gigantic stream of energy marks the beginning of the absorption process, from which powerful golden sparks spread throughout the area. With a loud bang in the very center of the magical glow, the final chord of extraction confirms that the absorption of the power was successful. Staring into the void after the flash, the boy freezes in mute shock, and this silence conveys his complete confusion more eloquently than any words. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the hero wonders out loud whether it was the double cloning ability or whether the sand hunter failed by leaving no loot behind. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the young man is furious at the futile attempt and realizes that the extraction skill is far from working with a 100% chance. Gently reassuring himself, the fighter decides not to lose heart and thinks with hope about the next chance, because any ability can be upgraded. Having regained his confidence and determination, the guy turns his gaze to the second sphere with the monster and gives the command to begin a new extraction. Glowing mysteriously in the darkness, the magical list reveals the Guardian's incredible arsenal, particularly powerful and destructive skills. Looking in shock, the guy simply cannot believe his eyes because the enemy managed to hide more than 20 unique abilities. Grimly analyzing the past battle, the hero realizes the terrifying nature of the Call of the Dead, which lured zombies right into the monster's mouth. The fighter irritably crossed his arms over his chest, furious at the cunning Guardian for his secrecy, and decided not to bother his head with useless thoughts any longer. Touching the glowing clot of energy with his fingertip, the young hunter makes a final attempt to absorb it, hoping to take at least some of the power. Watching the dazzling glow of the golden sphere, the guy waits with hope for the finale of the absorption. Joyfully realizing his triumph after the system notification appears, the hero admires the acquired skill, which seems like an incredibly dangerous acquisition. He let out a tired sigh and came to the conclusion that even if he failed with a common monster, the success in obtaining a rare ability was worth all his efforts. Confidently accepting the system's generous gift, the young man is ready to finally consolidate this destructive skill and become one step closer to his goal. Surrounded by scarlet flashes of energy, the boy stares gloomily into the void and feels how a new dark force slowly fills his body. Enveloped in a vortex of golden flame, the boy floats in the center of an energy storm as the absorbed power of the spirit blast finally merges with his own being. A blinding white flash momentarily covers the entire dead city, causing the abandoned high-rises to shake from the colossal release of force. The onlooker, closing his eyes in relief under the warm light, watches Wangzhe's success. Screaming loudly with delight, the schoolgirls watch the magical glow in awe, unable to hide their sincere admiration. The silence of the dead metropolis is suddenly cut by sharp sound effects, while an unknown force continues to shake the remains of civilization. An anxious operator urgently reports the detection of abnormally high energy radiation in the target area. Warning of danger. Monitoring headquarters recorded powerful seismic activity and the appearance of a giant pillar of light right in the center of Bay City. The terrified dispatcher jumps up from his seat and screams across the room about a zombie attack on the 5th group, begging command to give the order to retreat. Gritting his teeth and smoking a cigarette, Colonel Song Yi of the Shangdu military region sternly orders everyone to remain at their posts. Abruptly cutting off his subordinates' attempt to object, the commander declares that in the face of a global catastrophe, they simply have no right to show weakness. Obsessed with the desire to get to the bottom of the truth, a man decides to take advantage of the opportunity associated with anomalies in 7 mysterious zones of the world at any cost. A powerful column of blinding light pierces the stormy sky above the metropolis, cutting through the gloomy clouds and illuminating the city blocks with an incredibly bright glow. After a colossal release of energy, sparkling particles remain floating in the air, slowly settling against the cloud-covered horizon. Soft morning light spills over the ruins, where the Sphinx and pyramids rise mysteriously among modern skyscrapers. The streets of the abandoned metropolis gradually become clearer, revealing a view of orderly rows of high-rise buildings, frozen in silence under a peaceful sky. Calmly gazing into the distance, the hero with satisfaction turns his face to the light wind, preparing for new challenges. After a powerful surge of energy, he stands in the middle of cracked concrete, recovering and recuperating from the transformation's completion. Looking around with obvious confusion, the guy tries to figure out where exactly they ended up after the disappearance of the anomalous zone. His companion, rubbing her head from the overwhelming fatigue, asks in bewilderment whether they are really now outside, in the familiar world. Confirming her suspicions, the swordsman explains that the evolution zone has been eliminated, and they are now safely back. With relief, Jaerin notes that Wangzhe has returned to normal, remembering how just recently he seemed to be under the control of some unknown force. Smiling broadly, the girl joyfully declares the strength of their unity and suddenly comes to her senses, trying to find out from her partner the current location of Yuqing. As if lost in deep thought, the swordsman maintains a tense silence, his gaze becoming increasingly distant and uncertain. Finding themselves in the midst of the ruins of a metropolis, the heroes notice their friend lying nearby on the asphalt, frozen under the heavy sky of a sleeping city. Bending over the victim, the young men note with alarm her exhausted appearance and the intense fever that is literally burning the poor thing from the inside. Looking at the girl's flushed face, the guy realizes that this is not an ordinary illness, but a physical reaction of the body that occurs after the awakening of superpowers. Looking away with obvious concern, the captain wonders why they are fine while Yuqing is suffering and sincerely hopes for her speedy recovery. Remaining calm, the guy explains to his companion that every organism is unique, so the poor thing just needs time to adapt to the side effects of the new power. Abruptly changing the topic of conversation, the curious heroine turns her gaze to Wangzhe and tries to find out what kind of unusual gift has awakened in him after all the events. Bowing his head slightly, the swordsman reluctantly admits, causing his partner obvious confusion and a ton of new questions. Deciding to keep his trump card up his sleeve, the young man misleads his ally with a story about mental attacks, secretly deciding never to reveal the true nature of the ability. Completely unimpressed by the vague explanations, the girl frowns skeptically and demands a visual example. Frozen in anticipation of a miracle, the heroine suddenly realizes that her companion has vanished without a trace from sight, right in the middle of a sentence, leaving her completely alone. Feeling a sudden touch on her shoulder, the frightened girl turns around sharply and finds the guy right behind her. Barely having time to blink in shock, the poor thing loses sight of him again and looks around in complete bewilderment, trying to figure out where the master of disguise has gone this time. Arriving next to her the next moment, the swordsman completes his impressive demonstration while his stunned partner tries to digest what she has seen. Completely delighted by what she saw, the girl with shining eyes screams about the improbability of such teleportation, while the guy just waves it off. Reflecting on the nature of the deception, the swordsman realizes that he is actually only momentarily suppressing the target's consciousness, creating the illusion of his instantaneous movement. Standing with his back to his companion, the young man vaguely discusses the unexplored details of his power, trying not to blurt out too much and maintain distance in their fragile union. Feeling someone's icy presence behind him, the guy turns around sharply, while the creepy bony hand of the monster is already practically clinging to his clothes. With a lightning-fast and precise strike, the swordsman cuts off the head of the terrifying creature with blazing red eyes, leaving the monster no chance to complete its attack. Instantly throwing the blade back, the hero confidently grabs the hilt while the dust from the battle has not yet settled around him. Urging his companion to quickly get out of this cursed place, the guy explains that the cleanup of the area unexpectedly turned into a disaster. Noticing the genuine horror and incomprehension in the eyes of the frightened girl, he grimly confirms her suspicions about the onset of that very second disaster. Enveloping the city in an ominous scarlet fog, the unstable energy of the evolution crystal fragments begins to drive the zombies mad, turning them into uncontrollable berserkers. Trying to assess the chances of survival for the rest of the boys, the heroes realize that hordes of monsters are now prowling somewhere nearby, and their rage is incredibly dangerous. The determined young man declares the need to take Yu Qing and leave this dangerous area as quickly as possible before the situation gets out of control. Without waiting for further words, the hero offers his help and is about to pick up the weakened girl, whom his friend is barely holding onto her shoulders. Puzzled by the strange glow, the swordsman sharply turns his head to the side, trying to discern the source of the incomprehensible devilry. Right in the middle of an abandoned street, a girl's body suddenly lifts off the ground and begins to slowly float in the air, shrouded in mystical energy. Shocked by the sight, the boy watches the levitation process in complete bewilderment and wonders out loud how this is even possible. With a slight half-smile on her face, Jiren casually admits that her newfound power lies in complete control over gravity. Struck by such a sudden and powerful revelation, Wangzhe freezes in place, unable to contain a loud cry of genuine amazement at what he heard. Thinking frantically, the swordsman quickly realizes that gravity manipulation is a top-tier skill that will be the perfect aid for their survival in this hell. Inquiring about the group's future plans, the companion clarifies the route with Wangzhe, who decides to lead everyone south to the military medical station in order to save Yu Qing. Despite warnings about hordes of zombies on the southern route, the heroes resolutely choose to save their friend and prepare to cut their way through the enemies. The deafening sound of many feet echoes down the deserted street as the survivors run, desperately trying to escape the death that pursues them. Out of breath from running so fast, one of the guys screams in panic about the madness of the approaching dead. Rapidly closing the distance, the terrifying zombie, its jaws bared, throws forward a clawed paw, preparing to cling to its living target. Clutching his heavy club tightly, the broad-shouldered fighter turns sharply towards the enemy, preparing to meet the onrushing crowd of monsters with a crushing blow. Gritting his teeth in anger from the tension, the boy delivers a powerful chopping blow with a backhand, knocking the attacking dead man off his feet. Desperately ordering everyone to run in the other direction, he tries to save the remnants of his group from certain death in this chaos. Falling into hysterics, the terrified survivors realize that there are too many zombies and there is practically no chance of getting out alive. Breaking abruptly in front of a whole crowd of terrifying creatures with glowing eyes, the heroes freeze in shock, realizing that they have fallen into the very thick of a deadly trap. Turning around and seeing a new wave of monsters, the group's leader falls into a rage of helplessness because now the enemies are surrounding them from absolutely all sides at once. Finding themselves in a deserted square amidst the rubble, a handful of people with bladed weapons in their hands prepare to accept their last and most important fight in their lives. Suddenly, one of the dead men grabs the guy by the throat, causing him to choke in a wild scream of horror. Cursing everything in the world and gritting his teeth in anger, the fighter thinks bitterly about whether their entire journey for survival will really end so stupidly here. Clutching his assault rifle tightly, the soldier tries to suppress the growing panic until the deafening roar of endless gunfire around him dies down. Firing in unison, the Special Forces squad turns the street into a war zone, hoping to hold back the monsters with a wall of hot lead. In a maddened cry of despair, the soldier realizes the horrifying truth that their bullets are completely useless against a new form of biological threat. Nervously reporting to headquarters about the appearance of a particularly dangerous mutant, the communications officer reports that their defenses are cracking at the seams and there is almost no time left for salvation. Calling for reinforcements, the fighter begs for help, realizing that without support, their group will be wiped off the face of the earth in a matter of minutes. Trying to find out the details, the commander demands an immediate description of the characteristics of the new mutant, while all that can be heard are the heartbreaking cries of dying soldiers. Listening to the short beeps in the receiver, the signalman realizes with horror that the connection with the front line has been completely lost and there is no one left to answer. Shouting out the order to advance, the colonel calls on his best fighters to follow him into the thick of things to try and repel the onslaught of the monster. Despite his subordinates' timid warnings about the enormous risk, he doesn't even think about retreating, because the fate of the entire city is at stake. Abruptly cutting off any objections, the officer declares his readiness to sacrifice himself for the sake of saving humanity. Hurrying up their people, some of the survivors hope that they will be able to escape from this hell. Inexorably closing in on their prey, the terrifying dead fill the city streets, leaving the living no chance of escape. Desperately begging for help, the unfortunate boy realizes that the monsters have already grabbed him, and his cry is drowned out by the cold indifference of the surrounding chaos. With a heavy heart, looking at his dying comrade, the group's leader bitterly admits that survival in this cruel world has become too difficult a task. Frozen in mute shock from the sudden flash, the man watches as a powerful explosion engulfs everything around him. Shocked by what he saw, he cries out in surprise when a deafening explosion, the nature of which is completely unclear to him, is heard right in front of him. At this moment, one of the survivors suddenly raises his hand, pointing his finger toward the curtain of smoke, and excitedly shouts to the others that he noticed someone's figure there. Through the thick clouds of gray smoke and settling dust, the silhouette of a lone warrior slowly begins to emerge. Wang Ji emerges from the fog with a confident gait, his posture radiating frightening strength and calm. The group's leader, his eyes wide with amazement and disbelief, recognized this mysterious savior as the legendary fighter himself. At the most critical moment, when the mutant with glowing eyes was about to pounce on the frightened victim, a strip of steel suddenly flashed between them. With a lightning strike, the savior cuts off the monster's head, causing it to freeze in place. The boy freezes in complete bewilderment, staring wide-eyed as the threat that seemed imminent disappears in an instant. With my spirits revived, the group's leader joyfully calls for everyone to get up immediately, announcing that they are now finally safe. Meanwhile, ominous shadows of other dead people continue to wander among the clouds of dust, a reminder that the fight for life is far from over. Surrounding the lone guy with a sword, a whole crowd of creepy dead people froze in anticipation as he confidently stood right in the middle of this chaos. Exuding incredible confidence, the hero with glowing red eyes doesn't even blink in the face of danger, clearly preparing some kind of surprise. Baring their teeth in a wild roar, the zombies' expressions suddenly change, as their empty, glowing eyes now express not hunger, but genuine animal terror. Noticing the strange reaction of the monsters, the two guys look at each other in shock, not understanding how walking corpses can feel fear. By taking just one decisive step towards his enemies, the fighter causes an entire army of undead to retreat in panic under the pressure of his powerful aura. Noticing the guy's determined attitude, the observers shout in horror that he is about to launch a rapid attack. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the hero leaves behind only a cloud of dust and puzzled witnesses wondering where he went. Turning around at the sharp sound, the shocked allies warn each other that he is already right behind the zombie. Having scattered the crowd of monsters with one powerful blow, Wang Jie calmly walks through the flying pieces of enemy bodies. Assessing the results of his technique, he calmly notes that this technique is excellent for clearing stationary targets. Called out by a crowd of survivors in the middle of a ruined city, the guy with a sword on his back clearly didn't expect such close attention to his humble person. Having introduced himself, one of the rescued boys, with delight and undisguised trepidation, thanked his rescuer for saving their lives for the second time. Desperately begging to be taken with them, the frightened boy admitted that without the protection of such a tough warrior, they simply would not survive in this harsh world, to which he received consent. Instantly changing the subject due to a sudden cry about an approaching new wave of zombies, the guys fell into a stupor, realizing that they would have to fight for their lives again. Noticing a horde of hungry dead in the distance, slowly advancing along the broken road, the heroes prepared for another tough battle. With terrifying screams, a whole crowd of hungry zombies began their slow, but inexorable advance right in the middle of the abandoned city high-rises. Literally falling from the sky, a huge blue SUV flew at breakneck speed into the thick of the dead, turning them into a shapeless mess. Accompanied by a deafening roar and a bright flash, the powerful shockwave from the car's fall scattered them in different directions. Continuing the insane metal rain, several more cars crashed down from above, completely burying all the zombies in fragments of twisted iron. Shocked by the spectacle, onlookers stood there with their mouths open, unable to believe that vehicles could fly through the air so easily. Soaring through the sky with a girl in her arms, Xiaoran demonstrated her incredible abilities in flight and control of machines to the stunned boys. By shouting loudly to Wang Ji that the road was securely blocked by wrecked cars, she clearly made it clear to the zombies that they were not welcome here at all. Deeply shocked by what he saw, the guy screamed at the top of his lungs about the stranger having superpowers that could be even better than their saviors. Smoothly descending to the ground, surrounded by iron fragments hanging in the air, the guest looked like a true angel of vengeance. Finally touching the broken asphalt with her feet, the heroine felt that she had caught on a pebble on the ground. Losing her balance in the air, Xiaoran screamed in panic as the hero calmly watched Yuqing inevitably fall into his arms. Having awkwardly fallen onto the asphalt after the guy intercepted her companion, the warrior clearly did not expect such a fiasco with her vaunted superpower. Rubbing the back of her head sheepishly, the cool lady apologized for her poor ability control and inquired about her friend's condition, causing those around her to doubt her own power. Suddenly, cutting through the silence with a deafening roar, the barrel of a powerful automatic cannon erupted in flames, showering the new threat with lead. Taking on a hail of bullets, the terrifying mutant with spikes protruding from its chest only grinned maliciously, demonstrating its complete invulnerability to conventional firearms. The panic-stricken commander ordered his soldiers to retreat immediately, realizing that the creatures had evolved, and a frontal attack was now tantamount to suicide. Despite the barrage of fire, the bullets only flattened powerlessly against the monster's bone armor, causing no visible harm to the creature. In utter despair, the soldier continued to fire point-blank, hoping for a miracle, while everything before his eyes blurred with fear and the realization of the uselessness of their weapons. With a furious roar, the terrifying mutant rushed forward, extending its huge bone claws, ready to tear anyone apart in an instant. A huge shadow with glowing red eyes loomed over the soldier, frozen in horror, heralding an inevitable and brutal end. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the commander realized the terrifying truth that the enemy was not just blocking bullets, he was growing faster and stronger with every second of the battle. Sweat poured down the survivor's face as he cried out in despair, the bitter admission that their escape route was cut off and they had nowhere else to go. Gritting his teeth in rage, the powerful fighter tries to contain the internal pressure, foreshadowing a tough fight. Suddenly, a powerful blow from a smoke-shrouded ghostly entity knocks the poor fellow off his feet, causing him to fly back with a wild cry of pain and complete bewilderment. Finding himself on his shoulder blades, he barely has time to realize how a dark, amorphous mass hangs overhead, preparing to finally crush the resistance with its weight. Holding a sharp blade in front of him, the man blocks the monster's attack with the last of his strength, while sparks and fury literally fly out from under his blade. Suddenly falling from a great height straight onto the cold concrete floor, the fighter barely has time to realize that he has just been literally smashed into the ground by a powerful blow. Breathing heavily and trying in vain to make his limbs obey, the poor fellow realizes in horror that a paralyzing weakness has gripped his entire wounded body. A huge monster figure, woven from billowing dark smoke with glowing eyes, looms over him, demonstrating the gulf between the powers of humans and zombies. Appearing in the doorway, the guy with a sword behind his back confidently declares that he has finally found the target and made it in time. Noticing a familiar silhouette from afar in the foggy corridor of an abandoned warehouse, the exhausted soldier looks hopefully at the unexpected savior. Frozen in place by the shocking discovery, the young man recognizes the beaten man as his first instructor, whom he clearly did not expect to see here. In his memories, helplessly sprawled on the dirty ground amidst rising dust, the wounded boy tries with his last strength to comprehend what happened. Swiftly rushing into the thick of the battle, the powerful warrior knocks down the monster with one precise blow, promising to protect the fallen youth. Barely regaining consciousness from the unbearable pain, the hero opens his eyes with difficulty and realizes with surprise that he is still alive. Throwing the weakened body of the boy over his shoulder, the stern savior stands amidst the ruins and mountains of corpses, urging him to hold on a little longer. Reminiscing about the old days in the sun-drenched stadium, the exhausted student runs with all his might under the shouts of his tough mentor, Looming menacingly over his exhausted charge, the stern instructor demands that he continue training, not giving the slightest chance for a break. Bravely blocking the enemy's path as the helicopter takes off, the wounded man gives his last order to his student to live on. Quietly shaking with sobs on his hospital bed, the boy cannot come to terms with the heroic death of his mentor, who defended the entire base. Staring gloomily into the void, the hero torments himself with thoughts of how one fateful loss of an arm forever changed the outcome of that battle. Suddenly finding himself in the past, the young man firmly decides to change the course of events, while his still-living teacher shouts at him to leave. Staring intently into the void ahead, Wang Ji freezes as his wounded comrade hides behind him. A giant cloud of dark smoke with glowing eyes looms over the heroes, turning into a terrifying monster ready to tear them apart. Slowly removing his hand from his face, the swordsman thanks his mentor for the important advice as a powerful scarlet aura begins to pulse around him. The boy's eyes flash with a determined red light as he declares his refusal to run and his readiness to accept this mortal fight. With a deafening roar, a powerful cross-shaped cut splits the dark entity in half, causing the monster to choke on its own black blood. The monster's huge, smoky fists descend from above, attempting to crush the hero, who has already prepared his shining blade for the final blow. Swiftly rushing through the enemy, the swordsman leaves behind only bright scarlet strokes, promising his mentor that this time he will be his faithful savior. The remains of the monster shatter into tiny pieces and fall to the ground, while the astonished witness realizes that the unreal strength and speed have long since gone beyond human capabilities. Breathing heavily and holding his wounded hand, the fighter asks his savior in shock if he is the same mutant as those creatures around him. With a mysterious grin, the sharp-eyed boy corrects him, saying that the term mutant sounds too simple and that they should now be called evolutionaries. Shaking his savior's hand firmly, Colonel Song sincerely thanks him for his help and learns that the mysterious sword-wielding man's name is Wang Jie. Gloomily examining his injuries, the soldier states with relief that the bone is intact and the small wound will heal immediately after applying a bandage. While cautiously discussing the current situation, Wang Jie learns from the colonel that their group has arrived in Shangdu City to reconnoiter the restricted light zone. Coughing lightly into his fist, the swordsman interrupts the soldier's pessimistic monologue and declares that there are still survivors, and one of them is standing right in front of him. Standing in the middle of the room, the guy advises against even thinking about setting up a military base within the city limits, while the latter, perplexed, tries to understand the reason for such a warning. Pointing to the organic matter at his feet, the hero explains that due to the huge population, the zombie density here is off the charts, and the speed of their evolution is giving birth to monsters. Staring at the burning ruins on the horizon, the young man remembers how a certain unique super mutant will wipe this city base off the face of the earth in the future. Nodding gravely in response to what he heard, the soldier calls headquarters to relay the intelligence he has received about the critical danger looming over their entire unit. Turning sharply at the sound, the man freezes in silent shock because the guy he had just been talking to had disappeared in a split second. Looking around completely alone against the backdrop of the terrifying remains of the monsters, the soldier confusedly asks the void where the strange guy went. Left in the shadows of a dilapidated corridor, the swordsman listens as a soldier reports to headquarters about receiving extremely important intelligence via a secret communication channel. Closing his eyes from fatigue, the guy analyzes the situation and realizes that his plan worked perfectly, and now they will definitely not build a human base in the city. Remembering his faithful comrades, he is sincerely glad that they are all safe and that the instructor was able to avoid the terrible fate of becoming crippled during the recent battles. Looking up at the skyscrapers in the rays of the setting sun, the lone wanderer decides that his mission here is accomplished and it is time to move on. Raising his hand in farewell, the Blade Master leaves the doomed city forever, leaving behind only smoke and ruins. 2 long weeks after the apocalypse began, a lone armored SUV races along a bumpy road on the outskirts of Dongchang. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, exhausted survivor Li Qiang tries to remain calm, while his wife Lu Xiaoyan suffers from the biting cold. Despite his wife's pleas to turn on the heating, the man refuses to waste precious fuel, as an empty tank would mean certain death for them. Pointing to a road sign barely visible in the fog, the woman says with hope in her voice that there is a gas station just 500 meters ahead. Strongly objecting to the dangerous idea, Li Cheng reminds that any gas station is now teeming with hungry zombies. With a heavy heart and clenched teeth from the internal tension, He nevertheless agrees to take the risk, steering their battered SUV towards a potentially dangerous gas station. Driving past dead trees, the man sets a strict condition. If they notice more than 2 walking dead people at the station, they will immediately leave. Stopping at an abandoned petrochemical station, the heroes cautiously notice the supermarket adjacent to it. Noticing the working sign of the store, Liu Xiaoyan, with a timid hope in his voice, suggests that there might be someone alive inside the building. Li Kang quickly pulled out a sharp knife for self-defense and rudely declared that there was most likely a hungry zombie lurking inside, not a hospitable survivor with food supplies. Getting out of the car, he asks his wife to closely monitor the situation and immediately warn him if she notices anything strange. Standing at a gas station, the man notes with some bewilderment the eerie silence around him and the absence of zombies, beginning to seriously doubt whether he had just worked himself up. Then from under the bottom of a nearby car, someone's pale hand slowly and silently appears, slowly reaching toward the unsuspecting leg. The dead man's bony fingers grip the man's ankle tightly, making him realize that his worst fears of an ambush had been realized after all. The man lets out a loud scream in fear as the emaciated and creepy zombie with glowing red eyes tries to push him to the ground. Horrified, realizing the mortal danger, he desperately tries to free his leg from the monster's tenacious grip and screams loudly, confirming the presence of zombies at the gas station. Safely inside the car, Liu Xiaoyan panics and screams at her husband to drop everything and get back inside as quickly as possible. The terrifying creature looms over the fallen man, preparing to deliver the finishing blow with its bony limbs. Pinned to the ground, Li Chang becomes furiously determined and curses, declaring his intention to fight back against the monster at any cost. In desperation, the man puts his hands forward and tries to defend himself, while the monster swings for a powerful blow and the knife flies far to the side, leaving him unarmed. Here, a monster with a wide-open, drooling mouth and sharp teeth hangs right over the face of the hero, paralyzed with fear. A sudden blinding blow cuts the zombie in half, leaving Li Kang in shock and disbelief as he wonders if he is truly saved. Before him appears the savior, who confidently holds a massive sword on his shoulder, remaining completely calm after instantly dispatching the monster. The view from above revealed a terrifying picture of a guy standing next to the fallen body of a zombie, and a frightened look was directed at him, asking who the hell he was. The stranger clearly didn't expect to see living people here, and with icy calm asked him if he had even seen the sign at the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, the guy touched the peak of his cap and, with a grin, introduced himself as the acting manager of the Dongchang supermarket. Standing on a fallen mutant in the doorway of a destroyed building, he clutched a weapon, and his whole appearance said that it was better not to mess with such a guy at all. Striking a match on the box, the guy creates a spark and sets fire to a thin sliver in order to quickly start a fire and get rid of bodies that might attract unnecessary attention. Standing with his back to the huge fire, he silently watches as the furious flames consume the remains. Sitting in a half-empty cafe, the survivors try to catch their breath, while the oppressive silence is broken only by the soft ringing of a bell, announcing someone's visit. The girl frowned and wondered if the bright light would be a lure, but Wang Jie calmly explained that the stench from the corpses would gather a crowd of zombies much faster. With trembling hands wrapping herself more tightly in the blanket, she admits he is right, realizing that in the conditions of the apocalypse, radical methods are the only chance to survive until the morning. Cautiously blocking the stranger's path, the swordsman listens to his confused story, trying to decide on the fly whether this suddenly appearing couple can be trusted. Looking calmly at the uninvited guests, the guy assures them that they are far from the first to wander into the store seeking shelter, and he is not at all afraid of such proximity. Shaking his savior's hand firmly, Li Chang enthusiastically thanks him for his help and offers any supplies from his car in exchange. With an indifferent glance at the shelves filled with goods, the young man makes it clear that he already has plenty of food and medicine, but he is interested in something more valuable. Looking intently into his face, the hero asks about news from the outside world, hoping to learn at least something useful about the situation in other cities. With a broad smile, Li Chang boasts of his extensive travel experience across the country, claiming that even the military sought his unique knowledge of escape routes. Intrigued by the mention of regular troops, the boy asks when he saw an army and how effective their combat skills are in clashes with mutants. With a mysterious grin, Li Chang lists the cities where the military holds ground, with an emphasis on Shangdu, calling it the most protected stronghold of civilization. Gesturing vigorously, he describes the incredible conditions where not only were all the zombies in the area killed, but they also managed to restore the water and electricity supplies. Changing his tone to an enthusiastic whisper, The man declares that he saw with his own eyes superhumans in that city, possessing incredible superpowers. With a sense of incredulity, he describes a sight of cars floating in the air and then crashing down on their enemies like a destructive rain of metal. Remembering the destructive power of the falling cars, the guy realizes that this is the work of Sharan, whose abilities have clearly reached a new level. Rubbing the back of his head in confusion, Li Cheng recounts the strange behavior of the army in Chengdu, which concentrated its forces in the suburbs, distributing the survivors there. Pointing to the horizon, he describes the abnormal weather in the area, where the blinding sun can suddenly give way to a thunderstorm. Heaving a sigh of relief at the thought of Zuo Yuqing's safety, the young man realizes that the military ignored the city blocks precisely because of his information. Filling a mug with a hot drink from the coffee machine, the hero sincerely thanks for the valuable information that helped clarify the overall picture of what was happening. Handing the girl a mug, the guy in the cap seriously asks how they plan to survive in the future, since the world is teeming with zombies, and luck cannot accompany them forever. Looking down into her cup, Li Cheng honestly admits that they only set out on this journey to return to their hometown and find their children. Calling their deed worthy but extremely risky, the swordsman listens to the story of how the man had already managed to cheat death twice in the outskirts of the city of Dongcheng. Instantly alert, the young man takes him at his word and demands to know exactly where the first incident occurred when he almost died. Looking into the distance, Li Cheng recalls the abandoned gas station just 10 kilometers away, which became the site of his first encounter. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he remembers how they planned to refuel at the last station, but the roar of the zombies made his heart literally sink into his heels. Convulsively clutching a mug of hot drink, he admits that he miraculously managed to jump into the car and hit the gas in time. Nodding gravely in response to what he heard, the young man invites the tired travelers to wait out the dangerous night in their relatively calm and protected shelter. The man exchanged a dark glance with his companion and clearly hesitated, because every movement and word in the new world could turn out to be a trap. He strongly objected and insisted on leaving immediately after refueling, as only this would allow them to reach their hometown by morning. With a deafening roar of its powerful engine, the dark SUV takes off and rushes away, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. Watching the car's lights recede, the guy quietly wishes them luck, because in this crazy world, every separation could easily turn out to be the last meeting. Looking intently into the distance, he mentally calculates that 10 kilometers to the gas station for a crowd of hungry zombies is just one vigorous night of active running. Carefully studying the license plate in front of him, the hero realizes that there are only 3 days left until the appearance of the evolution zone. With a flash of his eye which suddenly filled with an ominous scarlet glow, he accepts the challenge thrown down by fate. A white SUV races along a deserted highway at breakneck speed, literally cutting through the thick, blood-red fog that ominously envelops everything around. Slowly stopping at the entrance to an abandoned gas station, the car freezes in the blue twilight under the sight of a neon-lit sign. Sitting behind the wheel and peering intently out the windshield, the guy is intensely thinking about how the second wave of evolution will cover the sector very soon. Pushing the heavy door of his car open with determination, he finally climbs out, trying not to dwell on the bad feelings he had about this strange place. Instantly sensing the nauseating and sharp metallic smell of fresh blood, the hero grips the hilt of the sword behind his back tighter, preparing to meet the zombies. Looking around the parking lot littered with abandoned cars, the guy is shocked by the amount of blood and wonders if some rare species of mutant has made its lair here. Finding himself inside the destroyed room, he freezes in front of the light-flooded doorway, wondering if the monster is still sleeping in its nest. Noticing strange damage to the doors, clearly knocked down from the inside, the hero begins to suspect that the zombies fled from here in panic, escaping from something more terrible. Looking warily towards the backyard, the adventurer wonders what kind of monster could inspire such wild terror in the ordinary dead. Having discovered a hidden passage, he decides to explore the situation, realizing that the most dangerous answers are hidden in this dark area. Standing frozen in front of the massive door, the guy clearly senses the aura of 2 powerful creatures lurking inside, clearly not happy to see the uninvited guest. Suddenly, a terrifying monster with glowing red eyes bursts out of the darkness with a wild roar, tearing the wooden barrier into splinters with its clawed paws. Having barely managed to react to the rapid appearance of the first creature, the hunter internally mobilizes, realizing that the real battle for survival is just beginning. With a sharp and precise movement, he snatches his blade from behind his back, which at the same moment flashes with a bright scarlet light, cutting through the space around him. With lightning speed, the hero delivers a crushing blow from top to bottom, bringing down the full force of the sword on the enemy, not giving him a chance. After being knocked aside by a powerful counterpunch, the boy performs a spectacular somersault in the air, while his cap casually falls to the ground in the heat of a fierce fight. Growling furiously, the huge mutant reveals its mouth full of sharp teeth, while the hero realizes that the monster's skin is strong and elastic, like rubber. Assessing the situation calmly, the swordsman realizes that he is facing only a rare type of zombie that has not yet reached a truly dangerous level of mutation. Looking defiantly straight at the monster, the hero, enveloped in crimson lightning, prepares to deliver the decisive blow, asking the monster if it is ready for death. With a sinister grin, the guy promises to first deal with this monster and then immediately take on the second hidden enemy. Taking off with a bang, he leaves behind only a flash of pure energy as a powerful shockwave tears through the air at the point of his rapid launch. Taking flight, the hunter unleashes a series of lightning-fast attacks on the giant, while it unsuccessfully tries to protect itself from the red-hot blade with its paws. With his final move, the hero cuts right through the monster, frozen in horror. With a crushing blow, the boy rips open the chest of the huge monster, forcing it to choke on its own rage and fountains of dark blood. Instantly rising into the air above his stunned opponent, the fearless hunter raises his blade for a decisive strike. Rushing through space with lightning speed, the hero leaves behind only bloody streaks, turning the giant's body into a useless pile of chopped flesh. Breathing heavily amidst the settling dust, the swordsman coldly watches as his fallen enemy falls helplessly, finally losing the brutal battle. With a flash of confident red eyes, the guy makes it clear that no one will escape this trap alive. With a wild, inhuman scream, the monster falls, its head shattering from a precise and powerful point-blank blow. Standing in the doorway, the young man coldly looks at the lifeless body of the monster he defeated. Realizing that this is not the end, the guy feels the approach of a much more sinister and dangerous aura. Kicked open the door, Wang Jie bursts into the gloomy room, ready to face any danger that lurks within. Standing in the center of an abandoned warehouse, he looks around for enemies, realizing that something even more terrible is hiding here. Amidst a mountain of bloody monster corpses, a little girl stands alone, her presence in this eerie place seeming completely impossible. Clutching an old teddy bear in her arms, she looks ahead with an empty gaze devoid of childish joy. Amazed by the sight, the boy doubts whether he should make contact with this little one who single-handedly dealt with an entire horde of zombies. Deciding to cast aside all fears for the sake of saving the child, he takes a cautious step forward, convincing himself that leaving a defenseless child here would be unforgivable. Extending his hand in a gesture of goodwill, Wang Jie introduces himself in a friendly manner and tries to talk to the little girl, hoping to break through her icy stupor in shock. In response to his words, the girl only maintains a frightening silence, continuing to stare indifferently into the void past her savior. Noticing dried blood on her dress and toy, the guy gently offers to go with him to tidy everything up and wash the battered bear. Persistently urging the little girl to leave the eerie place, he reminds her that it is already dark outside, and it is mortally dangerous to stay here. Sighing bitterly at the realization of her deep psychological trauma, the swordsman understands that now the only way to get the child to talk is the topic of hygiene and safety. Abruptly changing his tone to a more serious one, the hero asks a question about her parents, causing the girl to shudder from the sudden and harsh reminder of reality. Sobbing quietly, she admits that her mom and dad are just sleeping there, behind the door, clearly not realizing the full tragedy of what happened. Dropping to one knee for a more intimate conversation, Wang Jie patiently repeats his name, hoping to at least slightly calm the frightened little girl. Looking closely at the baby's face, the boy asks with slight bewilderment why she ignored his previous words if she actually heard everything. Looking down, the girl honestly answers that she expected him to leave quickly, because that is what all the strangers she met before him did. Resolutely extending his hand, the hero assures her of his honesty and asks her to follow him, but in response receives only a frightened and categorical refusal. Looking at the floor, the girl says bitterly that she is also a monster, because that is what others told her. Emotionally objecting to her, Wang Jie claims that she is not a monster at all, but an evolutionary. Stunned by this new word, the little girl looks up, full of bewilderment and hidden hope. Trying to cheer up the frightened girl, the guy confidently declares that he is exactly the same as her, and advises her to simply ignore the evil words of the cowards around her. Extending his hand to greet her, he introduces himself as the evolutionary and learns that the little companion in this dark and dangerous world is named Tang Xiao Ai. Taking the child firmly by the shoulder, the hero insistently urges her to follow him, as this is the only chance to survive, to which she humbly agrees. Finding themselves in front of a closed door, they freeze in anticipation of encountering something frightening, while the guy with a sword on his back prepares to take the decisive step inside. Carefully opening the passage, he tells Xiaowai to stay put and promises to wake up her parents himself, who, according to the girl, are inside. Crossing the threshold, the young man sees on the floor the horrific bodies of a man and a woman who have turned into monsters, and he realizes that there are no longer any living people in this room. Looking at the frozen face of the zombie, he suddenly realizes that the fatal wounds were not inflicted by monsters at all, but by someone with obvious evil intent. Looking thoughtfully at the fallen, the boy assumes that the girl's parents received such terrible wounds while protecting their special evolutionary daughter to the last. Accidentally noticing some strange object under his feet, he bends down with curiosity to pick it up and examine it better in the dim light of the room. Carefully studying the business card, the young man is surprised to discover a connection between the deceased and a certain influential medical organization called Tang Shu. In his thoughts, he is amazed that the founder of a top global company and a famous biologist ended his days here. Sincerely sympathizing with poor Xiaowai, the hero understands what a difficult fate befell the former little princess, who lost everything in an instant behind that door. Returning to the little girl waiting outside, the hero, with a heavy heart, tells her the sad news that her parents will never be able to wake up again. Crying bitterly and choking on tears, the girl blames herself for everything, believing that it was because of her abilities that this irreparable tragedy happened. Gently placing his hand on her head, the boy explains that evolvers must become stronger to protect their loved ones, and that only those who committed murder are to blame. In utter despair, the child throws himself into the arms of his protector, seeking comfort and trying to drown out the unbearable pain of losing his closest loved ones. Gently hugging the crying Xiaowai, the young man invites her to bury her parents together to give them a dignified send-off on their final journey. Outside the gas station, the darkness deepens as the heroes prepare in silence to carry out their sad but necessary duty. Biting into the dry earth, the shovel methodically throws away clods of soil, creating a final resting place for those who did not survive this terrible day. Numb from the sudden attack of pain, the boy freezes with a lost look as strange and frightening images begin to break into his consciousness. The hero's eyes are filled with the terrifying silhouettes of monsters and the screams of dying people, turning his mind into a veritable epicenter of chaos. Barely able to stay on his feet, the young man realizes in horror that these bloody visions are in fact fragments of his own past life. Methodically digging a grave, the hero suddenly freezes when a sharp, piercing pain forces him to fall to his knees. Clutching his head, he plunges into memories of how in a past life he had already had to personally bury his fallen brothers. Noticing his condition, a worried Xiaowai runs up to him, fearfully asking if he is okay. After coming to his senses, Wang Zhe tries to calm the girl down, apologizing for frightening her with his sudden visions from the past. Hiding his inner shock behind a gentle smile, the boy assures the little girl that he is already fine and just briefly remembered what happened before. The bright morning sun rises over the ruined building, marking the beginning of a new day after a difficult night. As dawn breaks, Wang Zhe and Xiaowai leave the scene of the tragedy together, holding hands. During breakfast, the guy notes that after yesterday's tears, the girl finally began to trust him and calm down a little. Replaying the events of his past life in his head, the swordsman analyzes the situation in the Dongcheng district, where the zombies seized the initiative and were the first to reach the evolution crystal. While examining the bread, he finds it extremely suspicious that despite the huge number of survivors in the area, there is still no information about the local guardian. Covering his face with his hand from heavy thoughts, the hero worries that Tang Xiaowai will withdraw into herself again if he leaves her alone. But dragging a child into the mutation zone is a wild risk. Watching the girl gobble up her lunch, he decides to hand over the choice to her, because only she can determine her destiny. Resolutely putting down the bottle of milk, the girl suddenly declares her firm desire to go on the journey with him. Despite warnings about deadly traps in the unknown, she honestly admits that the prospect of being completely alone frightens her much more. By accepting her into his company, the guy states that even though she is not an official member of the team, she will still have to follow his rules unquestioningly. Raising his index finger upwards for greater importance, the hero demands that in the evolution zone, she must think only about her own salvation. Greatly puzzled by this approach, the girl asks whether she should even leave him in trouble if the situation suddenly becomes critical. Without any hesitation, the guy confirms his words and declares that he too will not ask for salvation. Looking at the distant outlines of sleeping skyscrapers, he gives the order to immediately prepare for a sortie, because it is this night that their detachment must officially enter the city. Illuminating the night sky with a ghostly light, a mysterious zone of evolution begins to form, marking the beginning of irreversible change. Racing through abandoned streets in an SUV, the heroes maneuver between piles of wrecked cars and the rubble of civilization, trying to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Staring into the eerie emptiness outside the car window, Tang Xiaoai noted with alarm that the oppressive silence around her made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking at his companion, the guy catches himself thinking that she is incredibly perceptive, and if she manages to get her hands on the crystal, a brilliant future awaits her. As the driver passes a massive building, he confirms his suspicions by pointing out that the city hospital is directly ahead. Focusing on the road, the hero explains that in such huge hospitals, the risk of encountering high-ranking zombies is off the charts. Clutching her teddy bear tightly, the girl curiously asks about their next route, while the boy confidently turns the steering wheel of the car. Making a quick U-turn in the middle of an empty intersection, the driver merely remarks that she will see everything for herself as soon as they arrive. Noticing a sign for a clothing store ahead, the little girl's eyes widen in surprise and delight, not expecting to see such a place in the middle of a city engulfed in chaos. Holding his companion's hand tightly, the guy explains his actions by saying that they have plenty of food, but there are no suitable clothes for girls, and it is getting colder outside. Finding herself among the rows of brand new dresses and blouses, Tang Xiaoai literally beams with happiness, exclaiming how beautiful everything is. Having offered to choose any clothes she liked without any hesitation, he left his companion, and after half an hour their shopping finally came to an end. Looking like a true elite mercenary in a new long coat, dark glasses and a sword on his belt, the guy confidently walked out of the building. Having updated her wardrobe with a cute purple hoodie and a short skirt, the little girl clutched her favorite teddy bear in her arms, beaming with joy. Walking down the street, the swordsman suddenly decided to test the seriousness of his charge and sternly asked if she had forgotten the combat dagger he had given her. Reacting instantly to the question, she reached into the deep pocket of her sweatshirt and proudly showed off the handle of the weapon, confirming its presence. Smiling, the girl confirmed that she remembered perfectly well the instruction to always keep a weapon with her and was ready to use it at any moment. A powerful explosion thundered across the entire area and lit up the street with a blinding flash of flame. Then an unknown force suddenly interrupted their walk. Shocked by such a sudden turn of events, the heroes froze in place, trying to comprehend how the threat could have arisen so quickly in broad daylight. Reacting in a split second, the swordsman instantly pinned his companion to the ground, shielding her from the potential blast wave and shrapnel flying from all sides. Finding themselves at the epicenter of a terrifying phenomenon, they realized that right before their eyes, a deadly evolution zone had descended into urban reality. The command headquarters detected a powerful energy surge in the area of the city of Dongchang, which coincides with the anomaly that previously occurred in Chengdu. Looking at the monitor, one of the officers, with obvious alarm in his voice, confirmed the final appearance of a new evolution zone right in the middle of residential areas. Having activated the Intelligent Civilizations Defense Protocol at the environmental conversion level of 55%, the system deployed Crystal Guardians. After asking about the end of the nightmare, the girl pressed herself against her protector, who confirmed that the first phase of the collision should have ended. Bewildered by the strangeness of the world around her, she pointed her finger at the suddenly darkened sky, amazed at how the sunny morning had given way to a crimson evening. Adjusting his glasses, the swordsman gloomily explained that the ensuing darkness was a frightening effect of the evolution zone, and the imminent arrival of night did not bode well for them. A deafening roar shook the city blocks once again as silhouettes of those who no longer belonged to the world of the living began to emerge from clouds of thick dust and debris. Coming straight out of the fog, a whole horde of terrifying monsters moved towards the heroes, filling the empty street with their presence. Realizing the mortal threat, the guy warned that ordinary zombies in this zone would evolve to the rank of mutants or vagabonds. With a sharp lunge, the warrior cut the attacking monster in half, painting the air with splashes of dark blood and stopping the attempt at a surprise attack. Wide-eyed with delight, the young heroine is amazed at how incredibly cool her protector looks in the heat of battle. Clutching the glittering blade resolutely in her hand, she vowed never to become a burden, cloaking herself in a magical purple aura of battle readiness. Swiftly bursting into the thick of the enemy, the little warrior began to deal blows, proving that size is definitely not the deciding factor in this battle. Leaving behind only mountains of fallen mutants, the duo stood frozen in the center of the cleared area as the dust from the attack slowly settled around them. Watching new creatures emerge from the bloody fog, the heroes realized that the real heat in this evolution zone was just beginning. A terrifying monster appeared before them, its maddened grin and blazing red eyes leaving no doubt about its thirst for blood. The monster makes a sharp lunge, while sharp bone spikes fly around Wang Zhou. Sharply drawing his sword, the boy instantly blocks the sharp fragments flying at him from all sides, while a powerful whirlwind rises around him. Grinning madly with its fanged maw, the terrifying pale-skinned monster rushes straight into the attack, shrouded in an ominous scarlet aura of rage. Staring intently at the enemy, the hero activates his true power, causing his eye to glow a bright red. As if in slow motion, the fearless swordsman and the enraged beast stand frozen opposite each other. With maximum concentration, the boy sees every fleeting movement of the enemy, while his magical gaze analyzes the slightest gaps in the defense. With a loud cry of dark energy filling him, the monster raises his clawed hands upward, preparing to unleash the full force of chaos upon his opponent. With lightning speed, the hero delivers a crushing blow from top to bottom, cutting through space while his opponent realizes in horror that this attack will be his last. Breathing heavily after a grueling battle, the victor watches as the defeated enemy runs off into the distance. With obvious bewilderment in her eyes, the girl asks about the sudden disappearance of the zombie, while the boy seriously reflects on the fact that the monster was clearly following him. Carefully picking up the baby in his arms, the swordsman insists on an immediate departure from this place, despite her naive confidence that the threat has passed. Walking resolutely across the cracked asphalt, the hero warns that the zombie's departure is only a lull before the appearance of something much more terrifying. As they flee the scene of a recent battle, two survivors race past buildings that conceal new dangers in the post-apocalyptic world. Trying to comprehend the scale of what had happened, the girl bombarded the defender with questions about the strange behavior of the zombie, who was so different from the others. Staring into the void, the boy shares a terrifying discovery. He saw dark shadows in the eyes of some of the dead, which apparently control all their movements. While the swordsman explains the essence of controlling monsters, the little companion realizes in horror that ordinary zombies are just puppets in the hands of a powerful guardian. Hugging her teddy bear tighter, the frightened girl asks if this means that every single creature in the area will be hunting them from now on. In a calm and confident tone, the hero hurries to reassure her, explaining that the Guardian's main task is to protect the Crystal of Evolution. Having completed his analysis of the situation, the experienced fighter concludes that since there is no pursuit, they have a chance to return unnoticed back to a safe haven. Peeking sharply out from around the corner of the concrete wall, the girl calls on the defender to look at something completely incredible that has appeared right in front of them. Standing in the middle of the deserted city streets, the heroine is shocked to realize that in place of the usual road, there has appeared a huge lake, which was never there before. Looking around in confusion, the two survivors freeze in front of a sudden water obstacle. As the zombies fall awkwardly into the water right before their eyes, the girl wonders if their location is still a secret to the Guardian. Suddenly, the crowd of the dead freezes as if on command, obeying an invisible signal from their master. The monster's eyes glow an ominous scarlet as the Guardian takes direct control of them, transforming the languid puppets into ferocious hunters. The little companion screams in horror, realizing that their disguise has been blown and the monstrous gaze is now directed straight at them. Without wasting a second, the swordsman grabs the girl by the hand, urging her to run as fast as she can before the ring of enraged zombies closes around them completely. A mysterious, masked, hooded gunman lurks at the top of a tall building, carefully tracking targets through the scope of his rifle. A deafening shot rings out, and one of the zombies' heads explodes into pieces, confirming the unknown sniper's deadly accuracy. The street below is littered with the bodies of the fallen, who were cold-bloodedly eliminated by precise hits from above. Lowering his weapon, the cloaked figure states that most of the surrounding zombies have been destroyed. Looking at the radio, which is only emitting static, the shooter understands that there will be no answer, and bitterly concludes that there is one less group of survivors in this world. Against the backdrop of ruins, a mysterious hooded figure watches every sound intently until the silence of the night is suddenly pierced by a sharp and frightening sound. With his sights locked on, the unknown shooter is shocked to discover a little girl in the danger zone, who happened to be there at the most inopportune moment. Caught in a sudden burst of crimson energy, the swordsman utters a short curse through his teeth, realizing that everything is going wrong. Turning sharply at the cry of his frightened companion, the boy feels the chilling presence of the Guardian, whose power literally presses down on all living things around with a heavy aura. Kneeling next to the motionless body of the defender, the little girl desperately shakes his shoulders and begs him to wake up quickly. Peering out from his hiding place, the frightened child sees a whole crowd of creepy creatures ahead. Her eyes wide with horror, the girl can hardly believe what is happening and whispers to confirm her worst fears about the appearance of that very guardian. Trapped in the ruins, she frantically tries to figure out how to escape, as Wang Jie is unconscious and the ring of enemies is closing in ever tighter. Clutching the knife tightly in her trembling hands, the girl realizes the insignificance of her own strength in the face of such a monster, but still forces herself not to give up. A nightmarish guardian in bone armor slowly emerges from the crimson fog, promising absolutely nothing good for the uninvited guests. Having decided on a crazy step, the brave girl takes a deep breath and rushes into the attack, hoping only for luck in a sudden attack towards the monster frozen in the darkness. While the giant monster is distracted by her maneuver, purple bolts of energy suddenly erupt around it, forcing even the bravest creatures to retreat. Taking advantage of the moment, she plans to deliver the decisive blow and end this protracted nightmare with one precise movement of the blade. With a deafening scream, the enraged guardian opens his mouth lined with sharp teeth, wide open, preparing to crush the impudent girl into dust. Caught in the center of a blinding flash, she instinctively raises her weapon in front of her as everything around her erupts in frantic light and chaos. A huge silhouette of the guardian looms over the girl, frozen in shock, like an ominous shadow, as she realizes with horror that her desperate attack has failed to achieve its goal. With a powerful blow from an invisible force, the monster literally knocks the little heroine off her feet, causing her to fly helplessly backwards. Hitting the concrete wall with a dull thud, the poor thing screams in sharp pain as the rock fragments fly in all directions from the force of the impact with the barrier. Coughing convulsively and barely holding the knife in her hands, the wounded girl whispers to Wang Jie for forgiveness as she no longer believes in the possibility of defeating the monster. Deep in oblivion, the boy complains of an unbearable heaviness throughout his body, completely unaware of the mortal threat that hangs over both of them. Trapped in his own mind under the Guardian's control, the hero painfully wonders what is happening to the defenseless Tang Xiaoai. Lying unconscious, he realizes the blood crystal's uselessness against mental attacks and seeks a way to use its powers to suppress the Guardian monster's will. A blinding flash of white light breaks through the veil of nightmare, tearing apart the bloody haze that has enveloped his consciousness with a sharp sound. Watching from the side at Wang Zhou's motionless body, the frightened girl sees a strange glow above him, and in complete despair, hopes to bring her partner back to his senses. Jumping to his feet abruptly, the boy takes a defensive stance, preparing to unleash all his fury on the enemy who dared to invade his thoughts. With a powerful and precise strike, Wang Jie severs the head of the terrifying bone monster, tearing flesh and bone into bloody sprays under the influence of his awakened power. Having barely regained consciousness, the hero first turns to Xiaoai, anxiously asking if she is okay after this horrific encounter. Touched by his concern, she tears up and thanks Wang Jie for saving her, while he blames his carelessness for the Guardian being able to discover them. The moment of relief is interrupted by a sharp cry from Xiaoai, warning her partner about the enemies who have appeared like silent shadows behind them. In the midst of the battle, Wang Jie notices how the heads of the attacking zombies are scattered from well-aimed shots. Noticing the accuracy of the shots from the side, the guy is surprised to realize that the person who came to his aid is also an evolutionary. A mysterious figure in a hooded cloak, his face hidden by a mask, and a powerful sniper rifle visible behind his back, slowly emerges from the mist of the ruins. The mysterious stranger gestures to follow him into the depths of the abandoned city. Under the cover of dusk, a cloaked figure with a rifle slung over his back leads a group through empty streets, demanding complete obedience. Walking slowly along the broken asphalt, the survivors are surprised by the sudden help, because in this world of the apocalypse, selfless kindness is an extremely rare thing. The heavy boots echo loudly on the deserted pavement as the heroes approach their goal amidst the ruins and desolation. Stopping in front of a dilapidated building with a bright sign about a kindergarten, the conductor announces his arrival at the place. Completely perplexed, the guy asks the name again, not understanding why this particular place was chosen as a shelter. Tormented by doubts, he reflects on the fact that the little zombies in kindergartens are the most dangerous and unpredictable opponents. The mysterious ally firmly opens the doors of the gloomy building and invites everyone inside, despite the alarm hanging in the air. Looking around the empty corridors, the hero notices the absence of the smell of blood and bodies, which gives little hope of safety in this strange place. Accompanying a girl with a teddy bear, the boy carefully descends the stairs following the mysterious guide into the depths of the abandoned building. With his hand on the doorknob, the hooded man pauses for a moment before opening the final barrier, and revealing the truth hidden behind it. Joyful children's cries instantly fill the space as the little inhabitants of the shelter rush to meet their returning teacher. Looking curiously at the uninvited guests, one of the kids asks a very logical question about who these people are and why they came to their secret house. Gently touching the child's head, the mysterious guide calms him in a quiet voice and asks him to behave as quietly as possible inside the shelter. With a slow movement of his hands, the man in the cloak begins to pull the heavy hood from his head, preparing to finally reveal his identity to the guests. Throwing back the thick fabric, the stranger apologizes for such a long and secretive performance, while the air is filled with agonizing anticipation of the denouement. A pretty girl named Chen Wei, who turns out to be a teacher and evolutionist, appears before the astonished survivors. The shocked young man instantly recalls the legendary rumors about the one who is among the top 10 best snipers and masters of weapon evolution. Introducing himself in response, Wang Jie gives his name and that of his little companion, while apologizing for being overly suspicious at the beginning of their acquaintance. Smiling peacefully, the girl assures the guests that caution is encouraged in times like these and invites them inside for a calm conversation. Pointing to the kindergarten storage facilities, the owner explains that it was these supplies that helped them survive the most difficult initial period of the apocalypse. Noticing a tiny child in the crib, the hero, with undisguised curiosity, asks who this little one is in the makeshift shelter. Gently clutching the bottle, Chen Wei explains that she found the baby on the street and went out into the city specifically to look for powdered milk for him. The tiny toddler eagerly latches onto the bottle of milk and devours its contents, completely oblivious to the chaos going on around him. Noticing fresh abrasions on the girl's body, Chen Wei offers his help with disinfecting the wounds, trying not to frighten the already exhausted little girl. After carefully applying a clean bandage to the forearm, the rescuer completes the treatment of the damaged skin to prevent possible infection. Carefully adjusting the heavy blanket, she invites her guest to rest on the free bed, because a good night's sleep is more important than any talk about the nightmare she experienced. Clutching her favorite toy tightly, the little heroine finally falls into a deep sleep under the watchful eye of her new friend. Looking suspiciously at the imperturbable guy, the girl tries to find out whether her new acquaintances are the same evolutionists as she is. Sincerely delighted by the unexpected addition to the team, she notes that two strong fighters will perfectly compensate for the squad's recent losses in combat power. Listening attentively to the question about other surviving colleagues, the heroine explains that in their city, initially, only 5 people with special abilities were known. With obvious sadness in her voice, she admits that after the start of the zombie apocalypse, contact with most of these allies was lost forever. Concentrating on the causes of the disaster, the boy declares that only capturing the evolution crystal will allow them to turn the tide and defeat the Guardian. Looking confidently at her companion, the girl conveys critical information that the evolution crystal they need is located right on the monster's body. Focusing on analyzing the data he received, the guy gloomily states the inevitability of a head-on collision with the monster. His expression suddenly changing from the sudden realization of the horrific truth, the hero hears an alarming cry that the situation is taking an extremely bad turn. With a cry of despair and fear, the girl points to the sleeping child and reveals the shocking news that little Xiaoai is infected with a virus. Despite the frightening appearance of the inflamed wound, the girl hastens to reassure her friend that she did not receive the injury directly from the zombie, although the infection still entered the blood. With noticeable relief, having heard the verdict that the baby will not turn into a monster, the hero finally takes a breath and accepts the successful outcome. Touching the child's burning forehead, the boy realizes the seriousness of the situation because the girl urgently needs medication to combat the high fever. With obvious alarm in her eyes, the heroine admits to the lack of necessary medications, pointing out that the nearest salvation is only in the first public hospital. Darkened by the mere mention of the place, Wang Jie hesitantly asks for the name of the hospital, suspecting that the journey there would be extremely dangerous. Alarmingly warning her friends of danger, the sniper informs them that they are about to encounter a terrifying zombie and strongly advises them not to go there. With a glint in his eyes, the hero smiles ominously, declaring his intention to completely exterminate his enemies, leaving no trace of them. Completely taken aback by her companion's sudden and frightening determination, the girl freezes for a moment. Having finally made a difficult decision, she agrees with a slight smile and a confident look to accompany the group on their dangerous adventure. Rising ominously against the night sky, the first public hospital of Dongchang City appears before the heroes as their next terrifying target. Peering into the dark doorway of the hospital, the girl shudders as she recalls the armed survivors who entered and never returned. Noticing a frightening gathering of monsters, Chen Wei, in a panic, suggests retreating immediately so that he can carefully think through his plan of action first. Determined to go all the way, the boy objects to retreat, reminding her that without medicine, little Xiaoai's life will be in mortal danger. Ignoring his friend's desperate cries about the impossibility of winning alone, Wang Jie resolutely steps into the darkness, towards the threat that awaits him. Finding himself in the epicenter of a nightmare, the swordsman finds himself confronted by an enraged crowd of zombies, whose ferocious growls fill the hospital corridors. Focusing on his attack, Wang Jie draws his sword as a powerful purple aura envelops his body, foreshadowing a crushing blow. Cutting through the air in an instant, the hero leaves behind only piles of chopped-up zombie bodies, defeated in a matter of seconds. Holding Xiaoai tightly to her, the girl watches with undisguised amazement the incredible strength of her partner, whose abilities seem beyond her capabilities. After finishing the short massacre of the enemies, Wang Jie calmly approaches Chen Wei with a question about the exact location of the pharmacy in this building. Confidently answering about the location of the medicines on the second floor, the girl promises to follow him immediately, not letting the sick baby go a single step. As they climb the escalator deeper into the silent building, the heroes remain on high alert, expecting an attack from any dark corner. Looking at the pistol abandoned on the floor, Wang Jie comes to the conclusion that somewhere on the upper floors, the extremely dangerous mutant that Chen Wei mentioned is lurking. Mentally analyzing the situation, the guy wonders why the armed survivors abandoned the pharmacy on the second floor and went to the 10th, to their death. Walking down the corridor littered with lifeless bodies, the girl points the way to their destination, confirming that the place they need is very close. Carefully examining the empty hallway, the partners note with relief the temporary absence of the living dead in this part of the hospital. Carefully examining the label on the bottle he found, Wang Jie tries to make sure that these are the medications needed to save the child. Gently encouraging the exhausted Xiaoai, Chen Wei promises that they will soon get some fever reducers, antibiotics, and vitamins. Suddenly noticing a strange red glare on the ceiling, the girl becomes confused, trying to understand the source of the outgoing danger. Swiftly raising her futuristic cannon, she prepares to fire the fatal shot. By aiming the laser sight precisely at the target, the shooter sees a bright red mark, leaving no time to think. The monster's huge eye, pulsating menacingly with a blood-red color, watches the heroes closely, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. With a deafening roar and a belch of flame, the cannon fires powerful shots that shake the air in the hospital corridor. Wang Jie turns around sharply at the noise and flashes, anxiously trying to comprehend what exactly they were faced with. Instantly raising her weapon to defend herself, Chen Wei screams in horror that they have been discovered by the very same powerful zombies she feared so much. With a furious shriek and a wide-open maw, the terrifying multi-eyed mutant reveals its true form, confirming the survivor's worst fears. Looming over the heroine with all its monstrous mass, the huge mutant opens its bottomless mouth wide in a deafening roar. Rapidly throwing out numerous writhing tentacles towards the survivors, the monster tries to grab targets from several sides simultaneously. Continuously firing his heavy weapon, Chen Wei tries to cut off the creature's limbs with precise shots to hold back its onslaught. Realizing the enemy's true intentions with horror, the girl screams that the monster's next target is the defenseless Xiaoai. Lightning fast, Wang Jie launches a devastating strike with his energy sword, severing the attacking tentacles with a spectacular leap. Resolutely shielding his companion from danger, the swordsman briefly asks her to leave it to him, while the severed parts of the monster writhe behind him. In a furious frenzy, spewing out dozens of new limbs with crimson eyes, the giant mutant fills the entire space of the corridor. Enveloped in the ominous red glow of his awakened power, the hero prepares to deliver the decisive blow despite the enemy's superiority. Masterfully performing a series of lightning-fast lunges in the air, the swordsman cuts the creature's tentacles into small pieces. Dripping profusely with dark blood after the attack, the monster's mutilated appendages fall powerlessly to the floor. Understanding the gravity of the threat, Wang Jie notes that he is dealing with a rare type of mutation that could put his companions in mortal danger. Diverting the attention of the enraged, multi-eyed monster onto himself, the hero shouts defiantly to draw the enemy away from the girls. Crushing against the wall, the mutant's countless tentacles send rock debris crashing down, turning the hospital corridor into a zone of total destruction. Mentally encouraging his protector, Chen Wei whispers hopefully to Wang Jie as he fights this unequal battle. Frantically looking through the shelves of the pharmacy warehouse, The girl promises that very soon she will find the necessary medicines to save the child. Jumping back down the stairs, Wangzhe barely avoids a powerful blow from the huge multi-eyed mutant. Frantically thinking about battle tactics, the hero realizes that to destroy ordinary zombies, he needs to destroy their brains, but he can't determine where the giant's weak spot is. Swiftly dodging the enemy's furious attacks, the swordsman finds himself in the very center of a tangle of writhing tentacles that crush everything in their path. Instantly drawing his weapon, Wang Jit prepares to deliver a precise counterstrike directly into one of the monster's many eyes. With a determined thrust of the sword from top to bottom, the hero plunges the glowing blade into the creature's head, attempting to end this protracted standoff. With a sharp and precise movement, the glittering blade cuts through the monster's flesh, spraying dark blood around and causing the enemy to shudder from the unexpected attack. Faced with a huge, multi-eyed monster, the boy boldly challenges it as the creature gapes in pain. Assessing the situation with a cold and piercing gaze, the hero realizes his enemy's main weakness and understands that there is no brain at all in this colossus's head. In an attempt to protect its vulnerable interior, the monster chaotically waves dozens of tentacles which create a barrier around it. At tremendous speed, a sharp spike pierces space, aiming directly at one of the glowing points on the creature's body. With a furious red fire blazing in his eyes, the fighter is finally convinced of his guess that the creature's brain is hidden outside, right in its many eyes. Carefully examining the shelves in the semi-dark room filled with jars and boxes, the girl persistently searches for medicine. With a joyful exclamation, she finally finds the things she needs and now confidently holds in her hands a small bottle and a neatly folded white sheet of paper. Having put the loot into a worn bag, which already contains several bottles and boxes, the heroine realizes that she is missing just one medicine to complete her set. Suddenly hearing a sharp and frightening sound behind her, the girl turns around sharply, freezing in surprise and fear. Feeling a powerful and frightening energy wave, she freezes in horror, not understanding what is happening and what danger threatens her. Feeling a sudden tremor in the air and hearing a strange rumble from above, the heroine raises her head in fear as the room begins to vibrate suspiciously. Shrouded in dark shadows and a frightening purple aura, the girl standing nearby suddenly changes expression. With hope in her voice, Chen Wei turns to her companion, trying to figure out whether Xiao Ai has truly come to her senses or if it is an illusion. Plunged into some kind of eerie numbness, the girl freezes with empty eyes as if her mind is right now being held captive by something dark and invisible. Having looked closely at her friend's condition, the warrior realized with horror that Xiao Ai's consciousness was still asleep, and her body was controlled by some unknown force. A terrifying giant emerges from the swirling darkness right in front of the girl, leaving the sniper wondering if this monster is someone's ghostly guardian. Seeing an ominous black shadow with glowing red eyes looming over her friend, the girl desperately screams for her to wake up immediately. Without wasting a second, the heroine raises her rifle and fires a powerful shot straight into the center of the dark silhouette, hoping to break the frightening contact. Stunned by what she saw, the warrior cries out in helplessness when she realizes that her attack has brought absolutely no result. Abruptly breaking away for a new attack, the girl bitterly realizes that ordinary bullets are completely useless against a creature that does not have a physical body. Holding Xiao Ai tightly to her chest, Chen Wei vows to keep her friend's physical body in reality at all costs and not let the ghost drag her into oblivion. Feeling incredible resistance, the girl realizes with horror that her fragile-looking friend has suddenly acquired monstrous strength. The terrifying black shadow continues to loom silently over them, overwhelming their will with its dark presence and causing the air around them to vibrate with the outgoing threat. Flaring with a furious red light, the mysterious spirit emits a silent but devastating pulse, causing the space around it to begin to distort. Surrounded by strange, soaring notes and a mysterious melody, the heroine feels her eyelids fill with lead and her consciousness treacherously cloud over. Giving in, she lowers her head helplessly as a triumphant and eerie sound thunders above her, marking the victory of the ghostly creature. Suddenly waking up from the numbness that had overwhelmed her, the girl realized in fright that she was still holding Xiao Ai tightly, who had frozen in her arms with an absent gaze. Relieved to see that the terrifying black shadow has finally disappeared, the warrior tries to come to her senses and comprehend the danger that has just passed them both. Looking around, the heroine notices an approaching crowd of zombies and assumes that control has weakened precisely because of their sudden intervention. Realizing that the noise of the shot has attracted all the nearby dead, the girl raises her rifle again, preparing for another deadly battle. A loud sound echoes loudly in the silence of the night under the full moon, attracting the attention of everyone nearby. Surrounded by a grotesque, multi-eyed monster on the roof of a building, Wangzhe freezes for a moment as he hears the distant echoes of battle. Hearing the gunfire, the hero instantly realizes that it was Chen Wei who shot, and his face distorts with concern for Xiao Ai, who might have gotten into trouble. Standing before the gaping maw of the monster, the warrior grips the hilt of his sword and notes with alarm that he has already used up a third of the energy of the red crystal in his body. Realizing that time is running out, he activates his hidden powers, engulfing himself in bursts of red energy, and resolves to finish off the monster with one crushing blow. Finding himself in a ring of writhing, ice-studded tentacles, the swordsman tries to figure out which one contains the enemy's brain or vulnerable core. Deciding not to waste time searching, he makes a swift dash forward, declaring that he will find out the monster's weak spot as soon as he cuts off everything unnecessary. A series of lightning-fast sword strikes paint the air with bright strokes, instantly cutting the dense tentacles into pieces. Surrounded by the remains of severed flesh, the warrior freezes, while the remnants of magical energy from the last attack still swirl around him. Having lost its protective limbs, the main body of the monster, with its huge gaping mouth and many eyes, appears in all its terrifying form. With a lightning-fast and precise strike, the swordsman cuts one of the last tentacles in half, trying to get to the core of the monster. The massive, multi-eyed beast lets out a deafening death cry as its main body begins to crumble under the warrior's onslaught. Standing over the fallen remains of the enemy, the hero notes with slight bewilderment that the creature's brain was indeed hidden in the very last tentacle. Hearing the echoes of the distant struggle again, the swordsman realizes that Chen Wei is hurrying towards him, and his face takes on a concentrated expression. Not wanting any unnecessary questions or meetings, the warrior puts away his weapon and heads towards the exit from the roof, deciding to leave the scene of the battle. While the hero stands with his back turned, a thin, ominous tentacle suddenly descends from the void above, hinting that the battle is not over yet. A floating head appears in the sky, with a mad grin, glowing red eyes, and a multitude of writhing tendrils instead of hair. One of the tentacles pierces the concrete roof with tremendous force right behind the warrior, causing debris to fly in all directions. The monster's face, distorted with rage, appears right in front of him, and the hero states that the monster has finally shown its true self. With an unperturbed expression, the swordsman asks the monster if he really thought the warrior looked back only to admire his false shell. The monster's flying head screams furiously, releasing dozens of thin tentacles in all directions in a desperate attempt to attack. Surrounded by a glowing red aura, the hero confidently declares to the enemy that he has already lost the moment the swordsman deliberately turned around. Shrouded in a furious crimson glow, Wangzhe soars into the air to unleash his might upon the writhing, bloody tentacled thing. Flashing with a blinding light, the crushing blow splits the monster's hideous flesh in half, causing its heads to thrash in a silent death scream. The massive body of the fallen enemy falls heavily to the ground, finally becoming silent as the remains of darkness and dust from the fierce battle slowly settle over it. Leaning forward slightly, the boy acknowledges the parasite's cunning, which had tried to confuse him by hiding inside its enormous body and hoping to deceive its perception. Staring into the void with a glassy gaze, the monster listens to the final verdict that his attachment to the shell was a fatal mistake. Feeling an incredible surge of strength, the winner happily notes to himself that thanks to the battle, his internal red crystal has finally reached a new level. By surrounding the body with energy flows, the system confirms a global upgrade of all characteristics after the destruction of a rare mutant zombie. Clenching his fist against the backdrop of the starry sky, the hero resolutely sets his mind to continuing his journey, because now the time has come to find Chen Wei. Holding her breath and pressing her gaze to the rifle's sight, the girl counts the bullets, realizing that the remaining 16 bullets must decide the outcome of the matter. Slowly approaching the sniper's position, a whole crowd of 33 creepy dead people fills the corridor. Finding himself right in the crosshairs of the optical sight, the first of the mutants does not even suspect that his empty head has already become the perfect target for the shot. With utmost concentration on her task, the huntress freezes in anticipation of the perfect moment. By choosing the most dangerous target, the shooter catches the enraged monster in the center of the reticle and gives himself the command to pull the trigger right now, with no room for a miss. With a sharp pull of the trigger, the sniper releases a deadly charge, which flies out of the barrel with a characteristic sound, marking the beginning of clearing the corridor. Piercing through rotten flesh, a well-aimed bullet shatters the head of the first zombie, leaving the monster no chance. Continuing a series of precise shots, the girl methodically destroys one target after another, turning the advancing horde into a mountain of motionless bodies. The last of the fallen enemies fall to the floor with a thud, falling silent as the smell of gunpowder and the dust from the skirmish still lingers in the air. Visibly agitated by the empty magazine, the heroine anxiously realizes that she only has one bullet left and new zombies could appear at any second. The suddenly appearing ally, breaking through the wall with a crushing blow, makes the girl scream in surprise. Smiling joyfully at his savior, the sniper looks with relief at the unperturbed guy who came to the rescue in time and is now ready to cover her back. Right in the corridor, a girl with pink hair held a sniper rifle at the ready while Wang Jie tensely looked into the distance. Without turning around or even changing his expression, he told the girl that the zombie was already dead and there was nothing to worry about. Her eyes widened and she thought with admiration and slight shock that he had killed a terrible mutant, and this guy was simply incredibly strong. Turning his back to the crowd of zombies, he calmly told the girl to save her ammo and would deal with the rest himself. The red crystal inside him had been pumped up to the maximum, unlocking high-level combat abilities in him, and even a new skill he had only just begun to think about. Through powerful purple flashes and flying pieces of zombie bodies, he cut forward with unreal speed, delivering blows left and right. But there was also a downside to such power, because if you use the explosion mode, all the energy of the crystal will spill out at once like an atomic bomb, and the body will enter a state of weakness. Looking thoughtfully at his glowing red palm, he decided that for ordinary zombies, this ability was clearly excessive and not worth wasting. Clutching the hilt of his trusty sword, the boy dryly asked his companion whether she managed to obtain the necessary medicines. Adjusting her heavy cloak, the girl confirms the mission's success, but with alarm in her voice, she reports that little Xiao almost fell into the clutches of the mysterious Shadow Guardian. Looking with eyes full of sincere gratitude, the warrior barely restrains the surging emotions as she thanks her partner for the timely rescue. Bending over the sleeping girl, the heroine sadly recalls how the Guardian's shadow suddenly retreated only because of the appearance of an even more dangerous infected mutant. The guy turned around abruptly in response to the question, causing his companion to flinch in surprise, causing her only awkward embarrassment and a desire to justify herself. Gently hugging the sleeping baby, the fighter realizes that the Guardian is physically incapable of simultaneously controlling zombies and hypnotizing people. As they retreat deeper into the ominous concrete corridor, the two allies discuss their plan for a counterattack, now that they have a trump card in their hands. Shrouded in an eerie silence, the kindergarten building appears as a frightening reminder of the former peaceful life that no longer exists in a cruel world. Finding herself in the relative safety of the shelter, the girl, exhausted from the long foray, breathes a sigh of relief while her partner lays the baby on the bed. Carefully observing every movement, the warrior carefully gives little Xiao the medicine he brought, trying not to disturb her sensitive and restless sleep. Having noticeably relaxed after the antipyretic began to work, the boy noted a rapid drop in the child's temperature. Sending his sleepy companion off to rest, the protector promises to take over the night shift so that no one can catch them off guard in the dark. Making herself comfortable against the cold wall and clutching her rifle tightly, the warrior is glad to finally be able to get a peaceful nap. Sinking into a deep sleep, the girl finally finds temporary peace, unaware of the new threat nearby. The sleepy heroine suddenly opens her eyes at the barely perceptible suspicious noise and instantly returns to reality. Noticing his companion's awakening, the guy confirms that he too heard that strange sound coming from the dark depths of the building. Placing a finger to his lips in a call for silence, the defender announces the shocking news that bloodthirsty zombies have managed to penetrate the kindergarten grounds. Peering intently, the girl notices a whole crowd of the living dead, who are slowly but surely filling the courtyard of their temporary shelter. Noticing dozens of bony legs through a narrow crack in the ceiling, she panics and wonders why the hell this rotten crowd is having a morning promenade right above their heads. Judging by the unperturbed remark about using the Guardian's ability, the situation has completely gotten out of control and turned into crazy surrealism. While the guy maintains an icy calm and assures that if he sits quietly, the dead will simply pass by, the girl tries to stop her knees from shaking. Suddenly, the silence is broken by someone's carefree snoring, causing the heroine to realize in horror that the room is full of sleeping people who could give away their location. A sharp and deafening baby cry coming from the cradle cuts through the air like a gunshot, causing the girl to freeze in mute shock from the imminent catastrophe. Remembering that she had dragged the little rascal into the shelter, the girl clutched her head in despair, because now they would definitely be discovered by the bloodthirsty creatures. Attracted by the loud sound, the monsters begin to break into the building, anticipating fresh prey and a light morning snack. A crowd of living dead rushes at people with inhuman speed, anticipating a quick bloody massacre of their victims. Descending the stairs in an avalanche, zombies fill the space in a matter of moments, turning the once safe place into a branch of hell on earth. Noticing the approaching threat, the girl asks Wang Jie with concern in her voice about what to do next. Unwilling to simply stand by and wait for a sad ending, the heroine wonders out loud why she doesn't deal with these monsters herself. Sitting on the bed and clutching a sharp blade in her hand, the girl desperately declares her readiness to engage in battle if Wang Jie cannot eliminate the enemies on his own. Taking a look at her loyal comrades, she insists on her participation in the sortie, because in their current situation, there is simply no other way out. Looking down at the stubborn girl, the guy promises to take everything upon himself, promising to act as stealthily as possible so as not to be seen by the wandering dead. Having drawn his blade, the boy prepares to enter the fight with cold calm, reminding that the main thing is to remain unnoticed by the main horde of bloodthirsty creatures. With a sharp and crushing movement, the hero unleashes all his power on the enemy, while the space around him literally explodes with bright flashes of energy. Cutting through the air with lightning speed, the fighter leaves behind only bloody streaks as the zombies' bodies fly in all directions. Surrounded by chaos and flying pieces of flesh, Wang Jie methodically clears the area of undead. Mockingly calling out to the slowed-down dead from a blind spot, the invisible hunter makes the monsters look around in horror. In a powerful and blinding whirlwind of blows, the last enemy is finally defeated, while the blade's radiance tears apart space. Gently hugging the frightened children, the girl tries to remain calm and tenderly whispers to the children not to be afraid, because the main danger has already passed. Appearing in the doorway, Wang Jie briefly tells his companions, frozen in anticipation, that all the problems have finally been resolved and that nothing threatens them anymore. Stunned by such a lightning-fast denouement, the girl exclaims with delight about the miraculous rescue, while the children joyfully cling to their protectors. Looking at the motionless body of the defeated enemy on the dirty concrete floor, the heroine realizes with relief that the nightmare is over. The heavy metal shovel makes a sharp sound as it plunges into the rocky soil, sending up fine dust and bits of dry earth right at the base of the tree. Standing over the freshly dug hole, the friends lament the incredible gap in strength between them and this imperturbable Wang Jie. With considerable effort, the little helper throws the bony remains of the zombie into a deep hole, trying to finish this gruesome job as quickly as possible. Propping her chin up in a playful manner, she doubtfully suggests that her companion's only talent is the professional disposal of corpses. Sharply raising her finger, the indignant girl furiously proves that in the hospital she was a first-class sniper and masterfully exterminated zombies. Looking at the guy walking in front of her, the heroine irritably demands that Wang Jie stop being silent and finally at least somehow comment on her words. Immersed in dark memories, the young man realizes with alarm that this time the dead have become much more insane and have attacked the evolution zone ahead of schedule. Walking quietly across the empty grass, the warrior tries to reach out to her partner, who seems completely detached from reality. Grinning darkly at his internal calculations, Wang Jie comes to the frightening conclusion that all the survivors in the area will die in just a week. Looking out over the deserted streets, a worried Chen Wei desperately tries to pick up any signal, shouting into the empty airwaves. Hearing only an irritating crackling and a dull hiss from the radio speaker, the girl finally realizes that the connection with the outside world has been cut off. Putting down the useless device, the heroine, with a heavy sigh, tells her partner that an entire hour has already passed, but no one has responded to her calls for help. Reflecting on the zombies' rapidly growing rage, Wang Jie declares that hesitation is tantamount to death and that they must deal with the Guardian immediately. Thinking about the monster, the timid warrior honestly admits her fear, because the incredible power of this mutant frightens her to the very depths of her soul. In a calm tone, Wang Jie explains that any evolution zone is built on the foundation of myths, meaning that knowing the Guardian's true form will give them a chance. Having made a strong-willed decision, the guy orders to return to the basement to systematize all the collected information about the enemy, together with Xiaoai. The city, shrouded in an eerie silence, freezes in the rays of the setting sun as the heroes prepare for the decisive move in this game of survival. Having laid out a pile of papers with graphs on the table, the young man points out a strange pattern to his companions. Analyzing the data obtained, the fighter comes to the conclusion that with the onset of deep night, the monster's control over the crowds of the dead weakens. Pointing at the graph, Wang Jie explains that it is under the cover of darkness that their chances of success increase due to the decrease in monster activity. Confused by her friend's strange luck, the warrior tries to figure out how exactly Xiao Ai managed to stay alive after her encounter with the monster. Frowning and analyzing the situation, the guy suggests that the girl's survival is directly related to her physical parameters or gender. Gathered around the table, the trio comes to the logical conclusion that age was the key factor in this mystery. Recalling a terrifying sight from the past, a little girl describes the frightening silhouette of the guardian. Screaming sharply in horror and pressing her hand to her chest, the girl cannot comprehend the fact that the creature is deliberately stealing children. Looking closely at his hands, the young man explains to his companions that the crystal of evolution gives the guardian power, but does not oblige him to commit such atrocities. Comparing the situation with the mythical Sphinx, the hero concludes that the kidnapping of children is just a cruel rule that the monster is obliged to follow. Lost in thought, the swordsman notes that there are too many dark legends in the world about monsters devouring innocent children. Remembering the creature, the warrior tries to analyze her feelings and comes to the conclusion that the mysterious enemy is a man. Suddenly remembering an important detail, the girl states that during the abduction she clearly heard strange sounds, similar to the playing of a flute. Having put all the facts together, the hero realizes that their enemy is the incarnation of the legendary Pied Piper of Hamelin. Clenching his fist in determination, the young man declares that he now knows the Guardian's identity, and this discovery forces him to prepare for battle. The girl, her eyes wide with bewilderment, admits that she has never heard of such a character before and does not understand the nature of the threat. Beginning the story of the origins of the frightening legend, the hero is transported to the ancient city of Hamelin, which once suffered from an unbearable invasion of rats. Appearing out of nowhere, the mysterious Piper promised the desperate townspeople to rid them of rodents for a decent reward. Having played the magic flute and lured the pests out of their holes, the musician led the entire horde of rats to the Vezir River, where the animals met their death. Blinded by greed, the city's inhabitants flatly refused to pay the promised gold, causing the music master to harbor a thirst for revenge in his heart. Having waited until the adults were distracted by their own affairs, he returned and with the sounds of his pipe led all the children of the city into a cave from which no one ever returned. Analyzing the changes in the landscape, the hero notices the appearance of a strange river in the center of the city of Dongchang, which finally confirms his guess. Comparing zombies to rats, the girl reasons that while adults sleep, the Piper leads children into the darkness. And this analogy explains everything that happened. Having noticed the enemy's weakness, the guy declares that since the kidnapper chooses stealth tactics, it means that he is almost helpless in open combat. Analyzing the situation, the heroine emphasizes that during the day they are hampered by hundreds of zombies, and under the cover of night, the guardian turns into an elusive shadow. Stepping forward with determination, the little girl offers herself as live bait, claiming that the villain will definitely come for her tonight. Infuriated by such a risky proposal, the sniper flatly refuses to expose the child to mortal danger. Resisting the fight, Xiao Ai is eager to fight. Wangja explains that after yesterday's failure, the guardian must have prepared a trap. Feeling helpless, the frustrated girl sighs and asks what they should do next. Looking at the children, the boy thinks that if they let Xiao Ai go alone, they will fall into a trap, and if they hesitate, time will run out. Supporting his despondent friend, Wang Jie suggests a risky move. Accept the challenge and go all the way. Gearing up for the decisive battle, the hero declares his intention to turn the enemy's territory into his own hunting ground. The massive structure of the stadium rises against the night sky, its empty stands seeming like the perfect refuge. Emerging from the shadows of the doorway, the leader of the survivors, Lin Shang, commands his men to leave their hiding place. Spread out across a vast empty area, a group of fighters are ordered to immediately search every corner for food or weapons. While relaying Chen Wei's words, one of the companions reminds them of the agreement to stay put and wait for her return, as she promised to find their squad. Standing in a heroic pose, Lin Shang expresses concern for her fate, as they were almost out of supplies after the day's attack by the undead. Suddenly, two mysterious figures materialize in the doorway of the headquarters, forcing a bystander to report the arrival of guests. Noticing a familiar face among those who entered, the guy involuntarily tensed up, sincerely surprised that the secretive Chen Wei had brought her partner with her. Wangja confidently walked out to meet the local boss and immediately proposed a daring plan to jointly eliminate the Guardian for the sake of crystals. Abruptly interrupting the guest's pompous speech, the armed gang fighters and their leader only grinned sarcastically. The leader squinted suspiciously and decided to ask her if she seriously believed that their duo had enough firepower to take down the huge monster. After listening to the doubts, the guy pulled out a sheet of graphs from his pocket and declared that they had come with clearly collected intelligence, on the Guardian's behavior. As the stern man carefully studied the provided diagrams, he began to realize that their chances of success in the suicide mission were increasing dramatically. The suspicious gang leader still doubted the veracity of what he had heard, fearing that they were pulling the wool over their eyes for their own gain. Loudly indignant, the crowd of guys began to assert their rights, accusing the aliens of trying to use them as ordinary cannon fodder. Suddenly, the entire area around was filled with an ominous scarlet glow as Wang Jie activated his true power. The shocked fighters stepped back, not understanding what was happening, and with a trembling voice pointed to each other at the guest's frighteningly changed eyes. Feeling the incredibly powerful physical pressure on himself, the group leader felt a chill run down his spine. With a blazing gaze, the boy calmed those present, graciously offering them to take on the task of clearing out the zombies while he dealt with the main problem himself. Hearing the bold statement about cleaning up alone, the man only grimaced mockingly and advised to quickly stop joking. Completely unperturbed, the hero invites the doubting guys to personally test his strength in open combat. Menacingly thrusting his axe forward and showing off his impressive muscles, the fighter accepts the challenge and demands to see what the upstart is really capable of. With a slight gesture towards the crowd, the guy clarifies that by the phrase about a fight, he meant not just one daredevil, but everyone present. Finding himself surrounded by bewildered people, the hero continues to confidently move forward. Looking coldly at his opponents, the fighter declares that since they have managed to survive up to this point, it is worth attacking them all at once to save time. Enraged by his insolence, they pounce on the lonely guy, deciding to teach the arrogant fool a lesson for his too long tongue. Swinging his heavy axe wide, the brute puts all his fury into one blow, designed to end this fight instantly. Watching the scene from the sidelines in horror, the girl panicked and couldn't understand why Wang Jie wasn't even trying to dodge the attack. Flashing with a blinding light at the moment of impact, the boy catches the sharp blade of the axe with his bare hands without moving an inch. Trying in vain to pull his weapon away, the stunned thug realizes that the axe seems to be firmly attached to the strange guy's palm. With a sharp movement, sending the enemy flying, the hero demonstrates colossal physical strength, throwing the fighter high into the air. Instantly drawing his blade, the master raises it to strike, while the disoriented opponent falls helplessly onto the cold concrete. With a crushing blow of the hilt into the face of the defeated enemy, Wang Jie finally knocks all the arrogance and spirit out of him. Having completely suppressed the resistance, the hero looks at his defeated opponent, clearly proving to everyone the difference in their actual level. Dumbfounded by surprise, the trio of hapless bandits stare around in fear. Looking around in confusion, they shout questions into the void in panic, not understanding how their target managed to literally disappear into thin air. Like a ghost, the hero silently materializes right behind the enemy, frozen in wild horror. With lightning-fast strikes, the guy turns the entire gang into helpless targets, scattering in all directions, leaving them no chance. With a cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield, he stands frozen amidst the pile of fallen bodies as the dust of his swift victory settles around him. Breathing heavily and struggling to come to his senses, the fighter falls to his knees, convulsively clutching his head in the realization of his complete defeat. With a wry smile, he acknowledges his opponent's overwhelming strength, complaining that his eyes had so fatally failed him. In a completely calm tone, the guy says that he didn't even use a weapon and all his friends were knocked out cold. By extending his hand to his opponent, the hero makes him genuinely surprised by the unexpected display of mercy towards the losers. By clenching his hand tightly in a sign of truce, the man finally acknowledges the superiority and authority of his new leader. Looking warily, the new ally tries to figure out the details of the plan and understand what role is assigned to him. Visualizing the coming battle, the hero explains that they will have to hold off 100 zombies. Shocked by the number of 100 ferocious dead, the guy breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing the unreality of the task. Looking around at his comrades, who are barely standing on their feet, he begins to count their heads, mentally preparing himself for a suicidal mission. Noting the guy's amazing responsibility for his subordinates, Wang Jie is convinced that he has chosen worthy candidates. Looking at his allies, the guy makes it clear that the time for empty talk is over, and it is time to move on to decisive action. Sighing heavily in despair, the fighter objects that it will be simply impossible to avoid new injuries or deaths in battle. Seriously warning of the impending catastrophe, the swordsman reminds that if the Guardian is not finished off before dawn, the monsters will go completely mad. Shocked by the news of the loss of contact with the rest of the squads, the fighter realizes that their group is the last hope in this evolution zone. Having decided to go all the way, the mercenary leader shouts out words of agreement as it is better to die in battle than to cowardly await his fate. Instantly inspired, the entire crowd loudly confirms their readiness to give their all in the decisive battle. Firmly squeezing the hand of their ally as a sign of trust, the boys solemnly swear to be faithful brothers in arms for the leader from now on. Slightly taken aback by the surprise, the guy asks again what exactly he was just called. Explaining calmly, Chen Wei tells her friend that Wang Jie is very worried about her and called her little sister so that others would not think of making fun of her. Walking confidently, the hero goes to a position to wait for the guardian to appear, while the others must cover him from the shadows. With no doubt whatsoever of success, the girl says that her mutual trust with Wang Jie is the most powerful thing in the world. Resolutely moving towards the meeting place, the group heads straight for the gate. Speeding down the gray road, the car rushes into the distance past destroyed buildings, expecting to collide with something truly terrifying. Suddenly, everything around is filled with an ominous crimson light, and space begins to distort from the most powerful magical energy. Feeling a heavy pressure on his skin, the fighter screams in horror that this eerie and oppressive aura can only belong to the guardian. Handing the heavy weapon over to the girl, he asks her to be extremely careful and not to risk herself under any circumstances. The small figure, head tilted up, stood frozen in front of the silent bulk of the high-rise building, while shadows thickened ominously over the roof. Slowly stepping over the threshold, the girl clutched the heavy stick tightly in her hands, as if the weapon could protect her from the darkness lurking within. She sat dejectedly in a chair, staring into space and trying to stop her knees from shaking. Anxiously peering into the night blue, the heroine whispered her main fear. Was something truly terrible approaching them? Meanwhile, on the very edge of the roof of a neighboring skyscraper, a guy appeared, his cold gaze riveted on the chaos unfolding below. Right down the center of the street, leading a whole army of spineless shadows, a huge black silhouette moved swiftly. Having prepared himself for the inevitable clash, the swordsman realized that the long-awaited and dangerous enemy was finally right in front of him. Finding herself in the middle of the classroom, the little heroine froze against the wall, while rows of empty desks created the oppressive atmosphere of an abandoned world. A pencil, accidentally touched, slowly rolled off the smooth surface of the table, beginning its free fall in complete silence. The thin pencil lead shattered into pieces with a loud thud on the cold floor, causing the girl to flinch in fear. Deftly picking up the object, she instantly stopped any unnecessary noise in this dangerous and dark place. Looking at the empty blackboard in the dim light, the survivor smiled bitterly at the thought of how ridiculous the lessons now looked. A vision from the past suddenly flashed before my eyes, filling the classroom with the noise of voices and the laughter of classmates. The round clock on the wall, ticking rhythmically, stopped at exactly 12, striking midnight. A strange sound floated through the air from the dark doorway, causing the girl to freeze with inexplicable horror. Standing still, the heroine felt the melody surrounding her from all sides, foreshadowing the appearance of something dangerous. She planted her foot firmly on the hard floor and prepared to lunge until a sharp click sounded distinctly in the air. Clutching the handle of her stick in her trembling palm, the young heroine stared at the doorway, expecting her worst nightmare. A thought flashed through her mind as the defender, having told the mysterious legend of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, hands the girl the artifact. Finding herself in an empty school corridor, the poor girl freezes in horror as a dark substance quickly and inexorably creeps towards her from the thick haze. Feeling completely helpless, she realizes that she can no longer control her own movements, and the eerie black shadow has almost caught up with her. Rising above the dense canopy of trees in the silence of the night, the massive school building holds within its dark windows the frightening secret of the evil that has taken place. Hiding among the massive trunks of a gloomy forest, a frightening dark silhouette suddenly freezes, as if sensing someone's invisible presence. Noticing the strange metamorphoses in the shadow's behavior, the two tense guys look at each other warily, trying to figure out the next step of this nightmare. Watching the action through the sights of a powerful rifle, the cloaked heroine notes with obvious shock that the guardian has stopped abruptly, which only promises more trouble. Filling the forest with a furious cry, the strong man realizes the terrible truth. The enemy has learned to take control of zombies, turning them into a puppet army. Diving from above, the brave girl opens fire to kill, hoping to interrupt this bloody ritual and save her friends from certain death. Surrounded by a horde of bloodthirsty undead, a giant, bony beast with glowing red eyes towers over the battlefield, leading the horde toward the survivors. Panicked by the overwhelming number of monsters, the frightened fighters scatter in all directions, desperately trying to find any kind of safe shelter. Overcoming his fear and trying to stop his allies from escaping, the boy engages in close combat, furiously fighting off the tenacious clutches of the monsters. Reminding his comrades of the promise he made to the boss and the inevitability of death in the event of cowardice, the hero shouts out the order to open fire, deciding to fight to the very end. Realizing the leader was right and realizing their last chance for salvation, the armed group opens a barrage of fire on the zombies, trying to destroy every enemy. A hail of lead pierces the dense thickets, bullets with a deafening roar tearing apart the flesh of the advancing crowd of monsters, turning the forest into a bloody mess. Desperately fighting off the advancing undead, the panic-stricken soldier begs his commander to immediately begin a retreat to save lives. Shouting orders furiously, the stern man flatly refuses to give up his position while the boss's younger sister is in mortal danger. Rapidly closing the distance in one powerful leap, the ugly monster raises its clawed paw over the defenseless little girl, frozen in place, alone. Clenching her fist sharply and instantly casting aside all fear, the young heroine resolutely prepares to meet the monster with a crushing blow straight into its mouth. Slamming her tiny fist into the jaw, the girl makes the monster's head jerk back unnaturally from the force of the precise hit. With a stunning uppercut, the warrior tosses the enemy high into the air, demonstrating her incredible power as she sends the zombie's carcass flying off the ground. Silently gazing at the fallen enemy amidst the dense forest shadows, the young protector stands over the prostrate body of the monster. Completely speechless and wide-eyed in shock, the seasoned mercenary realizes in horror that the little girl is dealing with the threat far more effectively than a professional. Enthusiastic and loudly calling on his comrades to a decisive offensive, the squad leader gives the signal to attack in order to protect the one who had just saved them all. Holding her breath on the roof, a pink mop of hair bends over a sniper rifle as the girl notes with relief that her friends are still okay. Concentrating on the optical sight and catching every movement below, she promises herself to get to the aid of her allies at any cost. Leaving behind only bright streaks of fire in the night sky, deadly shells rain down on the facade of a high-rise building. Weaving swiftly between the towering skyscrapers, a lone fighter tracks down the enemy as the shadows of the city's ruins thicken around him. Frantically looking around in the narrow, trash-strewn alley, the boy tries to figure out the location of the monster. Dangerously listening to every rustle, the hero suddenly freezes from an eerie feeling of an alien presence that makes the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. A sudden, wild disorientation overwhelms the boy, forcing him to clutch the edge of the concrete wall convulsively, while a treacherous pain throbs in his head. Instantly realizing the scale of the problem, he grits his teeth as he realizes that he has inadvertently walked right into the range of the Guardian's magic. By activating the red crystal, the young man is enveloped in a powerful scarlet glow, which serves as the only shield capable of withstanding a mental attack. An ominous silhouette of an enemy emerges through the haze of a gray alley, forcing the guy to prepare for the most difficult confrontation of his life. Sharply throwing his head up, the fighter internally braces himself for a dash, trying not to lose concentration for a second. At that very moment, a creepy dark figure materializes right before Wangja's eyes, its empty eye sockets glowing with a cold fire in anticipation of the onset of a bloody massacre. Shrouded in blood-red notes and an ominous fog, the mysterious adversary raises a ghostly flute to his lips, beginning a melody. As it grows, the powerful sound wave distorts space and causes the air to vibrate with an excess of dark magical energy. Rushes over the city rooftops, the invisible resonance of the cursed melody reaches even distant buildings, foreshadowing the imminent death of all living things. Caught in the middle of a mental storm, the allies are horrified to realize the battle has begun and frantically try to escape the paralyzing effects of the sounds. Choking from the unbearable pressure on her mind, the warrior watches the battlefield from afar and with anxiety in her heart wonders if her leader will be able to survive the clash. Maintaining an icy calm in the face of imminent danger, the boy demonstrates to the enemy his complete readiness for the final push. Looking defiantly straight at the ghostly flutist, the hero only smirks at the enemy's pathetic attempt to subjugate his will through primitive manipulation. Flashing an icy gaze, the hero, with a cheeky grin, declares to his opponent that he has a trump card hidden in his arsenal that can crush anyone. A huge, ghostly monster with a gaping mouth suddenly materializes in the air, unleashing a devastating spiritual shock. Shrouded in a neon glow, the witch freezes as a mysterious energy turns her essence inside out, accompanied by a sound effect. Leaving the light side behind, the frightening silhouette half dissolves into the inky darkness, revealing the true spawn of a nightmare. Looking down on the city ruins, the boy ironically reflects on how they tried to turn him into an obedient pawn to restore order. The imperturbable fighter with a piercing gaze acknowledges the fact that any mental attacks are now just empty sounds for him, incapable of penetrating his defenses. Clutching the blade in his hand, the swordsman issues a bold challenge, urging him not to disgrace himself with his weakness and to finally show all his hidden techniques. Right behind the hero, a colossal shadow with glowing scarlet eyes suddenly appears, turning the atmosphere into a horror with a sense of imminent danger. Letting out a piercing scream, the monster hangs in the air, while terrifying black tentacles fly out from its body in all directions. Completely unperturbed, the guy only glances slightly sideways at the anomaly, his whole appearance demonstrating a complete lack of fear in the face of chaos.